Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with another exciting piece of what I guess is quasi pre-owned inventory. So this one here is a 2018 Panamera 4S. The 4 and the S meaning all-wheel drive, and the S meaning more power than your base model. So these ones use a 2.9 liter V6 twin turbocharged to make about 440 horsepower. So it's really quite a lot of fun. Now the reason I said it was kind of used and kind of maybe not is because this one has never been owned by an individual. It's a car that we've always owned here. It's a former demonstrator model, so 2018 model year, but in fact the warranty started November of 2019 is when it was actually registered. So you have that as your warranty start date, 4 years or 80,000 kilometers from then. Or if we certify the car right now, I don't think this one is technically certified yet, that would extend that to 6 years and unlimited kilometers. So if that's something you're interested in and you're chatting with one of us about this car, just let us know either that you want to add that certification or that you'd rather not. But let's dive a little bit more into this guy. So options wise, exterior, this is Dolomite Silver Metallic, newer silver for us. It's only been around for a couple of years, and it's a little bit different. We've had the GT Silver for a long time, and that one is more, it has, I would say, kind of some beige tones in it, and it's more silver to my eye, whereas this one has kind of blue undertones, and some people will say it's a little bit more interesting, picks up what's around it quite a bit, but more than anything I see kind of that really light blue in there. So it's a neat color. These wheels are the 20-inch Panamera design wheels, and then they've got the colored center crests in there. Tires are an all-season. And then sticking with the outside for a bit, we did the gloss black window trim, matching that with the gloss black door handles, just adding a little bit of contrast, as well with the gloss black little kind of inlet over here as well. So aesthetically, it suits it nicely. This one also has the rear wiper, which is optional on these cars, but I find it actually pretty valuable on these ones. I don't prefer putting it on the 911s where it's optional as well, but I do like it on the Panameras. And then you'll see as well a few things. So you've got cameras underneath here. You may see the little protrusion there. So this one does have the surround view camera. So rear view being a standard camera, as well as sensors front and rear. But this one has the full 360-degree surround camera, as well as a few other driver aids. This one has an assistance package, which is a package we don't offer in all of our cars, but in the Panamera we do. And it gives you a few things. So you'll notice as well up there, kind of a couple of round sensors. Those are for the adaptive cruise. So it has that also with the emergency braking. And it also has, there is a lens up there, but it'll be harder to see for the night vision assist. So that's a really, really cool feature, a whole lot more effective than I actually ever thought it would be when I just heard about it conceptually. But you have a screen kind of in your gauges that you can scroll to that is that night vision, and everything's kind of in black and white, and things will be highlighted in there in yellow, and it is super effective when you're driving at night. You see a pedestrian on the side of the road, or I've had deers kind of come up on there, and you notice it on there way before you would catch it with your naked eye driving late at night. So if you do a lot of nighttime driving, really nice to have that. And then this one also has, as part of that assistance package, the lane keep assist. Now that's the one where if you're leaving your lane, rather than just warning you, it'll actually self-correct a little bit. It's not too intrusive. It's not going to tug the car aggressively over, but it will just kind of nudge you back into your lane. And then you also get traffic sign recognition with that. So when it's sees traffic signs, it'll light them up on the screen as well. So you're not missing any of that vital information. Pretty cool to see, and quite honestly not too often selected on our cars. So it makes this one a little bit unique. But let's move then on to the inside of this one. So pretty typical black interior. It is the full leather interior though, so your dashboard is leather wrapped on top as well as underneath. The full doors are leather wrapped. Of course, your seating surfaces, the armrests, all that stuff, fully wrapped in smooth finish leather, which is an option I really love. Definitely makes it feel a little bit more premium inside, and I just love the leather. I think it ages nicely. It always has that kind of leather aroma in there. It's great. Some other content though, the Premium Package Plus we put in this one as well, which gives you quite a few things. Things like the 14-way seat, giving you the thigh extension and the lumbar support, giving you rear heated seats as well as in the front. Also the Bose audio system, the comfort access, so you're just touching the door handle to unlock it, and kicking to open the tailgate as well. What else is in there? I don't want to miss anything. Oh, soft closed doors is part of it, part of that package on the Panamera, and it's not part of a package on any of our other models. So on things like a Cayenne, it's quite rarely selected, but more often on the Panameras. And it's a small feature, you know, may not be important to everybody, but another nice touch to just give the car more of that premium luxury vibe. And I always like to see it. So. Also part of that package, and then lane change assist or blind spot warning, part of the Premium Plus package as well, so that's here too. As well, the multicolored ambient lighting is part of that, so you can really kind of change the mood inside and change those colors to be blue or red or orange or, you know, whatever kind of suits your style. Really cool. And then in the back as well, this one has the 4-zone climate control, which really changes kind of the whole, well, it's to me it changes the whole ambiance. I really love having that screen back there. Without it, you just have, you know, your center console with some storage, and that's fine. But adding that screen just again notches it up a couple of levels, makes it feel like a much more again, I keep using that term, but that kind of premium experience, not only for the front passengers, but the rear passengers too. So you have a touchscreen in the back that you can control not only the climate, but also the radio and navigation and all those things. So it makes you feel just as kind of special in the back seat as you do in the front of these cars. So I always really like to see that feature added. I think that just about sums up the options on this one. But as I mentioned off the top, it is, you know, a former demonstrator for us, and I often tell people I think this is kind of the best way to buy our cars. You know, when you're buying a Porsche brand new, famously, you know, Porsche doesn't really do incentives and big discounts and things like that. But these demonstrators, there's a great savings and so minimal kilometers that it ends up really being an exceptional value. And on that note, I'll mention too, this one already has the paint protection film covering the full hood, front fenders, side mirrors, as well as the door handle cups. So just another kind of added value that's already built into the car at the discounted price. So if you're looking for a Panamera but maybe don't want to spend quite as much as buying a brand new one, this to me is the best way to get into one, missing that initial depreciation but still just getting really getting a ton of value in a car that's next to new. This one only has just over 4,000 kilometers, so you're really not missing out on much compared to, you know, ordering one and buying one brand new. So I hope you liked the video. I hope this vehicle speaks to you. If it does, give us a call, pay us a visit. We'd be happy to go through it in a bit more depth or take you for a test drive. If it didn't, we do have a couple of Panameras right now, but we never have too much inventory. You know, it's always a pretty rare and exclusive car, which is nice too. So if you do like, if this one didn't work, scroll through. We do have a couple of other ones, or of course we always have the option to do that factory order as well. So if we can do anything at all for you, do please give us a call. And again, thanks so much for watching. Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with another exciting new piece of inventory. This one is a 2020 Taycan 4S. So, I don't know if you're familiar with the Taycan or not, but it's a whole brand new model for us. We are thrilled to finally have it. It's been a long time coming. This one is Porsche's first fully electric vehicle, so it's definitely breaking new ground for us. But what's interesting is that at the same time, it's still very much Porsche and kind of more similar to our other cars than I think a lot of us were expecting. So it's an awesome new product, and there's a whole bunch that we can talk about just kind of in general terms. But for the purposes of this video, we're just going to talk about this guy in particular. So this one, as I mentioned, is the Taycan 4S. So as of right now, we have the 4S, the Turbo, and the Turbo S. So there are kind of 3 different versions with different horsepower. So this one is, I guess, considered the base model, though that term hardly applies in this case, because even this 4S, even this theoretical base model, makes up to 562 horsepower. So pretty crazy for just the S model, if you want to put it that way. Performance is pretty stellar. But let's dive into options. So exterior color here, this is gentian blue metallic, fairly new color for us. I think it looks awesome. Very dark blue with kind of a purple tinge to it, depending on the light that it's in. So fairly new, but pretty popular so far. People are definitely taking to it. And then these wheels are a 21-inch Taycan exclusive design wheel. So probably one of my favorite wheels that are available on the Taycan. There's quite a few different ones, and this one you can have in a few different flavors as well. So this is kind of the standard version of it with the silver finish, but you can also get it in painted to match the body. You can get it in satin aurum, which is kind of that gold color you may have seen, or you can get it in gloss black or metallic black. So you'll see we've got a couple of examples right now as well with that same wheel in just some different finishes, which really changes the aesthetic of the whole car. But I think the silver look works quite well against the gentian. So other stuff outside, you've got the black trim around the windows. We'll do that on most of the cars. Silver is standard, but we find the black is just more popular. Most people tend to want it, so we tend to option it. And then this one also has the surround view camera. So in addition to having the rear view, you have one on the front and one underneath each side mirror to get that top-down view. However, it's a little bit different now in the Taycan. So you can use it just like our other surround views to get that top-down view. Works great for parking. But now you can also kind of change your perspective, and it looks like you're looking at the car from the outside. So now this is another different perspective to kind of get used to. But it's really cool. It also, like the other one, just helps for parking and helps to see all the little things around the car that you may not have noticed when you got in. So really cool, and it's nice to see them, advancing that technology even further. And then as well, this one has the adaptive cruise control. So regular cruise will be standard, but we option the adaptive cruise. So you can set your following distance from the car in front. If they brake, then it'll brake for you to maintain that gap that you've set. And then, sidetracked myself there. Let's move on to the inside of the car. So this one has probably my favorite interior available right now as well. It's a full leather interior first off, so most will have the leather seats, but this one also has the leather dash and doors, and most everything in there is leather wrapped. And it's a two-tone, it's the black and chalk. So your dashboard, your steering wheel, that stuff is black. Your carpets are black, but then the seats and the lower part of the dash are chalk, which is kind of an off-white color. I find I like it a lot better than the black and beige interiors. I find it's a little bit sportier, maybe a little bit more youthful, but still a lighter interior if you don't just want another, all black interior. Nothing wrong with black. It's most of what we sell, and I always like a black interior, but the black and chalk just adds some nice contrast, makes it feel a little bit more special in there, in my opinion. And then, like most of our cars, we put in the Premium Plus package. Gives you a whole bunch of stuff with one box tick. Things like the seat upgrade. This particular one, so when you do that package, you can do the 14 or the 18-way seat. This one we opted to go with the 18-way, so it's the most heavily bolstered seat and most adjustable. So it wraps around you a little bit more, and then those bolsters that wrap around, you can pull them in to hug you even tighter or loosen it up a little bit on the seat back as well as the seat base. And then you get the thigh extension and a lumbar support along with that. As well, we put in the electric sport sound. So that's kind of a new thing, or maybe a new twist on an old thing. Thinking of sport exhaust, we've had that for a long time. Press the button and it opens the baffles in the exhaust, makes the car sound a little bit louder, more aggressive. Obviously, this one being fully electric, you don't have that option. So what Porsche has done is given you the option for electric sport sound. And before trying it out, I wasn't quite sure what that was going to be like. It is something you kind of have to experience, I think, to fully appreciate. But some reviewers have called it like a Jetsons noises, right? And it augments the electric sounds that the batteries are already using, but it definitely does kind of dial up the emotional aspect of it. It kind of whizzes and whirs as you're driving along, and it does just make it a little bit more exciting. Small option, but I think definitely worth adding to the cars. And I don't want to miss anything here. Sorry, I didn't finish up with my Premium Plus. You also get ventilated seats as part of that. You get lane change assist. You get the Matrix LED headlights. So those ones have 84 individual LEDs in the headlights, and you can leave your high beams on if somebody's coming down the road the other way. It'll turn off just the specific ones that are affecting that car, leaving the rest of your high beams on. So really exceptional late night visibility. You also get the Bose sound system as part of that package, and the panoramic roof. So the roof in this one works a little bit differently than it does in some of our other cars. Basically, the whole thing is glass. You don't have that center divide that you have in most of the cars. Now, what that also means is it doesn't open. It's a fixed panoramic roof, but it's really cool. It never has a sun shade either. You don't have a cover that goes over, but there are, 5 or more layers of glass in there. So it doesn't overheat. You don't have the sun baking down on you, but you do get that really light, airy cabin feel. So really, really cool. And another thing that's unique to these new Taycans in our lineup. I think that's about everything in that package. But another neat thing inside that we added, and that I kind of like to add it to all the cars that we're bringing in, is the passenger display. So as standard, you have a pretty big touch screen in the center. You have another screen kind of in the center console to do some of the controls. That just falls a little bit easier to hand than the screen up here. And then you've got your instrument cluster, which is also all a screen now, so there's a lot of screens going on. But then if you add the passenger display, you get yet another, but it's entirely over there for the passenger, so they can see the map and control the navigation things. They can see the radio or whatever other media that you're playing and adjust all that. So it definitely makes the passenger feel a little bit more involved in what's going on. It definitely feels very high-tech having all that stuff over there as well. And I just think it's something that's unique that we don't see in a lot of cars. So I definitely like to see that optioned on these ones. Just makes it feel, again, a little bit more special, high-tech, unique, all that stuff that that most of our clients are looking for. Also put the insulated glass in this one. So being electric, it's going to be pretty quiet, but you can push that even further by adding the insulated glass. It gives you a 2-pane glass in the windows, makes it much quieter inside. Also keeps the heat in the winter, out in the summer kind of thing, right? It's insulated in that sense as well. And then the rear seats in these, you can have either 2+2, so 2 seats in the front and 2 seats in the back with a little kind of plastic center console in the back, or you can option to have the center seat with 3 actual usable seats back there. That's what happened in this one. So you've got 3 seats and 3 seat belts. Makes it a little bit more usable. 3 adults might be tight, but 3 children fit pretty comfortably, and adults can too in a pinch for sure. Anything else that I'm missing here? Oh, the Performance Battery Plus. So I talked about the horsepower that this one has. This has the most horsepower that you can put in a 4S because it has that optional Performance Battery Plus, which adds a little bit more power and a little bit more range. That's all in here. So if you can't tell, this is a really nicely, really heavily equipped vehicle. There's really nothing that's missing. It's got virtually everything that you can put in them, which is how I like to see them. I always like all those kind of gadgets and stuff. And then the last thing is the dark silver trim, which is another subtle touch, but there are several kind of accents inside that are rather than being just kind of the matte black finish there in the dark silver, which is, I think, a little bit more interesting, adds a little bit of nice contrast to the interior. Now, I think that about sums this one up. There may have been a couple of things I've missed. If you like it, if you think it might work for you, do give us a call or pay us a visit. I think when we're done here, we'll move this one upstairs and put it in the showroom so you can come down and take a closer look at it. And we'll have a whole lot more content as well, more kind of generally speaking about the Taycan, because there is so much to know about it and so much that's unique. So this series will be more just individually how each one's optioned, but we'll definitely have more stuff out there for you to just learn about the model in general, or as I say, pay us a visit, and we're happy to have that conversation with you as well. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with one of our new pre-owned pieces of inventory. This one is a 2018 Panamera 4. Now, the Panamera, just in kind of broad strokes first, is our largest sedan, and it's a fairly big vehicle, competes with the BMW 7 Series, Mercedes S-Class, Audi A8, cars like that, so all the kind of the big flagship luxury cars from the other German manufacturers. What sets this one apart, though, as is the case with all of our cars when you compare it with the competitors, is that it is a sports car underneath. It's really incredible when you look at this thing. You know, as I sit here beside it, it looks huge. It's a pretty big car, long wheelbase, very much, you know, kind of a traditional luxury sedan. But then you drive it, and it's incredible just how they were able to engineer it to feel like a 911, like our sports cars when you're actually behind the wheel. It's super impressive. But let's talk about this one in particular. So as I mentioned, Panamera 4, the 4 indicating that it's all-wheel drive. All the ones that we get in Canada these days are, though you can get it rear-wheel drive in other markets. So this one will have a 3-liter V6 turbocharged motor with about 330 horsepower, and this guy in particular is black outside, just the regular black. You can get the metallic black as well. This one isn't that, just the very simple black, probably the #1 most popular color. The wheels on this one are the 20-inch Panamera Turbo wheel, up from the 19 inches that would have been standard, and then we put the colored center crest in this one as well. A subtle touch, but I do like it. And then sticking with the outside, a nice bonus you get sometimes with these pre-owned vehicles is it already has the paint protection film covering the full hood, front fenders, front bumper, side mirrors. All that stuff is fully wrapped in paint protection film already. And then I think that pretty well sums up exterior stuff. Oh, I guess I should point out, you may see that sensor on the front. That's for the adaptive cruise control. So regular cruise control is standard, of course, but with the adaptive, you can set your following distance from the car in front. If they brake for you, then, if they brake, then this vehicle will brake for you to maintain that gap that you've set. Also added the surround view cameras to this one. So in addition to that kind of larger sensor, you may be able to see a little camera up on top of that. Also underneath the side mirror here to give you the top-down view, so you can see all the way around the car. I love it in all of our cars, but particularly in the larger ones like the Panamera and the Cayenne. Makes parking them a whole lot easier. It's a little bit of a different perspective to get used to if you haven't used that type of system before, but once you learn to trust it, it works super well. I really love it. So then let's move onto the inside of this one. So standard black interior, also by far and away the most popular. When we're ordering our cars, probably 90% of what we'll order with this interior. It always makes it easier to sell down the road too. It tends to just be what most people want. And then features-wise, we put in the Premium Plus package, which gives you a whole bunch of stuff. With our cars, you can option everything individually, but there are a few packages that'll lump some things together, such as the Premium Plus. So in this car, that gives you things like, let me reference my sheet, make sure I'm getting it right, because it's a little different with this car. The 14-way seat. So they're heated as standard. You also get seat ventilation with that. And so the 14-way, same as the standard 8-way in terms of its shape, but adds the thigh extension and the lumbar support. And then you also get heated seats in the back. You get the Bose sound system. You get comfort access, so you're just touching the door handle to unlock it. And also means that you can kick to open the tailgate, which is nice. In some of our other vehicles, you get the panoramic roof as standard. Not the case with the Panamera, because they all have effectively 2 sunroofs up there instead, which is a standard feature. So not part of that package, but some other stuff in that package, such like the lane change assist, Porsche speak for blind spot warning, so most people want that. That's in that Premium Plus, as well as the headlight upgrade to the Matrix LED headlight. So you can see there's quite a lot going on kind of within that headlight housing. They look cool just even in their static kind of state, but what you have there is 84 individual LEDs. So the benefit of that is if you have your high beams on, if you have them in the auto setting when somebody else is coming the other way, rather than the older systems that would just turn the whole system off, they'll only turn off the specific LEDs that are affecting that car as it drives by and keep the rest of the LEDs illuminated. So it really improves your late night visibility. Even when traffic's coming, you don't have to worry about flipping the switch, and you don't have to worry about losing that visibility for those few moments. So really cool system there. As well, I should point out, this one is, of course, a Porsche approved, certified, pre-owned vehicle. So that means that when it came in, it went through our inspection and reconditioning process, which is performed by a Porsche certified technician using only Porsche genuine parts, and all the maintenance is brought up to date. So this one having just over 60,000 kilometers, at 60,000 kilometers is when the major service is due, but being a certified car, we've now done that already for you. So you don't have to worry about that for another either 4 years or 60,000 kilometers. But the car didn't need a whole lot aside from that. We did a couple of wheel repairs, I think, as well. And then the cargo cover had gone missing since new, so that was replaced as well. So now it's in really impressive shape. It already was when it came in, but as I say, we just did a couple of things to bring it up to that very high Porsche standard. And then as a result of that, it gets the warranty extension. So from brand new, the car has 4 years or 80,000 kilometers. With that extension, it goes to 6 years and actually unlimited kilometers. So in the case of this car in particular, that means you have comprehensive Porsche warranty until October of 2023, which is awesome. Not only do you obviously get that initial depreciation chunk off of the original price of the car, but you still have a ton of warranty when you buy it through the Porsche store, and you know that our certified guys have gone through it. So there's some great value there, and that pretty well sums up this vehicle. So I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope this vehicle works for you. If so, give us a call or pay us a visit, take a look in person, or take it for a drive. At the moment, we do have a couple of pre-owned Panameras, I think 3 or 4, and actually no new ones. We're entirely out of new Panameras, and we won't have any for another several months, the way it looks. So we do have a couple of pre-owned that, again, are just a great value. So again, I hope you enjoyed the video, and thanks so much for watching. Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, Andy here with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here with a new piece of new car inventory. This is a 2020 Porsche Taycan 4S in Volcano Gray on our black standard interior, fitted with the 21-inch Taycan exclusive design wheels with the all-season tires. This car has the premium package, so that consists of the Matrix LED headlights. So those are made up of 84 individual LEDs. They're turning with the input of your steering wheel, self-leveling, adaptive high beams, and have a really cool function where it can turn off those individual LEDs to prevent blinding oncoming traffic. So really cool headlight. Also, you have the fixed panoramic roof. So this roof does not tilt or slide. However, it's very important if you plan on putting anything on the roof of your Taycan. Crossbars would go right here and here, so you can put on a roof box or ski carrier or mountain bike carrier. So really cool option, and the view from the back seat looks awesome. So not only is it fun to be in the driver's seat, it's also cool to be in the back seat of this car as well with that panel roof. In that package, you also have the storage package. So that's storage just behind the PCM screen, the smaller PCM screen. Bose audio's in there as well. Great sounding audio system. 14-way seats on this car as well. So that's adjustable leg length, lumbar support, driver and passenger seat memory within that as well. What else do we have in that package? Heated seats come standard with the car, so they're adding ventilation to the driver passenger. And then further in this build, we added the heated rear seats. So that's a cool feature there. Surround view camera also in this car. So you have a camera at the front of the vehicle paired with the standard reverse camera. And then you have the cameras underneath the side mirrors, so giving you that top down or bird's eye view, which is very helpful. Lane change assist, LCA, so that's a blind spot monitoring system. So those will illuminate and flash if you have your turn indicator on, alerting you that there's someone in your blind spot. We did the black window trim on this car as well, just really setting it off, and really high take rate on that. Not too many people like the chrome window surrounds that come standard with the car. Heated ventilated seats in the front, driver passenger, if I didn't mention that, and heated seats in the second row. This is a 2+1 configuration Taycan, so 2 and 3 seating in the back. The car comes standard with a 2+2, so a 4-passenger vehicle. And then we've also fitted the car with the Porsche electronic sport sound, which amplifies the electric motors into the cabin of the car, which sounds fantastic. Really stress that option being in the car, because it really helps with the propulsion of the vehicle and helping you get used to being in an EV car. So really cool spec here with us today. The Taycan's fantastic to drive. If you haven't driven an electric car, then I really suggest you coming down and trying out the Taycan. It certainly drives like a Porsche, has a lower center of gravity than a 911, so it handles great for a very heavy car. They're all-wheel drive, and they're responding. The response to the all-wheel drive system is 4 times quicker than a fully mechanical car. So that's a really cool plus here in Alberta with our winters. So there we have it, a great looking Taycan 4S in Volcano Gray, really cool spec, and look forward to seeing you guys down here and checking it out with us. Thanks for tuning in. Again, my name's Andy with Porsche Center Calgary.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with a very, very special vehicle. So we're going to shoot this video a little bit differently than the other ones we've done in the past. This is an exceptionally rare car, as the name suggests. This is a 2016 Panamera Turbo S exclusive series, and it is very, very exclusive, and a car that I think is very much underappreciated. So I'm going to invite you to take a bit of a closer look at it with me and dive into some of what makes it so unique and special. But before we do all that, just on the note of exclusivity, I wanted to drive home a little bit just how rare and exclusive this car is. So Porsche, of course, has done a few, exclusive numbered cars in recent years. Cars like, if we go back to 2014, they did the 911 50th anniversary edition. Really, really cool car. And they built 1,963 of those cars. So, it was a difficult car to get, and they're holding their value very well, but we did see a few through the dealership. And then, of course, there was the 991 Speedster that we just saw recently. They built 1,948 of those cars. So there too, we saw a couple of them, but very rare. You're quite lucky if you managed to get one of those cars. And then they had the 911R. They built 991 of those cars, and they were only given to people who had bought the 918 Spider, or there was a few extras that were made available by a lottery, so you kind of had to be, again, very lucky to have one of those. If we go back a little bit further than that, they did the 997 Speedster. They only built 356 of those cars. I've never laid eyes on one of those. And then the 911 Sport Classic in 2010, they built 250 of those cars. Again, a car I've never even seen. And then the car that we're standing with today, this Panamera exclusive series, they only built 100 examples for the world. So it really is exceptionally rare. This particular one is number 23 of 100. So it's quite special for us to actually have one in inventory. This is a car that most people will never actually have the opportunity to see, never mind actually purchase from a Porsche store with a certified pre-owned warranty. So it's very, very unique and a really cool opportunity. So now let's dive a little bit into this car. So as I said, it is Panamera Turbo S exclusive. So it starts out, like any other Turbo S. It has the 4.8 liter V8 twin turbo motor. It makes 570 horsepower, and it can go from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 3.9 seconds. So the performance is absolutely there. They also have Porsche dynamic chassis control, the active suspension management, the air suspension. You have torque vectoring in this car. All the performance is there, as well, being a Turbo S, the ceramic brakes, and we'll take a closer look at those in just a second. But it's an exceptional vehicle, just kind of in its normal guise as a Turbo S, before we even get to the exclusive stuff. So let's dive now into that. The most noticeable part, as I'm sure you picked up on already on the video, is the color. It's kind of a really interesting two-tone paint. So primarily it's jet black metallic, which we see on a lot of our cars, but what's very unique is the chestnut brown on the side here. And not only does it have, this chestnut brown section, but it also fades out. So at the front of the car here, it's primarily chestnut brown. It just kind of fades out and blends back into that jet black metallic, which is just really exquisite. They did a phenomenal job, and you just don't see anything else like it, especially from a factory paint job. So that's one of the quite unique aspects of the car. And then just continuing from there, if you look at these wheels, this is the 20-inch Sport Classic wheel, and it too is painted in jet black metallic to match the rest of the vehicle. And there's a whole lot of little details like that we're going to go through that really exemplify the attention to detail in this car to really make everything match up so nicely and so cohesively. And then of course, looking at those wheels, you can see once again those ceramic brakes. You get the bright yellow caliper to indicate that, and obviously exceptional braking performance. But let's walk around a little bit more to the front of the car and check out a couple of other little details. You've got the full LED headlights with this car, but not just the standard ones. They are tinted black as well to go with kind of this darker theme. And down on the front bumper, all of these slats here, generally they would just be unpainted black plastic, but here they're all painted as well, not only on the side here, but through here. Even this surround view camera housing, that's all painted as well. So there's really no corners cut with this car. Every little detail has been paid close attention to. And let's spin it around here and take a look at the back of the car. So as we come around to the back, you can see the tail lights have a similar treatment to the front, where they tinted those as well, again just to continue that theme. And your rear spoiler here also tinted, or painted I should say, and has the unique feature that the turbos and GTSs do, where they'll actually split apart. It's a really cool effect. We'll have an image there for you of that as well. And then even way down here, at the part that nobody would ever really see or pay attention to, all of this stuff is painted as well. Generally that would just again be left as unpainted plastic, but on this exclusive series, all of that is painted. So is everything even here around your plate. Really, really exquisite attention to detail there. And then let's take a look in the rear hatch here. There's a couple of details I'd like to point out to you. So as we open that up, of course, you have your privacy cover here, but even something as kind of rudimentary as a privacy cover, they've paid very close attention to and really made it an exquisite piece. So you have even on this tether here, very nicely detailed, very high quality. You just don't see that anywhere else. But also this whole cover is wrapped in smooth finish leather with the brown contrasting stitching, which I think is just exceptional. You never see a piece like that paid such attention to and brought to such a high quality. And of course the interior is so much more of the same. So let's now walk around and take a look deeper inside the car, and I'll point out some of those details to you. So starting off up front here, this is probably my favorite of, well, maybe. I've got a couple of favorites as we'll dive into. But one of my favorite details, if you look at the trim here, so it's a walnut trim, it's so fine, you know, we sell that on lots of cars. But if you look closer, you can see that it actually kind of imitates the paint job on the side of the car. I talked about how, you know, the Chester brown fades out. Well, so does the trim here. You have, you know, you can see the wood much more in the front, and as you go towards the back, it fades into the black, which I think is just, again, an exquisite detail. It looks amazing. And then as well, while we're here, I'll point out these have the Burmester audio, the very top level audio system that we offer, and you get these beautiful silvered speaker grills. As well, you can see even in here, this piece would generally just again be left as unpainted black plastic, but on this example, it's wrapped in leather with that brown contrast stitch, which is carried over here as well. Just areas of the car that nobody really ever sees or pays attention to. On this car, it's leather wrapped and just made to feel such high quality. In fact, even this here, these air vents are actually leather wrapped as well. They're not just plastic air vents. Those are in fact all leather wrapped. And there's a few other things I'll point out that are leather wrapped here that we almost never see. So if you come right down here with me, the seat base, this is all leather wrapped as well. Another spot that would generally just be left as, you know, unpainted plastic was leather wrapped here, and your floor vents, or sorry, floor mats, also a higher pile than we typically see with the floor mats. And you see that brown strip throughout the side. Just looks awesome. And there's even more. So if we come in tighter on the steering wheel here, on the inside of the steering wheel, you have that brown contrast stitching to match the rest of the interior. And then even the steering column here has been wrapped in leather with, again, contrasting stitching. And then even in here, in behind this little piece that would generally be plastic, that's all leather wrapped with a contrast stitch as well. The closer you look at this car, it's just so impressive, all the little things they pay attention to. As well, your headliner is Alcantara, and in fact these sun visors are also leather wrapped. Generally they would be vinyl, and you know, in almost every case that's enough, but when you touch these leather ones, just the tactile difference of having that smooth finished leather makes it feel so much more premium. It's pretty exceptional. And then of course, like all the, you know, Panamera Turbo S's, you have all of these options in here, lots of buttons. There's nothing that this car is missing. It has so much more than any other, but it does have, you know, that more standard stuff, such as your Sport Chrono package, adaptive air suspension, sport exhaust. That's all there too. It's not just the nice little luxuries. There are you know, some other performance stuff. You're not missing any of that. Now let's dive into the back. So I mentioned, you know, this is a Turbo S exclusive, but not just a regular Turbo S. It's built on the Executive, meaning the longer wheelbase. So this rear door is really quite wide, and you have more legroom than you would have in a regular Turbo S. You gain several extra inches of legroom, and there's a few other really unique pieces back here that I wanted to point out. So, of course, you can see the rear entertainment screens here. And I'll turn that one on so you can see a little bit of what it looks like. A whole lot of functionality there. They actually work very, very well. But, you know, a lot of cars will have rear entertainment. But again, here, if we zoom in on one of the details, if you come in and look at the back of this screen, this is all leather wrapped as well. Even that part that, again, nobody is really ever going to touch or, you know, barely look at, even that part is wrapped in leather. And I'll mention as well, the leather in this car is quite unique as well. It's an Italian leather that Porsche only used in this vehicle, and you can really feel a tactile difference. It's quite special stuff. And then now what you're looking at, this one is another one of my favorite details. So perforated leather, nothing new. Of course, we do that in a lot of our cars, but if you pay close attention to the shape of those perforations, they're actually designed to reflect the shape of the Porsche crest, even in the tiniest detail. And then moving on to the center console back here, just before we move from the back seat of the car, you want to come in through the front. Panamera Executive Edition's got this more kind of substantial rear console, but there's a few things that are unique to this exclusive series. So you have this larger console and you have your cup holders and things here. You also get heated and cooled seats. You have seat adjustment controls for the seats in front of you. So if you're sitting in the back, you can actually move that forward seat up a little bit and gain some leg room. And then if we open this piece up, this too is all leather wrapped, not only the top, but everything down here on the side of the console leather wrapped. You have your headphones for the rear entertainment system, but then what's really interesting and unique is this part here. This too, again, leather, contrasting stitch. It looks beautiful. But if I open this up, you'll see it also has a cooler back here. You can flip that switch and keep your drinks cool, and it's really unbelievable the level they went to with this vehicle. And I didn't mention as well, these seats back here are power adjustable as well. So it makes the back seat almost as nice a place to be as the front. Please let us know what you thought of this new video format and of this car. It's such a special thing. We're more than happy to see your feedback and chat a little bit about it. Thanks again for watching.
Hey everyone, Andy here with Porsche Center Calgary, and today beside me I have a new piece of inventory for our new car department. This is our 2020 Porsche Taycan 4S in white on our black standard leather interior, and it has the following packages. It has the premium package, which consists of the LED matrix headlights up front. These headlights are made up of 84 individual LEDs and are super cool. They're self-leveling, turning with the input of the steering wheel, reactive to oncoming traffic, and they can individually turn off those LEDs to prevent blinding oncoming traffic. And they have adaptive high beams. So if you're out in the country, driving at night, high beams will automatically come up, and then it'll detect oncoming traffic and they'll dip down for you. So very cool technology there. We have the fixed panoramic roof on the premium package. So fixed means that it does not slide, does not tilt, it is fixed. It's really cool. It's almost cooler as a, or better view as a rear seat passenger to look out of that full glass roof. It's something else. It looks really cool back there. Surround view camera also on this package. So you have a camera at the front of the vehicle, underneath either side mirror, paired with the one at the back, so you have that top-down or bird's eye view to make sure you're not bumping into anything. Lane change assist is a part of that package as well. That's our blind spot warning. So in the mirror itself, it will illuminate if someone's sitting in your blind spot, and it will flash if you put your turn indicator on, there's someone sitting there, warning you not to do that lane change. We have the ionizer. So if you have any allergies in the family, this will clean the cabin air, and there's no replacement filters or any maintenance that comes with that package or the ionizer. So that's a really cool feature. We have the 14-way seats in this package. 18-way is an upgrade, but the 14-way is coming as standard within that package. And a very comfortable seat. Both the driver and passenger are the same. Adjustable leg length, lumbar support, and memory seating, of course. You have seat ventilation. Heated seats come standard for driver passenger. This package adds the seat ventilation to that. Storage package is the storage behind the little screen that you can touch and write on just above the cup holders. So really cool. Place your phone, wallet, sunglasses underneath there. Very, very convenient. And the Bose audio system wrapping up that package. We've also added the passenger display, which is a second 10.9-inch display in front of the passenger seat. Very helpful for the passenger if the driver asks to put in a new destination. The passenger can also DJ through Apple CarPlay and iTunes. So it connects right to your iTunes Music or Apple Music account. So that's really convenient. And it looks really cool. So center screen is 10.9, passenger screen is 10.9, and the screen size behind the steering wheel is 16.8 inches. So that's a lot of screen covering the dash, but that's the way the industry's going. It looks great, and it responds very quick to the touch. Adaptive cruise control in this unit as well, so that's keeping a safe distance between you and the person you're following. We have the power charge port cover, so which is really cool. So just with a swipe underneath the little thing here, the charge port door will open and or close. So really neat touch there. And Porsche says that they've tested it in some cold weather, and it can actually break through some frozen rain if it gets ugly on us weather-wise. So really cool little touch there. Very techie, geek-oriented thing, but I love it. We have the Intelligent Range Manager, which is another cool thing for the Taycan, which it'll change the driving modes and characteristics of the car to make sure you get to your destination. So what you'll do is program in the destination into the PCM, or the navigation system, and then it'll take into account of speed limits, topography, traffic, in order for you to get to the destination as efficiently as possible with the least amount of stops. So very cool little option there. We've added the gloss black window surrounds, just another white and black theme here, very monochromatic. We've added the heated rear seats to this car as well, and the 4-zone advanced climate control. So each seating position has its own climate. And what else did we do on this car? We've added the electric sport sound, of course. So that amplifies the electric sounds in the car that the motors make. And it sounds fantastic. One of my favorite features, actually, that the car has. And another touch to the interior is the dark silver trim throughout the car. So that's just bringing a little accent and tones into the interior of the car to keep things exciting. So there we have it, a beautifully spec'd white on black 2020 Taycan 4S. This car is very powerful, of course, fully electric, 562 horsepower at max torque, and then max torque is 479 pound-feet of torque on launch control, and propels the car from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 4 seconds. And as we know, it's probably quicker than that, as Porsche is very conservative with their numbers. So thanks for tuning in. My name's Andy with Porsche Center Calgary, and come down, have a closer look at the car, and take one for a test drive. Thanks for tuning in. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today I'm here with our 2013 Panamera Turbo. This vehicle comes in GT Silver with a black full leather interior, and then it's equipped with a 4.8 liter turbocharged V8 in it that's putting out 500 horsepower. The car is just over 77,000 kilometers on it, and in terms of reconditioning, we had to do a number of different things. Most notably, the rear spoiler assembly had to get replaced, along with the new horn, driver's front seat belt, and then we also had to replace the central front air vents in the vehicle too. As far as brake and tire life goes, you're going to have plenty of both. The brake pads have 6 millimeters of life up front with 8 millimeters of life in the rear, and the tires are actually brand new, so you're going to be getting a number of seasons out of those to go here. In terms of the actual equipment on the vehicle, it is very well optioned. Most notably, the sport package comes on the car. That's going to include all of your major kind of dynamic, sportier driving options on it. So that's going to be your sport exhaust system. So if you do want to have the ability to open and close the valve on that exhaust, you can do that just so you can get that throatier noise. It's going to come with your sport chrono package. Typically for Porsche, you're always going to have either your normal or sport mode in it. The sport mode, it's just increasing how responsive your vehicle is going to be slightly, along with if you do have either PASM or your PCC suspension in it, you can stiffen up that suspension too. But this car with that chrono is going to come with the Sport Plus mode. Essentially, that's kind of best described as a track mode, so it's keeping your RPMs really high. You're always in a lower gear. That way, whenever you're coming out of corners, you're going to be right where you have all your power and torque, and you kind of can accelerate straight out of them. And then on top of that, it's going to also stiffen up your suspension all the way, and kind of one of the most exciting features that it gives you is going to be the ability to use your launch control. Essentially, once your engine's warmed up and you're in that Sport Plus mode, you can go left foot down on the brake, right foot pedal to the metal, hold it down until it revs up to about 5,000 RPM and hits the rev limiter. Once that hits there, you can just drop the brake, hold down the accelerator, and off you go. And then lastly, that Sport Chrono is also going to give you the ability to do time trials on the vehicle, which can always be fun, especially if it does see a little bit of track use. Going on with that Sport package on the vehicle, the car's going to come with your PDCC, so that's going to be your Porsche Dynamic Chassis Control, rather than PASM, which is just few adjustable dampers, so where you either have your normal, firm, or firmer suspension. PDC, it is like that, but it's going to be more infinitely adjustable through electronic dampers rather than, like I said, just the 3 different positions. So that is a fantastic option to have, really. You really do notice it keeping the vehicle flat in the corners. Car's also going to come equipped with your PTV and the PTV Plus, which includes your rear differential lock. Essentially, what your PTV is your Porsche torque vectoring. And whenever you're going around corners, if you're taking a right-hand corner, that rear passenger side brake, I should say, it's going to drag a little bit, which is going to help you kind of get around that corner a little bit quicker. Just makes that drive a little bit more dynamic once again. Moving on towards your Premium Plus package, that's going to include all of your core features that you want in the vehicle. That's going to be stuff like your adaptive cruise control. So on top of being able to set the speed of the vehicle, you can also set a following distance on it, as well as your 4-zone climate control, park assist. In this car, that just means you're going to have the rear backup camera and the parking sensors all the way around it. And then on top of that, you're going to have sunshades in the rear for any passengers you may have in the vehicle. Continuing on with the options list, car's also going to come with your thermally and noise insulated glass. Essentially, that's going to be your dual pane glass with a layer of gas in between. Main point is to reduce road noise, and it's also going to better insulate the car whenever you're in warm or cold weather. And then it also does help cutting down the UV rays that are able to make it through the glass, if that's an important option for you. Continuing on, you're going to have your 20-inch 911 Turbo 2 wheels. So those obviously look quite nice on the vehicle. And then you're going to also have your blind spot warnings on the vehicle, as well as a number of different carbon fiber trims on the vehicle. So the main trim along your doors, dash is all going to be carbon fiber, along with the actual trim on your door sills when you hop into the car, and the carbon fiber steering wheel as well. And then to top off that option list, it's going to come equipped with your Burmeister sound system. If you haven't heard the Burmeister before in our vehicles, it sounds fantastic. It is a noticeable step up above the Bose sound system. I mean, the Bose is great, but it's kind of bringing that 8 out of 10 in terms of sound quality to 10 out of 10. So obviously a very nice option to have. But everyone, appreciate your time. Thanks so much for watching. And of course, you're more than welcome to drop in and come see this vehicle in person. These videos never do them justice. And until then, see you next time. Thanks so much.
Andy here with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here with a new piece of inventory here for the new car department. This is a new 2020 Taycan 4S in jet black metallic on our black partial leather interior. This car has been equipped with the premium package, which consists of the LED matrix headlights. These are most advanced headlight with 84 individual LEDs that can turn off to prevent blinding oncoming traffic. They're self-leveling, turning with the input of the steering wheel, and have adaptive high beams. This package also includes the panoramic roof. So this is a full glass roof that blocks out 99% of the UV rays and is only roof compatible with crossbar transportation. So if you plan on carrying anything on the roof, you have to make sure that your Taycan is equipped with the glass roof option. This package also includes the surround view camera. Standard on all Porsches now are the rear view cameras. This one has the surround view, so you have a camera at the front of the vehicle underneath either side mirror, and that gives you a top-down or bird's eye view, so you can make sure that you're squared up in your parking space and or your appropriate distance from the front of your garage or the garbage cans up there. Lane change assist also in this package, so that's our blind spot warning system. So this system here is in the mirror of the Taycan, which illuminates when there's someone in your blind spot, and will flash if you put your turn indicator on. There's someone there warning you not to do that lane change. We have ionizer in this package as well, so that's cleaning the air inside the cabin. Great if anyone has any allergies, and there's no filters to change in this system, so no maintenance, which is always nice. 14-way seats in this configuration, so you have adjustable leg length, lumbar support, and also driver memory, and that also includes the passenger seat as well, has the 14-way movement. Seat ventilation for driver passenger. Also, heated seats are a standard feature, so that's not included there because it is a standard feature. So yes, the steering wheel is heated, the seats are heated, and the driver passenger seats are ventilated. Storage package, so this just gives you little storage behind the lower touch screen, so nice little cubby space there, and then of course the wonderful Bose audio system. We've added the side window trim in gloss black, we're doing a blacked out look on this build. We have the electronic sport sound, which is a very lovely sound in this fully electric vehicle, or EV. It amplifies the electric motor sound inside the cabin, and just really helps you with the movement of the car and how the car is propelled. It's a really cool sound, and Porsche knocked it out of the park, and I highly recommend that feature in your Taycan. 20-inch sport aero wheels with the colored center caps and all-season tires there, so just a really cool looking aerodynamic wheel on this build. We also have adaptive cruise control, so that keeps you a safe distance between you and the person you're following in your Taycan. The 2+1 seat configuration, so the car comes standard as a 2+2. This one is a 2+3, so it's a 5-passenger capable vehicle. We also have the passenger display equipped on this unit, so we have the 10.9-inch main display in the center of the car, and then to the right of it in front of the passenger you have another 10.9-inch display where that person can enter destinations, change the music, or input music on the Apple CarPlay capable screen. So very cool screen, and it makes a difference as a passenger to have that accessibility from the passenger seat and not have to reach over. So really cool screen there. And then the main screen behind the steering wheel, that's 16.8 inches, and they have some touch features on the outer perimeter of that screen as well. So lots of screens in this new car, but it's very intuitive and very, very cool. Taycan is an incredible car to drive. This car has equivalent of 562 horsepower and 479 pound-feet of torque. And I mean, a lot of us have been in some quick cars. This car, from Porsche stats, it says 4.0 seconds to 100 kilometers an hour. But a lot of people think it's in the 3 seconds or high 2s when they take it out for a drive. It's an incredibly quick car because that 479 pound-feet of torque is instant with electric vehicles. So lots of fun to drive. Comes with our 4-year or 80,000 kilometer standard warranty for all the car. The high voltage battery comes with an 8-year or 130,000 kilometer warranty. So there we have it, a beautifully spec'd 2020 Taycan 4S here at Porsche Centre Calgary. Thanks for tuning in. My name's Andy. Please reach out if you have any questions or if you like to schedule a test drive in a Taycan. Take care, and we'll see you soon.
Hello everyone, it's Jay Gombaugh coming to you from our virtual showroom here at Porsche Centre Calgary. And with me today we have a very special car, true to my heart, true and dear to my heart, a 2015 Panamera GTS. Excellent car. This car is a certified pre-owned car, so that does a few things for you. What it means is that we do an extensive 111-point inspection on the car, go through it with a fine-tooth comb and ensure that it is like new condition for you and mechanically super sound. And because of that program, we are able to offer this 2015 with a 2-year unlimited kilometer warranty just to ensure that you get the most out of this beautiful pre-owned car. This current car, again, 2015 model, and has just a hair over 60,000 kilometers. So we did bring the car in, look it over. It did come to us in pretty excellent condition, but there was a few things we had to do to keep up with that certified pre-owned status, one of which is the major service. So that is the expensive one that has been done for you. That includes plugs, oil change, filters, all that good stuff. And again, the tires were also in need of a change, so this car has brand new tires. So kind of has everything you need ready to go right out of the box along with that warranty. So that's excellent. That's what we like to see with these cars. Now let's talk about the car a little bit. Here in front of me, 2015 Panamera GTS. So that gives you the naturally aspirated 4.8 liter V8. Lots of good noises coming out of this car, and 440 ponies under the hood to go along with that. So this is an excellent overall package. And being the Panamera, yes, we do get that 7-speed PDK transmission. So excellent platform. The GTS model is usually kind of our sweet spot sport model for all of our cars, and that is also the case with this car too. So this car, with the GTS package, you get your 20-inch black wheel. These are the Sport Classic wheel, I believe they're called, in the high gloss black. You typically get some black accents. The GTS also includes the Sport exhaust system to just enhance that beautiful V8, and they are black exhaust tips as well. Now, all Panameras do have the 3-way air suspension, so that is something that the GTS package includes on other cars, but it is the PASM system on this car, so kind of the full sporty option. Inside to go along with that, black and red full leather 2-tone package, so black dash, red stitching, and red seats. The exterior color, very cool. Let's not forget about that one. That one is called Carbon Gray Metallic. It's an excellent looking dark gray color. Really suits this car well. I really like this car option-wise. So whoever put the car together did add a bunch of really nice features above and beyond what the GTS includes. Premium Plus package, of course. That's going to give you your parking assist. That's going to give you rear heated seats, 4-zone climate control. So that's nice. You will see that on most of our cars. This one also includes the surround view camera system, super handy. So they do come out of the box with the rear view, but we add the extra cameras, kind of gives you that bird's eye view as well. Bose stereo system, a must at the very least in our cars. Might as well have some good sound inside to go along with the excellent sound outside the car. This car also has upgraded carbon ceramic brakes. You'll notice that's why they are painted in the yellow color. So excellent stopping power to go with all that horsepower. Excellent. I do love to see that on cars like the Panamera, not just on GT3s or some of our super sporty cars. Inside the car, again, a few really nice touches. Crests on the headrest, one of my personal favorites. Not a lot of money, but large impact. So those are done in the exclusive manufacturer plant where they are still pressed and stamped by a human being. So I do like that. It's keeping people employed, hands on the car instead of a machine doing it, and really is a nice touch when you get into the car. So full carbon fiber interior package. This one also includes that on the steering wheel. So we have the heated multifunction carbon fiber steering wheel. Really goes well with the trim on there. Another really neat thing that the Panamera GTS does, even in this year, is the rear wing is the super cool, fancy split wing. You don't get to enjoy it too much from inside the car, but everyone else outside will know that you're super cool and that you're driving a Panamera GTS. Lots of options on this car. I hope I didn't miss anything. Again, really, really fine example of what a certified pre-owned Panamera can look like. I don't think it gets much better than this. As I look down, soft closed doors, nice touch. Again, the list is super long on this car. We should have this cleaned up and in the showroom for your viewing pleasure. So I really encourage you, come on in, take a look. My name's Jay Gombach. Feel free to ask for myself, or we do all work together here, and any one of my colleagues will be happy to answer questions and show you around the car as well. Thank you so very much for your time. Have a great day. Hello everyone, Jay Gombach from Porsche Centre Calgary. Thank you once again for joining me in our virtual showroom. With me today, I have a beautiful Taycan 4S. This is a 2020 model. The 4S is going to give you up to 522 horsepower and 472 foot-pounds of torque during launch control. This is a beautifully equipped car. It is in our black with the two-tone black and red interior, which is one of my favorite options for sure. We have it as well with the 20-inch Taycan turbo wheel in black. And to kind of go with that theme, we did add the black window surrounds and everything. So a really nice kind of blacked out option on this car. This car is very well equipped with everything that you would want, and the majority of that is included in the premium package. So let's talk about that for a little while. That is going to give you your 7-layered glass roof panel, which is fixed. That's going to keep the sun and the harmful UV rays out. It does a very good job at keeping the cabin nice and cool as well in the summer and warm in the interior in the winter as well. You're going to get extra storage with that package, an ionizer to keep that cabin fresh and clean, the top of the line LED matrix headlights. You're going to be protected on the safety with your lane change assist system, also known as the blind spot warning. The package does come with the 14-way adjustable seat, which is our most common and popular seat. However, we did opt to upgrade this one here to the 18-way seat, which are going to be heated and vented for your comfort. And then we went ahead and added the crests on the top of the seat headrest as well. So you have all the creature comforts and the style to go with that beautiful red interior. This car does have the 4-zone climate control, so in the rear they do have the heated seats as well, and they can change their own climate too. So well equipped in the front and the rear. It does also have the 2+1 seating, so you get that third seat belt if you did have someone a little smaller who wanted to sit in between the other two seats in the back. A few additional options in this car, which I absolutely love. Number one, the passenger display. Not only does it look great, it takes that continuous screen and spreads it across to the passenger side, but it also allows your passenger to take a look at the info of the vehicle, the maps and distance and travel, and also the music. So they do have some things that they can control from their very own screen on the passenger side, and it looks really cool, so that is a plus. Another thing that you won't find on all the Taycans, but again is a personal favorite for me, is the electric sport sound. If you've been in some of our competitors' electric vehicles, or even some of the lesser option Taycans, let's say, they are quite quiet. You don't get the engine noise, the exhaust, and things like that. Our Porsche engineers have come up with a brilliant way to take some of the natural electric motor sound and scrub it up and clean it up and pump that into the interior and the exterior of the vehicle, which is going to give you a sense of acceleration and deceleration. It is a perfect mix, I think, between futuristic and useful as well, so that is excellent. This car also has the performance battery included with it, which is going to allow for slightly quicker charge times on the high voltage charging systems, and a little bit of extra kilometer distance for the range as well. All in all, again, a well thought out tied in package, from the aero wheel in black with the red calipers, and it also will tie in with the red interior too. So excellent. Come check it out. We are going to put this one in our showroom for your viewing pleasure. My name's Jay Gombach. I'd be more than happy to show you around the car in person. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi y'all, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today I'm here with our 2012 Panamera Turbo S. This car has 81,883 kilometers on it currently, and it comes equipped with the big 4.8 liter V8 twin turbocharged engine. It puts out 550 horsepower, so it's obviously going to be a very, very fun vehicle to drive. It's also equipped with the PDK transmission, so that's going to be your same dual clutch transmission that you'd find in the 911 or any of the 718 models. So obviously very intuitive, very sporty, it's very quick. So yeah, altogether it makes a very fun package. Since it is a Turbo S, it is a very well-equipped car. As far as the exterior goes, it comes in Carrera white, and it's going to have a black and cream interior. The car is equipped with a sport design package, so it just gives you a slightly sportier, kind of more aggressive appearance, slightly different front and rear fascia than the standard Panamera would for this year. It also comes in gloss black. that sport design package. So all of your accents along the bottom of your doors here, you can see on the door handles along with your trim is all going to be matching, once again just to give you that more aggressive appearance. On top of that, it's also going to have your 20-inch 911 Turbo 2 wheels on it right here. Other options are going to be it's going to come equipped with your parking cameras. So it is going to have that rear backup camera, and then on top of that, you're going to have parking sensors all around the front and rear of the vehicle for kind of that 360 coverage. You're going to have insulated glass on the car. So essentially it's just dual pane glass with a layer of glass in between. For one, it does dim down road noise, so it's not as loud. And then it's going to keep the car insulated a little bit better when it's either really cold or really warm out. Car does have adaptive cruise control, which is great. You can set your cruise control speed, and then on top of that, you can kind of configure your distance where you're following behind another car. So if you come up someone quickly from behind, your vehicle will slow itself down and follow at whichever set distance you've set for it. Car will also come with your blind spot warning. So essentially, if anyone's in your blind spot there, light's just going to light up on the side of the mirrors, indicating that someone's in your blind spot and not to move over quite yet. Car comes with your 4-zone climate control, so everyone on the vehicle will have the full ability to adjust their own climate, set it how they like, and then you'll have the 18-way seats with the memory package. So for one, you are able to set it to set your own memory if you have multiple drivers in the vehicle. And the really nice thing about these seats is just the pure adjustability. They are a little bit more aggressive, so you sit a little bit deeper in them. They have bigger bolsters. Those bolsters are adjustable, so you can control the width of them, both the lower ones by your legs and the upper ones by the back. Then you're also going to be having the adjustable lumbar support and thigh extenders as well. A few little interior options that can be found on the car. So it is going to be two-tone leather. This car is going to have the embossed Porsche crest on all the headrests and your armrests as well on the center console there. It has the Burmeister sound system, so obviously an amazing sounding sound system. It is the top quality one that you can get with Porsche. And then speaking as to some of the reconditioning and servicing this vehicle has, it is going to have remaining warranty until May of 2023. The CPO inspection on this vehicle was originally conducted back in 2021. Essentially for that, the most noteworthy thing is that we did do the major service. That's going to cover a lot of those kind of major things that you have to do. So spark plugs, brake fluid flush, air filters. It does include an oil change, any drive belts that need to get replaced. So that's completed in 2021. Notable servicing for 2022, or just when you recently brought in the car. Both the air pump and the fuses for the air suspension had to get replaced. That's been done now and it all works absolutely perfectly. And then as far as brakes go and all that other stuff, brakes have absolutely fantastic life left on them. That's not going to be they're not going to have to get done for quite a while still. And tires are also going to have plenty of life left on them as well. Like I said, with this car, it is quite an extensive option list on it, so I haven't been able to go over absolutely everything in it. So I would recommend, if you're interested in the car, coming down to take a look at it in person. It is quite a unique piece that's, like I said, very well optioned, very fun car to drive. Until then though, thanks for watching and have a great day.
Hello everyone, Jay Gombach coming to you from Porsche Centre Calgary in our virtual showroom, and alongside me today is a 2020 Taycan 4S. This beautiful car is in the Carrera white metallic paint. It has the black partial leather interior, and it is sitting on our 21-inch Mission E design wheel. Now, I love this car because it is very reminiscent of the Mission E concept car, the white with that similar design wheel. So it is very true to kind of the original concepts. We did lose the suicide door, but other than that, it's almost exactly what we saw a couple years ago when this was just a concept. So to have it here with us today is just fantastic. Again, this is the 4S variant, which is going to produce just over 520 horsepower and up to 472 foot-pounds of torque during the launch control. So it is a mid-level car in the lineup, but again, does not lack any performance whatsoever. Let's talk about this particular car. Again, the Mission E wheels are in the black, and what we did is just add the black window surrounds to kind of tie in that monochromatic look on this car. This car, we did add the premium package. That is going to give you the glass roof in these vehicles. They are a fixed roof, they don't open. They're a multi-layered glass system that is going to block the sun, and it's also going to block the UV and everything. It's quite an engineering feat, and it's just really nice when you're inside the cabin. This car also has the surround view camera to help you with your parking in that package. Extra storage package, some netting and things like that. Ionizer inside the car to purify the air even further than the in-cabin filters. Our top-of-the-line Matrix LED headlights. Those are a very active headlight and a very nice thing to see on our vehicles. The lane change assist, or your blind spot warning, going to help just make sure you don't miss anyone in your blind spot. Within that package as well, you do get the 14-way seats, which are heated, and it also adds the ventilation, which is a beautiful option to have, and the Bose stereo as well. So these seats, as I said, are heated. We have added the crests in the headrests. You do get the 4-zone climate control in this vehicle. We did add that, so front and rear separate climate controls, and the rear seats become heated as well. We did add also the 2+1 configuration for the seating, so there is an extra small seat in between the two rear passengers as well. On the performance side of things, this car does have the PSCB, or Porsche ceramic coated brake system. Those are an upgrade, and they are a fantastic brake. I did have the chance to play with them a little bit, not just on the streets, but on the test track as well. So some 0 to 60 to zeros, some slalom. The grip in those brakes is unbelievable. You just don't feel the weight of the car under braking or under handling actually. Porsche first, so it does handle like that as well. This car also includes the Performance Battery Plus. That's going to give you a little bit more range. It's also going to help with the high voltage charging times as well. So a very, very well equipped Mission E-esque vehicle. I would strongly suggest you come in, take a look. We do offer test drives on the vehicle. We want everyone to kind of experience the car. One of the things I heard someone in the building say, which holds very true to me, this doesn't feel like Porsche's first attempt at an electric car. You get into the vehicle, it feels like a Porsche, drives like a Porsche, but it also feels like they've been doing it for 10, 20 years. It just works very well. Again, Jay Gombach, thank you so much for your time. Look forward to seeing you. Thanks again.
Hey everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today we're taking a look at a 2023 Panamera 4SE Hybrid. This comes in Aventurine Green Metallic, very unique color. It's really changes depending how you look at it, and I'll dive into that a little bit later. It's going to have a black interior. As far as performance goes on this vehicle, you get a ton of performance out of this. So this car has a 2.9 liter twin turbocharged V6. And of course it is a hybrid, so that's coupled with an electric motor. In total, they put out 552 horsepower. So you're going to have a ton of straight line power. And then that's going to also be coupled with the PDK transmission. So same transmissions that's typically associated with their sports cars. It's very intuitive. It's very aggressive, gives you kind of really cool, like quick, lightning fast mechanical feel, provides a ton of engagement. And then this being a sedan as well, it's got a very low center of gravity. It's a very practical car, and you're going to be able to have a ton of fun in it. Panameras, if I were to choose one vehicle for myself here, that's at Porsche, I'd take a Panamera for sure. Like I said, you're going to be able to have a ton of fun with them, that lower center of gravity, PDK transmission, but at the same time, it's very usable for yearly driving. It's a great winter car, and if you're looking for something that you can fit hockey bags and sticks, put your skis through in it, you're able to do all that stuff with this vehicle as well. So they're fantastic. You can't go wrong with them. Often I find, especially in Alberta, people are always looking for SUVs to get into, especially with snow. However, you'll never have a problem with this vehicle. We maybe see one snowfall a year where ground clearance becomes an issue. But besides that, even when it's really cold, Calgary stays pretty dry here. Like I said, you can't go wrong with it. They're fantastic. Continuing on regarding some performance features, so we talked about the power and transmission on this car. You're going to have a few standard features with this car being an e-hybrid. So one, you're going to have your Sport Chrono package. That's the dial you get on your steering wheel to switch between modes. In this car, you'll have more modes than other cars, given that it's a hybrid, so you'll have a dedicated electric mode. On average, you should be getting high 40s, so kind of around 48 kilometers of pure electric range. And that is kind of like what I'd say is like a realistic yearly average. Of course, when it's warmer and you're under ideal conditions, you can go a bit further. On a minus 35 day, you're going to be getting lesser mileage, but that's a good average. Driving on that fully electric mode, you can go up to 134 kilometers an hour. And there's a catch point on your gas pedal. If you exceed that catch point, that's when your combustion engine kind of kicks in to give you that extra power. Besides that, you're going to have your hybrid mode. That's the mode that you'd typically be using. Let's say you're going on longer drives, you're driving out to Banff, going skiing, anything like that. It's kind of the optimal efficiency between your electric and your combustion engine. It works very, very seamlessly. It's absolutely fantastic. And then like any other Porsche out there, you're also going to have your sport mode, made for kind of slightly spirited driving. Or if you're wanting your combustion engine running all the time, you can use sport mode for that as well. Sport Plus mode, that's typically only associated with cars that have the Chrono package in it. This one does a standard. That's a sport, well, that's like almost like a track mode made for very aggressive driving. Also going to stiffen up your chassis fully, lower the chassis to the lower level, do a number of things. It gives you the launch control option as well, so you can have quite a bit of fun with that option. I also mentioned it briefly there. As standard, this car is going to have air suspension and PASM. Air suspension gives you a slightly more comfortable ride feel, and also gives you the ability to adjust the ride height. And then PASM is essentially your sport suspension, ability to stiffen up your chassis to different levels, depending what you're doing with the car. So you're on the track, you're on a quite twisty mountain road, you're probably wanting to stiffen up the chassis to reduce that body roll, give you a little bit better road feel so you're more in control of the car. So a few benefits there. Coming to the exterior of the car, talking a little bit about the cosmetic features. So for one, I mentioned the Aventurine Green Metallic already. Beautiful color, lots of depth to it. When the sun's shining, it looks, well, noticeably green. Let's say it's in the shade or darker at night, it's going to look more like agate gray, another color that's available with us. So lots of depth to this car, absolutely fantastic color. Starting up at the front of the vehicle, you're going to have lots of contrasting high gloss black accents. So starting with the wheels, you're going to have the 21-inch Panamera Sport Design wheels done up in high gloss black. Taking a look inside the wheels, you can see that we've actually done a deletion of the acid green brake calipers. So rather than acid green, they're going to be done up in red, which is typically associated with the S models. You can still see along the badging on the vehicle here, which is done up in high gloss black. The perimeter is done up in acid green as well. And then you're also going to have high gloss black window trims, the Panamera logo around back, and the high gloss black sports tailpipes on the back of the vehicle. So everything's kind of integrated very seamlessly. You can see right here on the side vents too, done up in high gloss black. Looks fantastic. Talking about a few things on the exterior of the car. So for headlights, for one, you're going to have your 4-point LED PDLS headlights. These are the ones that give you the swiveling feature. They're speed dependent. The faster you're driving, the further they're going to be projecting out on the road, and they look really cool at nights too. And sorry, before it slips my mind, one last thing is on top of the deletion of the acid green brake calipers, we also did the deletion of the model designation out back. So you'll notice it just says Porsche on the back, and then it kind of gives it a stealth look where you're not sure what model it is, which yeah, really cleans up the back. It looks good, especially with this color and all the high gloss black accents on it. Coming to the inside of the car, it's going to be done up with a black standard interior. You're going to have 14-way seats inside the vehicle, heated GT Sport steering wheel. On top of that, you're going to have 4-zone climate control, the onboard 7.2 kilowatt charger. That essentially doubles the charging capacity from what your standard charging would be. So it goes from a 3.6 kilowatt charger, which generally it'd take quite a long time. It'd be almost 20 hours to charge. This one, you're going to be able to do your charging in, overnight. It'll be done with plenty of time. And actually, sorry, I'm going to fix that there. Charging with 7.2, it's going to be about kind of 5.5 hours to get it up to full charge. It's pretty fast with it. You just have to make sure at home that you have a 240 volt plug installed. It needs to be operating off a minimum of a 30 amp circuit. Then continuing on from that, few assistance systems that are worth pointing out. So the car is going to have your surround view cameras, blind spot warning. It's going to have your adaptive cruise control, of course, so you can monitor that distance from the vehicle in front of you. And then as far as other options go, the car does come equipped with your premium package. That gives you all what kind of I consider your basic necessities. So your panoramic roof, your heated, ventilated seats, heated seats in the back. I already mentioned it's got the 14-way seats, Bose sound system, all the stuff that you're typically after. Blind spot warning, once again, I've already talked about that one. So it is a very well-optioned vehicle and looks fantastic. This aventurine green is fantastic on the Panamera. One of my favorite ones I've seen roll in lately, I'd have to say. If you have any questions, don't hesitate reaching out. More than happy to answer. You're also more than welcome to come and view the vehicle in person. Always great to do that, as on camera does them quite justice, no matter how good the photos are. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you for the next video.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with another lovely piece of pre-owned inventory. This one is a 2023 Panamera 4 Sport Turismo. Now, firstly, I said pre-owned, not technically true. It's only actually been owned by the dealership. This is a former demonstrator model, so very little mileage on it, only about 2,600 kilometers. But I'll get more into that kind of towards the end of the video, but I want to talk about a few things. First off, I mentioned it's a Sport Turismo. Now that means it's kind of the wagon body style of the Panamera. So for a while now, you've had the regular sedan body style in the Panamera. You've had the executive body style, which is the sedan kind of shape with the longer wheelbase, more legroom in the back. And then they introduced the Sport Turismo, which has a little bit more cargo space. It's kind of a wagon, though that's not quite the right word for it, but it's close to it. They've just announced recently that those two body styles, the Executive and the Sport Turismo, have now gone away. You cannot order them any longer. So this is one of just a couple that we have left that are either new or near new in the Sport Turismo body style. So if it's something you like, this is one of your kind of last opportunities to get one that is that's near new. This example is a great one. So now let's talk about that. Starting with the outside. This one is jet black metallic, one of the most popular colors, and certainly looks good and is well suited to a Panamera. The wheels on this one are the 21-inch exclusive design wheel in high gloss black. There's a few high gloss black elements around the outside of the car that we'll talk about. If you go to the back of the car, for example, the Porsche lettering is gloss black. So is the model designation, so where it says Panamera 4, that's gloss black as well to pick up that same accent on the wheels. However, these wheels, while they're called in the gloss black, as it says on the build sheet, they also clearly have that kind of silver element. So with the exhaust tips, you have the option to do silver or black if you do the sport tailpipes, which is what we did. But we did those in this example in the silver, so they do pop off a little bit. So it's not just all black everything. You've got a little bit of silver here and there to contrast and pop off, which I think is important. I think all black, you kind of lose a lot of the work the designers put in to really make the car look its best. So it's a great kind of example of a ton of black stuff, make it look really sleek and sporty, but enough little accents to make it pop and not just kind of blend in and have the details wash out. Some other stuff outside. What else did I want to talk about outside? Model designation, the wheels. I guess that's about it. Those are kind of the high points. Let's move to the inside. So this has the black standard interior. 90+% of the cars will have that. That's generally what I recommend. But then quite a few other extras were optioned on this one. Firstly, the Premium Plus package, which includes a whole bunch of stuff, starting with, I guess, one thing that is on the outside, that is the Matrix LED headlights with PDLS Plus. So they are the top level headlights that are available on the car, obviously super bright being the Matrix LEDs, but the Matrix part is having to do with the auto high beam. If it sees a car coming the other way, it has 84 individual LEDs per side, and it'll turn off only the specific ones affecting that car as it drives by. So you see kind of like a black spot as those headlights come by that moves with that car, keeping the rest of your field of view fully illuminated with the high beam. So really, really cool feature. If you do late night driving, makes for phenomenal visibility. So you get that with the Premium Plus package. You also get the seat upgrade to the 14-way seat, which gains you the thigh extension and the lumbar support. Those front seats will be heated and ventilated. The package also adds heated seats into the rear, as well as 4-zone climate control. So in addition to having your 2 zones up front where driver and passenger can select different temperatures, the rear passengers also have that. They can select different temperatures for either side and play with those climate control settings. You also get the lane change assist, which is blind spot warning. That's part of that package. So is the upgraded sound system to the Bose. You get the soft closed doors as well with the Panamera in the Premium Plus package, which is a great option that I think is under-ordered on some of our other cars. You can get it on the Cayenne, and I don't think we see it enough. I think it's a great feature, but they make it a little bit easier to get in the Panamera by putting it in that Premium Plus package. Also, this one has the assistance package. So with these kind of executive cars, people expect more and more nowadays to have some driver aids. Porsche hasn't been the most enthusiastic to adopt the self-driving and stuff like that, but we do have some really neat driver aid type stuff that doesn't remove you so much from the drive, but does make it a little bit easier, especially for longer drives that you might do in a car like this. So that package gives you the adaptive cruise control. You can set your following distance from the car in front. If they brake, it'll brake for you automatically to maintain that gap that you've set. It'll also take into consideration things like the topography ahead, and it does have the Inno drive, so it's kind of a level up from just the adaptive cruise control. Also gives you the heads-up display, so it'll project your speed as well as navigation directions and things like that up onto the glass from the windshield. And you also get the surround view as part of that. So rather than just having the rear camera, you have a camera on the rear still, but also one on the front and one underneath each side mirror. So you get the top-down view. You can see all the way around the car. It makes it super easy to park, especially with a car as big and long as this is. That's certainly handy. A couple of other things that were added too, speaking of the length, one thing is the rear axle steering, which is nice kind of in a couple of ways. One being at low speeds in parking. So when you are traveling at lower speeds and you turn the wheels one way, the front wheels, by turning the steering wheel, it'll turn the rear wheels the opposite way, which shortens up your turning circle. So it is a big long car, as I mentioned, but much more maneuverable at low speeds when you option that rear axle steer. And then at higher speeds, if you're really driving through the mountains and seeing what the car can do. It'll turn the rear wheels in the same direction as the front wheels to give you more high-speed stability. So it's a really cool feature, and I find it most impactful on the larger cars like the Panamera. We also have with this one the Sport Chrono package, so that gives you the drive mode selector on the steering wheel. So all the cars will always have a normal kind of default mode when you get in the car, and then you'll either have just the Sport button on the center console, or with Sport Chrono, you have a drive mode selector on the steering wheel that allows you then to access the Sport Plus mode, which is even more extreme throttle response and shift points and things like that, as well as an individual mode, which you can kind of tailor which aspects do you want to feel sportier and which not. Do you want the spoiler to go up and things like that? And then you also get the Sport Responsive button as part of that. So inside that drive mode selector dial, there's a little button you can press, and it gives you kind of all the power available immediately. It's like a push to pass kind of idea. It doesn't give you more power, but it gives you immediate access to that power. And yeah, for passing moves and stuff like that on the highway, it works really quite well. It's a pretty neat feature. As well, on the note of the steering wheel, it has the sportier GT Sport multi-function heated steering wheel. Relatively inexpensive option, but definitely worth getting. Makes the steering wheel a little bit smaller. It definitely feels sportier, changes up the look a little bit as well, and gives you kind of larger bulges at the 10 and 2 positions and the center marker on the wheel as well. Small feature, but I like it. You're constantly interacting, obviously, with the wheel. Your hands are on it constantly when you're driving. So if you're going to upgrade something, that's a great thing to choose. And then a little bit more about kind of the, I guess, the status of this one. Like I mentioned off the top, only has about 2,600 kilometers and was a previous demonstrator. Now, as a pre-owned car, we put on the Porsche approved certified pre-owned designation. So that means even though it had very little mileage, it still went into our shop and went through the certified inspection and reconditioning process. And then as a result of that, it comes with extra warranty. So from brand new, it would have 4 years or 80,000 kilometers of warranty. With that certification, you get a warranty extension. So it extends then to 6 years and unlimited kilometers. Or if you hit that 80 kilometer threshold earlier than the 4 years, then the 2-year extension kicks in then, and the mileage becomes unlimited. So some great value there. This one is some pretty good savings compared to new, even when you just look at the price, you know, what it was originally versus what it is now with the minimal mileage. But then considering you also get that extra warranty and then the available finance rates when they're certified, etc., it's really a good value. And as I mentioned too, you can't even get this body style anymore. So if you're interested at all, it really is a cool opportunity. If you want to learn more, give us a call or pay us a visit. This one will be on display in our showroom soon. Thanks very much for watching.
Hi everyone, Andy here with Porsche Center Calgary, and in latest Taycan news, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson does not fit in the new 2020 Porsche Taycan. If you're 6'5" and built like a brick, whatever, you might not fit in this car, but we would certainly encourage you to come down and try it out. So Dwayne, if you're watching, come on in. We'd love to meet you. Anyways, let's talk about the car beside me. This is a 2020 Porsche Taycan 4S in Carrera White Metallic on our partial black leather interior. This one is outfitted with a premium package, so let's go through that together. Carrera White Metallic exterior color, the partial leather interior in black, and then we equip the car with the premium package, which includes the following: LED matrix headlights with PDLS Plus. So these headlights are our most advanced headlights. They're made up of 84 individual LEDs, and they can turn off those individual LEDs to prevent blinding oncoming traffic. Neat little tidbit of information on this headlight is that they only work here in Canada, so US cars equipped with matrix headlights, that function is actually disabled in those cars, so yay Canada. Fixed panoramic roof. So this glass roof does not tilt, does not slide, it is fixed. However, it's the only way to get your crossbars, so if you plan on carrying anything of the roof of your Taycan, you need the panoramic roof. Surround view camera up next on the premium package. So reverse camera is standard on all of our cars now. The surround view is adding a camera at the front of the vehicle underneath either side mirror, so giving you that top-down or bird's eye view. Also, another little cool tidbit of information is the rear camera has a washer jet, and you also have a 360-degree view scrolling on the PCM display inside the car, so you can actually drag and view all around the vehicle of your parking space. So really cool thing in there, and cool technology. Lane change assist is our blind spot warning system. So right here on the mirror, it will illuminate if there's someone in your blind spot, and flash if you have your turn indicator on and there's someone sitting in your blind spot. The ionizer is great for cleaning the interior cabin air. There are no filters to replace, so literally no maintenance, and it removes 99.9% of allergens inside the car. So really great if anyone has any allergies. 14-way seats in this vehicle, so you have adjustable leg length, lumbar support, full chair movement, memory seating as well. The passenger side is the same chair. Ventilation in the driver passenger seat. We have storage package, so underneath the angular PCM, right ahead of the cup holders, there's storage behind there, which is really cool, really convenient actually. And then the Bose audio system is a part of that package. Burmester is an available upgrade. Side window trims in gloss black, just accenting the monochromatic theme to this build. All Taycans come with a 2-speed transmission, which is kind of cool, or sorry, 2-speed transmission on the rear axle. Porsche electronic sport sound. I think this is a must-have on all Taycans actually, personal opinion. But what it does is amplifies the electric motor sound in the cabin, and Porsche just does a really good job of that. It really helps you feel your spatial awareness of moving and the propulsion of the vehicle. It just works really, really well. So that's why I encourage my clients and everyone to check it out and or add it to their build. 21-inch Taycan exclusive design wheels, painted in gloss black on our all-season tires. Just looks fantastic on this build. We're just getting these cars in, so we're building cars with different colored wheels, different wheel combinations. So this, I think, will take off. This is a great looking wheel. Adaptive cruise control. So all cars come standard with the regular cruise control. Adaptive cruise control will help maintain a safe distance between you and the person you're following. Great addition and increasingly popular across the auto industry. Seat heating front and rear. Seat heating in the front is standard. Adding the rear is a little bit more money if that's important to you. Accent package in dark silver. So that's just the trim pieces inside the cabin, just really accenting the interior of the car. If that's not chosen, the car just seems a little bit darker, which some people might not like. So that's why we added this trim package, and I like what it does in there. And there's the neodyme as well, which is a bronze or goldish color, which looks really cool as well. Rear seat 2+1 configuration. The car comes standard as a 2+2, but we think that the 2+1 is probably a little bit more convenient for what this car is capable of doing. Passenger display, which is a really cool thing. So the main screen is a 10.9-inch display, and then you get another 10.9-inch display to the right of it. You might think, oh, that's silly. Why does the passenger need one? But as soon as you sit in the car in the passenger side and you're able to reach directly in front of you, input navigation or destinations, change the music, and you're not reaching over, it's fantastic. It's totally worth the money. The onboard 150 kilowatt DC charger helps decrease charging times. That's probably also worth it. Mobile Charger Connect. This is also a feature so you can plug in at home and anywhere else with an industrial plug-in. And then we extend that vehicle cable length for 7.5 meters because, well, no one ever complains when the cables are too long, but when they're too short, well, that's no good. So there we have it. This Taycan 4S is a stunner to say the least, and if you haven't driven the Taycan or had a closer look at one, please come on down and chat with one of us in the sales floor. The car is absolutely outstanding. It's one of my favorite Porsches of all time right now. It's just really exciting to drive, and it's totally new. So you can find a lot of cool new things inside the car, and it drives like a sports car. It's a Porsche sports car first and an EV, an electric vehicle, second. Yeah, lower center of gravity than a 911. So what does that tell you? Its handling performance is absolutely incredible. So thanks for tuning in. My name's Andy with Porsche Center Calgary, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and here today with a very special piece of pre-owned inventory. This one is a 2023 Panamera GTS. Now, in this video today, we're going to go through kind of the basics of this car, touch on some of the high points, but there's a lot of very unique stuff about this car. This one is part of our exclusive show car program, which means it's an opportunity for us to get a little bit indulgent with our option selections and put a whole bunch of stuff in a car that is really cool, but that frankly we don't see all the time. Not everybody knows it's available. So with a few models each year, we'll take them into inventory and spec them especially high at some really cool stuff just to show it off and kind of demonstrate to people what you can do. So we will do a more in-depth video on this car where we talk more about the kind of subtle highlights, those more rare options that we've selected. But in this one, we'll speak just kind of in general terms and again, touch on the high spots. So let's get started. Starting with the exterior, this is Amethyst Metallic, which is a phenomenal color. I love it, quite a rare color, and one that in this video, you're probably not getting the full effect of, right? I think in photos, it's largely the same thing. It's a color you need to see outside in the sunlight to get the full impact of it. Being called amethyst, it is kind of a purple color, but depending on the light it's in, it might look just black. In fact, when I came down and took a look at it yesterday, it looked basically black at first glance. It's not until you kind of move around it and see how the light's bouncing off that purple comes out, then the metallic will come out, and it looks really special. So it's an awesome color that I love. As I mentioned, we'll do another video. There will be a bunch of media that we produce about this car to kind of get the word out about some of the cool options. So keep an eye out for that, or do come and see it in person to get that full effect. So yeah, color is awesome. Should have mentioned too, being a GTS, that means it uses the 4-liter twin turbocharged V8, which makes it sound phenomenal. All these GTSs will get sport exhaust as well to really dial up and even emphasize that sound that much more. It is twin turbocharged, as I mentioned, and it makes 473 horsepower, so quite a bit of performance there. Being a GTS, as I mentioned, sport exhaust is standard, so is a sport design body kit. It looks a little bit different than the other Panameras. This particular one has the sport design package in carbon fiber, so there's a few extra carbon bits on the exterior, as well as a bunch of other carbon stuff that we'll dive more deeply into in that other video. All the GTSs will also have things like the Sport Chrono package and air suspension, so all that's optioned here without being visible on a build sheet, as it is just standard equipment on these GTS models. These wheels were an upgrade. The standard GTS wheel is a nice black wheel. Most people would go with that. It's the RS Spider wheel. This one is the 21-inch exclusive design wheel. I think it looks great on this color. It works very well with the car. outside, well, we'll leave it at that for now for our purposes today. Let's move to the inside. The inside of this one is the GTS interior package in chalk. So the GTS interior package you can have in a couple of different colors, but really when you're selecting the color, it's not so much the color of the leather as the stitching. All right, the leather interior is black, but with the chalk stitching throughout, as well as the embroidered GTS on the headrests and a couple other little touches. The standard version of that would be to have the race text, or formerly known as Alcantara, in the seat centers and leather elsewhere. With this one, we opted to just have it entirely leather rather than having that Alcantara in there. Can be a really nice option depending on kind of the build you're going for, but with this one, we decided leather was the better way to go. And then of course the premium package, which will put in just about everything in this car. That means it has heated seats front and rear. It also gets the Bose sound system, gets the blind spot warning. On Panameras, you also get soft closed doors in the premium package, which on any other car we offer it on is a single box you have to tick. So I like that it's in the premium package, so we see it on more Panameras. It's a nice option. I think it's under-selected on the Cayenne. Also, you get the, what did I mention, the Bose, the Matrix headlights. So you have the auto high beams, but the more advanced version, not the ones that just turn the system off, but there are 84 individual LEDs, and it turns off only the specific ones affected by that car as it drives by. So you have much greater nighttime visibility than you would have without that system. Also, the assistance package, which gives you a handful of other things like the full 360-degree surround view camera, the head-up display, and the what was the other one? Of course, the adaptive cruise control. So you can set your following distance from the car in front. If they slow down, then this one slows down for you to maintain that set gap. Another performance option we added to this as well is the rear axle steering. So at higher speeds, the rear wheels turn with the front wheels to give you that greater high-speed stability. But then also at lower speeds, what it does, say you're in a parking lot, it turns wheels in the opposite direction to shorten up that turning circle. So the Panamera is quite a large car. This is when I do recommend that feature on it. It makes parking in tight spaces a whole lot easier. And I think that's just about everything for our video today. So again, if you want a more in-depth kind of deep dive on some of the highlights, keep an eye out for that video. But if you like what you see already here, do give us a call or pay us a visit to learn more. Thanks very much for watching.
Andy here with Porsche Center Calgary, and today beside me I have a beautifully equipped 2020 Porsche Taycan. This Taycan is finished in Carrera white metallic on our black standard interior and equipped with the 19-inch Taycan Aero wheels with all-season tires and the Porsche colored crest there, as you can see in the center cap. This car has the premium package equipped, so we have the LED matrix headlights here in this package. So those are the 84 individual LEDs. Those lights will self-level, turn with the input of the steering wheel, and be reactive to oncoming traffic. Has the fixed panoramic roof. So when I say fixed, this means that there is no tilt or slide function. This is a solid piece of glass. And then this is the only way to equip the car to be able to carry anything on the roof. So if you're carrying a ski box or skis on the roof or a bicycle carrier, you do need to get the panoramic roof. We have the surround view camera on this car, part of that premium package. So that places a camera at the front of the vehicle underneath either side mirror, and paired with the standard reverse camera, you get the top down or bird's eye view. And in the Taycan, this is really cool because when you're in that surround view camera view on the center screen, the 10.9-inch screen there, you're able to scroll and have a 360-degree view of your parking, which is really cool to make sure you're lined up and not parking on the curb. We have lane change assist. That's our blind spot warning system. So right here on the mirror, it will illuminate if there's someone in your blind spot, or flash if there's someone there and your turn indicator's on. We have the ionizer in this package, so that cleans the air inside of your car against allergens. This is a really cool feature because it doesn't have any replacement filters required, so there's literally no maintenance. 14-way seats with memory, so kind of the most popular seat here at Porsche. Adjustable leg length, adjustable lumbar support, and then full chair adjustment, so really comfortable seat. The 18-way is obviously an option as well. Seat ventilation, so the car comes standard with heated seats, of course. And with the premium package, this gives you the seat ventilation for driver passenger. And we have the storage package, so underneath the touch screen in the center console, there's storage underneath there, which is really, really convenient. And of course the Bose audio to finish things up there. Burmester is an available upgrade. We've also added the Porsche Electric Sport Sound, which amplifies the electric motor sound in the vehicle, and it sounds fantastic. I really encourage this option. It really helps you gauge driving speeds and inertia in the vehicle. It sounds really cool and it works very, very well. We have the Performance Battery Plus, which will help give the car a little extra range, and with preconditioning the battery temperatures and whatnot as well, it's a little bit more intelligent. It was standard equipment or requirement for 2020 models, but now it is a $7,500 option for new orders. We have the rear seat 2+1, so the car comes standard as a 2+2 seating, so a 4-passenger vehicle, but quite often we equip it as a 2+1, so it can seat 5 passengers. We have the 150 kilowatt onboard DC charger, and what this does is just shortens your timing, your time to charge the vehicle, so why not have that? The biggest concern for most people is range and how long is it going to take to charge my electric vehicle. Mobile Charger Connect. What this simply does is allows you to plug the car into industrial plugins. So yeah, those are the options that we have added to this particular car. The Taycan is a fantastic car to drive. If you haven't driven one, please stop by, have one of us take you out for a spin. If not, drive it yourself. It's extremely different than a combustion engine vehicle, and but at the same time it has all the characteristics of a Porsche. It's a Porsche first, electric car second. It's a sports car at heart, and we all absolutely love it. The peak horsepower of this car is 562 horsepower and 479 pound-feet of torque. All of the Taycans come with a performance start or launch control capabilities, and when we do launch control in this car, people think that it's a high 2 seconds to mid 3 seconds 0 to 60. On Porsche's numbers, they say 0 to 100 is 4 seconds, but we all know Porsche is conservative on those numbers. The standard warranty for the car is 4 years or 80,000 kilometers, 12-year rust perforation warranty, and the high voltage battery gets a 8-year or 130,000 kilometer warranty. So there we have it, one of our beautiful Taycan 4S's, and encouraging you all to come down and have a closer look at it. Thanks for tuning in. This is Andy with Porsche Center Calgary.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming back to Porsche Center Calgary virtual showroom. My name is B. Today I'm here with a 2023 Panamera 4S Sport Turismo. The 4S Sport Turismo comes with a 2.9-liter V6 bi-turbo engine, which gives you a 443 horsepower. Combined with the PDK transmission, this is another powerful, luxury and fun to drive machine we have here today. The exterior of the vehicle is in papaya metallic. The interior is black leather interior package, so you will notice quite a bit of leather surfaces in the vehicle. While we are standing outside the vehicle, let's do a walk around on the car. First of all, you will notice the sports design package, which gives you the front and rear fascia of the car in exterior color, so it's painted. Then you will notice the side skirt of the vehicle, it's in exterior color. With these trim pieces painted to exterior color, the vehicle looks a little bit lower to the ground, but actually the ground clearance is just the same. And then you will find high gloss black trim piece at the side air intake on the side, and then the rear diffuser at the edge of the roof in high gloss black. Speaking of high gloss black trim pieces, we also choose several other trim pieces around the vehicle to match that design. Includes the window trim and rear wiper arm. We have the sports exhaust with high gloss black tailpipe. Obviously with the sports exhaust, not only looks quite nice, it also sounds very nice when you start up vehicle. Around the wheels, you will notice 21-inch Panamera sports design wheel in high gloss black, and you look behind the wheel, you have the high gloss black brake calipers. Also, when we stand beside vehicle, high gloss black door handles. Overall, with the papaya exterior and high gloss black trim pieces around the car, this vehicle looks not only luxurious, also have a sporty touch and make it very unique when you're driving down the street. Before I forget about it, the 21-inch wheels come with the all-season tires, which gives you more safety and better traction when it's raining outside. Now let's take a seat inside the vehicle. When you open the door, you will notice the door seal in aluminum, and you will notice the crest on the headrest of front and rear seats. The panoramic roof comes standard for this vehicle, same as the navigation and Apple CarPlay. On top of those very practical and helpful features, we also have the premium package. In the premium package, you will have the 14-way power seat with memory system. It gives you the heated front and rear seat, front seat ventilation. With these features, it offers you a comfort ride. Also, you'll notice the seat design. It supports your back very well. On top of that, you will have the ambient light, soft close door, and Bose audio system in this vehicle. They give you an extra luxurious touch on top of the comfort features of the car. Last but not least, we have the lane change assist and LED headlight with PDLS system. So the PDLS system will allow the headlight to adjust itself, depends on how you're cornering, how fast you're driving, what kind of lighting condition it is outside. Overall, this, like I mentioned before, is a luxurious, comfortable, powerful machine. If this is something you'll be looking for, please give us a call at Porsche Center Calgary. Thank you very much. My name is B.
Hello everyone, and thanks again for joining me. I am Jay Gombach from Porsche Center Calgary in our virtual showroom, and here with me today we have a 2020 Taycan 4S. Let me talk about this car a little bit. So the 4S is the obviously all-wheel drive, which currently all the Taycan models are. The S variant is going to give you 522 horsepower, or I should say up to during the launch control, and 472 foot-pounds of torque during that performance start or launch control. So no lack of power. There are two models above this. They are not needed. This car, I believe, truly has enough power. It's sporty and a good package altogether. We are seeing more of these on the road now that the 4Ss are starting to arrive. Customer orders have come in. So keep your eyes out on the streets. There are a few of them out there. They look just fantastic when they're moving. So this particular car is in the black with the black interior. We have it on the 20-inch Taycan Turbo Aero wheel as well. So kind of your traditional black on black. But we have done quite a few nice little intricate details with this car. Some of those accents are red seat belts. That kind of highlights the red brake calipers that are on this car. We did the embroidered crests, the Porsche crests on the headrests. On the outside of the car, we did add the black window surround, which again is just to kind of keep that black look going. Inside, we did a couple of neat things. So unlike the majority of our other cars, the Taycan does get some exclusive options that the other cars don't have yet or are available yet. So there's a couple of different little details inside that we did. So we added the dark silver accent package. That's on a lot of the little trimming and everything inside the car. It's a really nice touch, and again, if you weren't looking at a build sheet, something that you might overlook, but once you're in the car and you know that that was an added option, you will appreciate that one. And then above and beyond that, we also have the carbon fiber interior package. And again, just in different areas and panels located in the vehicle, those are finished in the carbon fiber. So a lot of attention to the small details on the interior of the car. To go with that carbon fiber, we have added the illuminated carbon fiber door sills. So when you enter the vehicle, you are greeted with the lit up door sills with the model insignia on there. And again, those are in the carbon fiber. So nice touch. Another little touch, one of my personal favorites, are the colored Porsche crests on the wheels. Those are an option. Would have been just fine with the black standard ones here, but I do like a little pop of color on there as well. Again, some more kind of features on this vehicle that I really like. I think almost every Taycan could use these, although they're not necessary. They are great to have. One of which is our Porsche electronic sound, and that to me is very nice because sometimes you can get lost in the silence of an electric vehicle, especially when you're driving it a little bit harder or you're doing one of our performance starts. Sometimes your body doesn't quite know what's going on. And by having this tuned Porsche sound to go along with the acceleration and deceleration of the vehicle, I just find it gives you a more visceral experience altogether and more of a human experience inside the car. Those sounds were engineered from the natural electric motor sounds by the Porsche engineers, and I think they absolutely nailed that. Another fun thing is if you have people in your car more often than not, we added the passenger screen. So obviously the Taycan is very technological. There's a mix of touch screen and some buttons that actually work, and side scrolling screens and a lot of that. So in this vehicle, we've added the passenger display, which kind of even lengthens that and gives you a little more to look at. But it's just great when you are traveling, maybe doing a road trip. Your passenger can have those shotgun privileges and do the navigation for you. They can change the music, all that stuff with their very own screen from the passenger side. So that's a great little added feature on this vehicle. So we've also added the Premium Plus package to this Taycan, which again is just a grouping of some of the most sought after or favorite options at a bundled price. This does have the ionizer, which is air purification in that package, the fixed glass roof, the ventilated seats, lane change assist, which is your blind spot warning. It does come with the LED matrix headlight, which is the most advanced headlight. Bose stereo, awesome stereo system in there, surround view cameras, and then the more adjustable 14-way seats. Now, speaking of seats, the heated seats are standard. These ones are vented. And then in the rear, we've added the 2+1 option, which gives you a smaller kind of third seat in the rear instead of the kind of more four-seater style that this car was launched with. So again, all around, just a great build. Really, really well done. I would really like for you to come down, take a look, ask us questions. The electric cars are here to stay, and this is probably the best one on the market. So come take a look, ask all of our guys questions, and we're gonna be more than happy to help. Thanks so much for your time.
Hello, this is Scott Chapman at Porsche Center Calgary. I'm standing here today beside a new piece of inventory, but a pre-owned car. This is a 2020 Panamera 4 e-hybrid 10-year edition. I'll go into more detail shortly about what the 10-year edition means, but essentially it's a run-out model edition for the Panamera. Porsche usually does this before they switch into different facelifted versions. They'll do a run-out series to put some different content into the model and have some additional value packed into there as well. This specific vehicle, pardon me, is finished in Carrera white on the exterior and has a standard black interior. The stats on this car as far as performance and electric details go as such. So combined horsepower with this car, an astonishing 457 horsepower and then 516 pound-feet of torque. So plenty of get up and go. In the Panamera, you get the PDK transmission, 8-speed in the Panamera. So that power with that transmission is a fantastic combination. As far as the electric side of things goes, this is a parallel hybrid electric car. So what that means is the electric can work on its own. It can work in conjunction with the gasoline ICE motor. You can charge separately by plugging into the wall, or the gasoline motor can in turn charge the vehicle as well. You can also charge through regenerative braking, transmission decoupling. Porsche is quite clever with some of those methods in terms of what can be done there to generate more battery power to utilize the electric and hybrid components. Specifically, if you're driving an electric only, this car will be about 35 kilometers of range. So the purpose here is city driving to be able to utilize purely electric mode. Of course, when you run out of electricity, then the gasoline motor will kick in to give you the power that's needed and to then either work just on its own or to generate power to charge that battery back up. The main point being you don't have to suffer from any range anxiety with this car. It has all the different functions that will get you to where you need to go. Now, I mentioned I was going to dive more into the 10-year edition and what features are standard with that badge. So you have the gold finished RS Spider design wheels. You're going to have LED matrix headlights, the lane change assist and lane keep assist features, the panoramic sunroof, also the privacy glass on the side glass windows, the 14-way seats with crests on the headrests, soft closed doors, the Bose audio system. You're going to have the Porsche active suspension management feature, and as well as the Power Steering Plus feature. So those are all part of that 10-year edition. Now, a few details here. This car is certified pre-owned. So you will have warranty until April 24th of 2026. No limitation on the kilometers, so unlimited kilometers. This car has just under 51,000 kilometers on it. It was traded in by a very good client of ours who basically will just lease a car for every 3 years and then trade it in for a new one. So he has a great track record in terms of a Porsche aficionado. It comes from a great home and has been well taken care of. As a result of that, plus the certification, the service is all up to date, so nothing due, nothing needed. We've then gone above and beyond that to replace the windshield so the glass looks perfect, and then we put brand new tires on it and completed an alignment as well. So the car's ready to drive, ready to go. Your next service would be due approximately 1 year, 15,000 kilometers from now. Now, a few details on what this car has as far as option content. I mentioned the color scheme. The client decided when he ordered this car to delete the Panamera 10 logo on both the front doors. However, you will still see the e-hybrid badge. You'll have the rear axle steering, including that Power Steering Plus. As mentioned, the Power Steering Plus is standard in this car, but in order to get the rear axle steering, it has to be there. That's why I've just mentioned it as such. I will just correct myself. Sorry, the wheels are the Sport Design wheels, not the RS Spider wheels. They look quite similar, but the color is called the Satin White Gold Metallic. They are fitted with all-season tires. You're going to also have the thermally noise-insulated glass on this car, the adaptive cruise control, the ambient lighting. The rear seats are 8-way adjustable seats with the memory feature. You're going to have the rear heated seats and front ventilated seats. You're going to have the retractable luggage compartment cover that's, I believe, electronic in the rear of this car, as combined with the power sun blind, which is electronic as well. The seat belts are finished in chalk. It's also going to have the carbon fiber interior package, and then to go along with that, you have the carbon fiber door sill guards. And that will complete the option list in this car. So a very well optioned car, coupled with the fact that the 10-year edition gives you some nice standard content. Please feel free to come down and see this car in person. You can call us at 403-319-0000 or visit us at 8300 Blackfoot Trail Southeast in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Thanks for listening. And again, this is Scott at Porsche Centre Calgary.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Centre Calgary, and I'm here today with another very exciting piece of inventory. This one is a 2020 Taycan 4S. So, as you may or may not be aware, the Taycan is an all new model for us this year for 2020, and most significantly, it is also all electric. So, it's a vehicle that we're really excited to finally have. Many years ago now, Porsche showed it first as the Mission E concept, and everybody got really excited because the car looked just amazing, and you know, they were touting some pretty outstanding performance figures, and now all this time later the car is finally here in the metal. It actually looks a lot like that concept, and all the performance numbers pretty much line up with what they were kind of initially shooting for back then. So it's really cool. We're again totally thrilled to finally have the car, and so far the customer reception is very much the same. Everybody who's driven the car is pretty wowed. It is, while it's, you know, a very different car for Porsche in that it's all electric, it still feels very much like a Porsche. They definitely took the philosophy of building a Porsche first and an electric car second. So it still, you know, has all the characteristics and qualities and things that people look for in a Porsche, just with kind of a different drivetrain. So let's talk about this guy in particular. So this one, as I mentioned, is the 4S. What that means is it makes horsepower about 482. When you're just kind of driving around day to day, you get 482 horsepower. But when you go into launch control, when you want to get that, you know, maximum performance start from the line, it actually bumps that up to 562 horsepower for the launch control. So really awesome performance at what is currently the base level. So I expect in the years to come we'll have just a regular Taycan without the S, and we'll probably have a GTS variant and all that stuff as well. Right now, there's the 4S, which we have here, and then the Turbo and Turbo S above that. So yeah, hard to understand this as a base model, but technically for the moment anyway, that's what it is. Torque is about 480 foot-pounds, 479 to be exact, and the 0 to 100 kilometers an hour time, according to Porsche, is 4 seconds, 4.0. Now, Porsche famously tends to undervalue those acceleration times. I'm sure you'll see some other magazines and stuff showing even a little bit quicker than that. So some pretty impressive performance. Now, this one, starting with the outside, is volcano gray metallic. Probably my favorite color. In fact, a lot of this car is kind of my favorite option. It's pretty close to how I would spec it personally. So volcano gray metallic. The wheels, what do they call these ones? These are the 21-inch exclusive design wheel, and then so you select that wheel, and the standard finish is just for the whole thing to be silver. We painted this one in the gloss black, so most of it's black still with that kind of silver element through. I think they look awesome on the car. Some other stuff outside, the black trim surrounding the windows. We'll switch it out on most cars. People tend to prefer that. The standard is a silver trim, so occasionally we might have those in stock, but most of them are going to be the black. And I think that pretty well sums up the outside. Oh, I'm sure you can see the sensor up front there for the adaptive cruise control. So on pretty much all of our cars now, we're seeing most of our clients really want that. So most of the cars that we bring in for inventory will have it. But even more so in the electric car world, you know, people tend to be looking for a little bit more driver aids. Even from us, you know, historically, we haven't sold as many driver aids as some other brands because we are, you know, a driver's car first. But particularly on the electric ones, we're putting a couple more of those things in, like your adaptive cruise control. So let's move on then to the inside of the car. My favorite interior here as well. This is the two-tone black and chalk full leather interior. So that means everything in there basically is leather. Your dashboard is fully leather wrapped, so are your doors. Of course, your seats, also the center console, all that has genuine smooth finish leather on it. And I mentioned the two-tone black and chalk. So your dashboard is black, the upper part of the doors are black, your carpets, all that, but the seats and the under part of the dash is chalk, which is kind of like an off-white color. Really brightens up the cabin and just gives it a really cool look. You know, the beige alternative, right? Most of our two-tone interiors with black and beige, and that's fine. But to me, the black and chalk has a little bit of a younger, sportier feel to it than the beige, but still accomplishes that goal of kind of brightening up the cabin, so it's not all just the same and black like most of our stuff is. As nice as that is, black's always good. You can't really go wrong. The black and chalk to me is just a little bit more interesting. And then other content inside. So we put in the, let's see here, I don't want to miss anything, the Premium Plus package. So that's going to give you a whole bunch of stuff, starting with the panoramic glass roof. So in these cars, it works a little bit different than it does in the rest of ours. Basically what you have is just a full glass roof, so there's no kind of partition in the middle like there is with some of them. However, when you get that means usually that front half opens up. With the Taycans, that it doesn't actually open. It's always fixed, but it's always glass as well. There's not a cover, but you have several different layers of glass, so you don't have you know, you've got a lot of UV protection, I guess is what I'm getting at, so you don't get, you know, too much sun baking the top of your head or anything. It's a really cool solution to kind of a different approach to the rest of our cars. That makes the cabin feel really airy and kind of just unique. Other stuff, so panoramic roof, this particular one has the 18-way seat, so with that package you can option the 14 or the 18-way. The 18 is of course the most adjustable, but also the most bolstered. It wraps around you a little bit more than the 14-way, and then that bolstering is adaptive on the 18-way. The front seats will be ventilated as part of that package as well. They're heated already as standard, and then we also, sorry, it's not actually in the Premium Plus, but we did also add the rear heated seat to this specific example. But other stuff in that package, the lane change assist, which is your blind spot warning, that you get as part of the package. You get the Matrix LED headlight, so I think they look phenomenal on the Taycan. That's some of the best. One of my favorite styling cues, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at, is the new headlight design. It's still Porsche, but not quite. You know, they did a great job, in my opinion, of designing this car to make it look instantly like a Porsche, but also, you know, very different and futuristic at the same time. And I think the headlights did a lot of that work for them. So you get the Matrix LED headlights. You also get the Bose audio system. You get the surround view camera. So you have cameras underneath each side mirror, as well as one on the front and the rear of the car. And this is the first model that we have that also allows you, when you're in that surround view camera, to kind of seemingly take a step outside the vehicle. And when you touch the screen, it looks like you are now looking at the car from the outside, and you can actually kind of spin the car around and really see all the objects around you. So it's a little bit different. It takes some getting used to. Even the standard surround view camera does if you haven't used it before. And this is just one step further. But much like the kind of the first version of that system, once you learn to trust it and understand how the system works, it works phenomenally well. It makes parking the car and pulling in and out of tight spaces much easier. Also in that package, I think that's everything in the package. So I mentioned the rear heated seats, the advanced climate control 4-way, as they call it. What that does is in the rear, kind of on the back of the center console, you have a little screen, a little touch screen now on these cars. So without that, you still have vents back there, air is still getting back, but with the advanced 4-zone climate, you have a touch screen and you can have independent climate zones for your rear passengers. And then another subtle touch is the crests we put in the headrest, the embossed crest, subtle touch that I always like to put in the cars. And then we did the onboard charger. So what that will do, the onboard DC charger, so right now I think we have one charging station in the city that is the DC direct current charger. That's the one that's capable of the fastest charging. Porsche has put out numbers like 20 minutes-ish to get from a 0 to 80% charge. So in order to get that maximum kind of charge time, you need to add that onboard charger. It'll still work without it, it just won't be quite as fast. So we did option that to this car. As I said, right now there's only, I think, one place that actually has it, but as the years go by there will be more and more. In fact, in about a year we'll have one at the dealership here as well. And then another thing that's I wasn't sure how I'd feel about it that we put in this car is the electric sport sound. So of course, sport exhaust has been an option in our cars for a long time and quite popular on the sports cars. It gives you the option to press that button and opens the baffles in the exhaust and just makes it sound a little bit more emotive and aggressive. Of course, this being fully electric, you don't have that option. There's no exhaust sound. So what they've done is given you that electric sport sound option. And so what they, I guess, have done to do that is they have the natural sounds that the battery and all that system makes, and they've kind of amplified them so it's not entirely artificial, but it's not entirely an organic sound either. So some car reviewers and journalists have said that you get Jetsons noises. I don't think that's far off. You get kind of buzzing and whirring, and it sounds strange when you haven't experienced it, but I encourage you to come down and drive one and experience it, because it's a very unique and kind of futuristic sound, but definitely does dial up the emotion a little bit. It does dial up the emotion a little bit in the experience, similar to what you get with our gas cars, more so than I actually would have thought before trying it out. And then finally, the last thing we added was the 25-foot charging cable. So that's a $0 option when you're getting it from factory. If you decided to get a longer cable after, you can from the parts department. It's just going to cost you a whole lot more. So we're optioning most of the ones that we're going to have in as stock to just have the longer cable to give you that flexibility. And that pretty well sums up this one. So a really cool example, and one of our first in stock actually that hasn't been sold before it's arrived. So this guy's here and available for quick possession, which is pretty cool. And we do also have a demo in the 4S variant. So if you think you're interested in this one, please do give us a call or pay us a visit. We can take you for a spin in that car. And when we're done here, this guy will be up in the showroom, so you can kind of get hands on this one and check it out in a little bit more depth. Thanks so much for watching.
Hi everybody, it's Jay Gombach from Porsche Center Calgary, and with me today I have a very special car. This is the 2020 Porsche Taycan turbo. If you haven't heard, obviously you may have if you're clicked on this video, but this is Porsche's new all-electric vehicle. The turbo is one step from the top, being Turbo S at the top of the line. It's a fantastic, I'll call it a mid-level car for now, with all the options and features that just make the car phenomenal. So this car, again, being the turbo, gets up to 616 horsepower and 626 feet-pound of torque during the launch control. I can tell you from experience, it is absolutely breathtaking. It will take your breath away on that launch. Porsche's official numbers are 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds. I can tell you in real life situations, it is able to get there a little bit faster than that. I'm going to talk about the car in front of us for a minute, and then maybe get into some of the finer details about the Taycan altogether. So again, 2020 turbo. This is the jet black metallic with the black interior. It has the 21-inch Taycan exclusive wheel, and we did have those painted in the jet black metallic as well to go with the rest of the package. This is an excellent build, very close to how I might want my own car. So again, black on black, very classic. We went ahead and added the premium package to this car, which gives you the fixed glass roof, the surround view cameras, thermal insulated glass, the ionizer inside for air purification, lane change assist, which is your blind spot warning, and the ventilated seats to go along with the standard heated seats. Back to the roof for a second. This is, I believe, a 7-layered glass roof. It is fixed, so it does not open. I can tell you from personal experience, it does a great job keeping out heat, UV, noise, all of the above. I was one of the lucky few that got to demo these cars in California. So you can imagine the cars were sitting out in the parking lot for long periods of time under the California sun. And I found that it did keep the cabin fairly cool. And that's without any of the preconditioning features that the Taycan has for climate control and whatnot. So excellent fixed glass roof there. Inside the car, we outfitted it with a few additional options. Sport Chrono, if you're familiar with the brand, that is the system that gives you an additional mode over the standard modes, being Sport Plus, which also enables the true launch control on this car. So that is one that you should definitely option on a Taycan Turbo. We also added the carbon fiber interior package on this, kind of the sporty accents to go along with the black on black car on the outside. One of the features that I was a little unsure about personally, but I absolutely love, is the Porsche electric sound system on this car. So if you've been in other manufacturers' electric cars, one thing that they all have in common is that they're very silent. Now that can be relaxing, but it can also be a little disorienting, especially at speeds that this car can do, or 0 to 60 plus runs. So Porsche manufactured an electric sound that is not only pumped into the vehicle, but on the outside of the vehicle when it is turned on or activated. It is not a completely synthetic noise. They actually took their engineers and recorded the natural sounds of the electric motors as they're spinning. They scrubbed it, cleaned it up, got rid of the high-pitched noises, and tuned it to kind of go along with the car. It's a very unique sound, very futuristic, but not annoying. I think they nailed the sound. One thing that I like is when you are driving this car a little bit harder, I don't know if you're going to track it or anything like that, but it does give you a sense of acceleration. The pitch goes with the car, and as you slow down as well. So it kind of gives your body and brain that audible kind of to go with what's happening to your body in the vehicle itself. So very cool feature. Again, very well outfitted car inside and out. We did also upgrade the seats to the 18-way in this car. yeah, come check it out in person. My name's Jay Gombach. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and here today with another beautiful piece of pre-owned inventory. This one is a 2020 Taycan Turbo. So a little bit briefly about the Taycan in general before we dive into this one. This is a 2020, so that's the first year for the Taycan, which is Porsche's first all-electric sedan. Very, very exciting product for us when it came out, and it continues to be. It's been a huge success. We've been selling a ton of them, and it really points the way to the future. We'll see a whole lot more electrification coming over the next few years. We've had hybrids for quite a while, but as I mentioned, this is the first fully electric, but we'll see some other models definitely coming down the pipeline, probably sooner than later. Now this one, as I mentioned, is the Taycan Turbo. So that means 670 horsepower, which is just wild. Good for about 2.5 seconds to get from 0 to 60 miles an hour, which is insane and quite a singular experience if you haven't done that before. It's a very, very, very cool thing. The Taycan is very much a Porsche first and an electric car second. It feels, when they first came in, I was shocked just how familiar everything was, compared to the rest of our lineup. It's almost like it just, happens to be powered by electricity, but it's a Porsche through and through. So if you haven't tried one out, give us a call and come down and take one for a test drive. We'll always have some kind of a Taycan demonstrator available for you to check out. They're quite impressive things, but let's talk about this guy in particular. So starting with the outside and the color, this is jet black metallic, probably our #1 most popular color overall. These wheels are a 21-inch exclusive design wheel, painted also in jet black metallic. So there's several different finishes you could put on those wheels. The standard, which is kind of a silver finish, you could make that more of a dark gray, or you could paint it gloss black, but here we opted to go with the jet black metallic, just so that it's the exact same black as the paint of the car, which looks great, at least in my personal opinion. Hopefully you share that opinion too. And then also looking at the wheel, a significant thing about the turbos is that they come standard with the Porsche surface coated brakes, which give you a much larger caliper, higher performing brake, but significantly also no brake dust. So very, very low maintenance to live with. It's a pretty cool technology and fairly new to us. The first car it was available on was the 2019 model year Cayenne. So pretty cool thing. Other stuff outside, you may notice a couple of round sensors on the front of the car. Those are for the adaptive cruise control. So regular cruise they'll all have, but the adaptive cruise lets you set your following distance from the car in front of you. And then if that car slows down, this one will automatically maintain that gap that you've set. So it makes highway driving a little bit more comfortable. Moving to the inside of this one, as a turbo, it's standard with the full leather interior. So if you look at a 4S, some of them may have leather on the seats, but not leather everywhere else, unless it was optioned. All the turbos will have that. So your dashboard, upper, lower, your doors, armrests, everything is fully leather wrapped in a very high quality, smooth finish leather. I love a leather interior. It makes it feel that much more premium and just smells better, feels better. It's great. Other stuff inside, I guess I should reference my list here, I don't want to miss anything. One more touch on the outside was the gloss window trim. Standard would have been silver, but I think while some people may like that contrast, I think just the kind of fluidity of all the black works a little bit better with this one. But other stuff inside I wanted to talk about. So of course, black full leather, and then this one has the carbon fiber trim. So there's a few spots on the doors, a little bit in the dash, and even on the center console where they've added some carbon fiber on there, make it feel a little bit sportier, and frankly, a little bit more complete. You can go without any trim, but I think if you add it, it just looks better and again, more complete. So nice to see the carbon on this one. And then Sport Chrono package as well, optional, but that's what allows you to maximize those acceleration times. I mentioned the 2.5 seconds, 0 to 60. You need the Sport Chrono and the launch control that you get with it to do that. You also then get extra drive modes. You get a Sport Plus mode in addition to just the regular Sport mode. You get the Sport Response button on the steering wheel, which is kind of like a push to pass button. Some pretty neat stuff with that Sport Chrono package. So nice to see it optioned on here. What else did I want to talk about on it there? Oh, the electric sport sound is what I want to talk about on kind of as an augmentation to that. Because with our other cars, you'll get sport exhaust, right? With the gas-powered cars. With the Taycan, it doesn't have any exhaust, so it's a little bit different. What they do is kind of amplify the natural electric sounds that the I want to say engine, but I guess it is a motor, the electric sounds that it makes, and it's a really high-tech kind of whizzes and burrs and stuff. It's pretty neat. A lot of us, when we first heard about it, thought it would just be kind of silly and unnecessary, but it really does amplify that driving experience, makes it a little bit more exciting and frankly more familiar. It can be a little bit eerie going just so fast and not having any real noise to accompany it with these electric cars. That electric sport sound makes it feel a little bit more familiar and a little bit more sporty and fun. It is worth checking out for sure. Other content in there, we had the advanced 4-zone climate control, as Porsche calls it. What that means is you have an extra screen in the back, basically, where you control all of your climate. So the two kind of sides in the back have independent climate zones, just like the two front passengers do, and quite a bit of adaptability and neat stuff you can play around with in there. This one also has the passenger display, which adds another screen in front of the passenger seat. So you have already, I guess you'd have three kind of screens as standard, being your instrument cluster, your main Porsche communication management system, the primary screen in the middle of the car, and then below that in the center console you have a screen to control a bunch of different things. They'll all have those three. This one added the screen in front of the passenger, as well as the screen for the climate control in the back. So about as high-tech as you can make the car, which is cool to see. And then of course the premium package, I always caution people that can mean different things in different model years, so make sure you're fully aware of what is included in that package in the car you're looking at. In this model year, it gave you a seat upgrade, so you could go to the 14 or the 18-way seat. In this case, it's the 18-way, so it's the most heavily bolstered seat and most adjustable, so you can kind of tuck in or out the bolsters on the seat base as well as the seat back. You get a little bit more shoulder support with the 18-way seat. Probably my favorite seat. It fits quite nicely. Some people might find it tougher to get in and out of because of those big bolsters, but I find more of an issue with that on the SUVs, less so on the cars. You don't have to climb so much up into it. It's pretty much straight across in this car, so not so much of an issue there. Those seats will also be heated and ventilated significantly. You also got the surround view camera, so not just the rear view, but a camera on the front, one underneath each side mirror. It stitches all those images together. You get the top-down view, makes the car super easy to park. Once you're used to that perspective, it works super well. It's a feature I really love. And then the insulated glass as well is part of that package, which you don't see so often. And that gives you a 2-pane glass on the windows, so it keeps the heat, out in the summer, in the winter. When you roll the window down, you can physically feel over the top. There's 2 pieces of glass there. If you're sensitive to road noise, it makes a huge difference. And that is one thing with the electric cars that people don't always appreciate when they haven't driven them. When you do drive it, you're used to being in a gas engine vehicle where there's all of this kind of mechanical noise that's happening, and your brain more or less tunes it out, or you don't pay attention to it because it's just constant. With the electric cars, you don't have that, so all of a sudden you can hear a little bit more of what's kind of going on in the world around you that you just wouldn't notice because the other sounds are there kind of overpowering that stuff. So these cars are always super quiet, but with the insulated glass even more so. It makes for when you want it to be a really, really peaceful driving experience, which is pretty cool. And then lane change assist, of course, blind spot warning. That's part of the package too. So this one has that. It'll also have the full matrix LED headlights, which are pretty neat and look especially cool, I think, on the Taycan. They'll allow you to leave your high beams on, and if a car comes the other way, it'll turn off only the specific LEDs affecting that car. So most of your field of vision has the full high beam illumination, but you'll have just kind of a dark spot as the headlights of that other car come through. So pretty cool stuff. Definitely handy for dark late night driving. Content-wise, I think that's about it I wanted to talk about. I'm sure there's some other stuff I've forgotten. A whole lot of content in these worth talking about. But I should mention Mileage on this one is about 7,000 kilometers, and it is a Porsche approved certified pre-owned vehicle. So that means quite a bit of extra warranty. The brand new warranty would have been 4 years or 80,000 kilometers. That gets bumped up to 6 years and unlimited kilometers. So this one came to us pretty late in 2020. In fact, it was registered at the very beginning of 2021. So that means it'll have warranty until January of 2027 and unlimited kilometers. So some great peace of mind there, which you can either extend if you're going to keep the car even longer and you're concerned about that, or if you decide to sell it before that warranty is up, it transfers to the next owner too. So always a good value regardless of what you decide to do with it next. So pretty cool stuff. If you're interested, if you want to come down and pay us a visit, please do, or give us a call. We're happy to answer any more questions you might have. And then once we're done with it here, I'll be bringing it upstairs and putting it in the showroom, so it'll be on display there for you to come and see in person. Thanks so much for watching. Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Centre Calgary, and here today with another excellent piece of pre-owned inventory. This one is a 2020 Taycan 4S. So, if you don't know, the Taycan is Porsche's first all-electric vehicle. So, it's not a hybrid, there's not a gas tank anywhere in this thing, it is fully electric. And was kind of a show of intent from Porsche. There will be a whole lot more electrification coming down the road, and so far so good, to say the least. This one has been a massive success. We've sold quite a few of these, and the response has been really quite good. This one being the 4S. As with any Porsche, the 4 indicates all-wheel drive. In Canada, they're all-wheel drive, though in other markets you might see rear-wheel drive models out there. And then the S tells you which, not engine, but kind of, power plant, you could say, or in this case, battery pack, is in the car. So there's a 4S. There's now, they've introduced the GTS as well. There's a Turbo and a Turbo S, so different kind of levels of power, but the same basic car, just like when you look at our 911, where you have the S GTS Turbo, same kind of thing, just now in an all-electric sedan. So the Taycan itself is a really cool thing, but today we're going to talk about this one in particular. So being a 4S, you get 522 horsepower, but actually this one has the optional Performance Battery Plus, which bumps that up to just over 560 horsepower. So right now it's technically the base model Taycan. That's the lowest amount of power you can get, is already over 500, which is pretty wild. You get a whole lot of performance with these cars. They are very much a Porsche first and an electric car second. But again, speaking about this one, so it is Carrera White Metallic, though it may not look like it right now because that paint is actually covered by a clear matte paint protection film. So that's just something we offer here. We sold this one brand new, and we did this treatment to it at that time. So it is, it's not a white wrap or a vinyl wrap. It is just a clear paint protection film, just like you would get, on any car. And most people nowadays will put it over the kind of the front half of the vehicle. But we've got the option to do that same concept, but in matte, and you can do the whole car. So it really kind of changes the look up of the vehicle while still giving you all of that, protective kind of benefits that people generally want with that paint protection film. So really cool, unique look with this one. We did it to quite a few cars, and really just adds something unique and special, and protects it. So it's a cool thing to have. These wheels are a 21-inch. This is the exclusive design wheel. Probably my favorite wheel design that was available at the time. And then kind of one step beyond that is to paint it in the gloss black, which has been done here. Standard finish would have been fully silver. I generally like a silver wheel, but with this one, putting some of the black on there just dialed up the contrast, made it look a little bit more interesting to me in this configuration. What else outside before we dive on the inside? Well, you may notice some kind of round sensors on the front. That's because this one does have the adaptive cruise control. So regular cruise control is standard, but the adaptive is optional and allows you to set your following distance from the car in front. If that car slows down, then this one will automatically to maintain that gap that you've set. So makes longer drives a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more mindless, I guess you could say. Let's move on to the inside. Black interior, as we see in most of these. You can't really go wrong with black. and it has the premium package. Now you'll see, you know, with our cars, premium package, sometimes premium plus package, and year to year they change. So do be careful and look into what exactly you get in a specific model year with that package. In this year, with the premium package, you get the 14-way adjustable seat. You could also have gone to the 18-way if you wanted to, with a kind of a nominal upcharge from there. But this one has the 14-way, meaning you get the thigh extension as well as the lumbar support, in addition to the kind of standard forward, back, up, down, recline angle controls that you would have. And then you get position memory with that as well. The seats are also heated and ventilated in the Premium Plus package. You get the lane change assist, which is blind spot warning. You also get the Matrix LED headlights. So that's our top level headlights. They are, of course, fully LED. The Matrix part is referring to kind of the high beam assist system, where in previous generations, you have your high beams on, when a car's coming the other way, turns them off. With the Matrix system, it allows you to keep most of those LEDs on, still on full high beam, but then turn off only the specific ones that affect that car as it drives by. So you get kind of a dark spot as that car is going, but the rest of your you know, not line of sight, but field of vision is still fully illuminated with your high beams. So really, really cool if you do late night driving. You also get the Bose sound system as part of that package, and the surround view camera. Again, rear view, standard, but the surround view gives you the full 360-degree view. Looks like a kind of a top-down perspective, right? Makes parking the car super easy. I think that's about what you got in that package. Moving on from that, this one also has the passenger display, which to me is a must on the car, just because it's kind of unique. Certainly in our brand it is. We don't have a lot of cars where you can add additional screens to them. So with all of the Taycans you have, you know, your instrument cluster is a screen. You have your main PCM, or kind of infotainment system, in the center, and then below that you have another touchscreen where you can control various different things. Optionally, you have the passenger display, which is then, as the name suggests, right in front of the passenger, and largely kind of duplicates that main PCM screen that you have in the center over there for your passenger. So for example, you know, they could be putting in a navigation address over there that they can then kind of send over to the other one for you to use, or they can be changing the radio station, or they can also look at your speed and G meter and all that stuff. It's really cool. Not necessarily gaining a ton of extra use, but it's really neat and just cool to have, and makes the car feel very high tech, as it should, being our first electric car. Beyond that, the adaptive cruise I mentioned, the DC onboard DC charger. So a big story with this car, when it came out, and frankly still not a lot of manufacturers are doing it, is the 800 volt architecture and the DC charging. So what that all means is that if you have access to one of the fast chargers, which aren't exactly ubiquitous yet, but there are quite a few out there, including one at our facility here, you can plug into that, and that, you know, the basic architecture combined with optioning that onboard DC charger means you can get about an 80% charge in the car in roughly 20 minutes, which is pretty crazy for an electric car. You don't have to worry about plugging in for hours. It's a pretty convenient fill up. Really cool to see, and again, quite unique still in the segment to have that kind of charging speed. Also, the electric sport sound, which is a cool one. What it does is kind of like an electric interpretation of our sport exhaust, where, you know, you have the button that makes the car louder and just sound a little bit more aggressive. With this, of course, there's no engine, there's no exhaust, but what it does is kind of amplify the natural noises that the battery and the whole kind of drivetrain uses. And it's, you know, people have used the term Jetsons noises, or, you know, Star Wars noises, stuff like that, where when you turn that on and you step on the accelerator, you get these kind of whirs and buzzes, and initially all of us thought, it's kind of a novelty, I don't know if that's really necessary. But when you are driving it, it definitely adds to the experience and the immersiveness of the drive and of the performance. It feels a little bit more just familiar when you have that kind of crescendo of sound that goes along with the acceleration. The same thing, kind of under braking, the noise changes and kind of works an opposite, where it then kind of, you know, dials itself back down as you're slowing down. And it's a pretty cool thing. I definitely recommend you come and test a car out and see what you think of it. And then as well, of course, significantly, this is a Porsche approved certified pre-owned vehicle. So it's a 2020 model year, as I mentioned off the top, but this is one that arrived quite late to us in that model year, so it wasn't actually registered until January of 2021. So that was the warranty start date, and now with the certification, that means it has full comprehensive Porsche warranty until January of 2027, and there's no kilometer limit on that. So you can definitely buy with a lot of confidence that Firstly, we've been through the vehicle, it's gone through our inspection and reconditioning process and all that, but beyond that, you have several years of kind of worry-free driving in terms of, if anything goes wrong, it's covered, you don't have to worry about it, and that is even extendable beyond that if you chose to keep the vehicle past that, and transferable to the next owner if you didn't, so it's an added kind of bonus that way too. I think that just about sums up everything I wanted to talk about. Oh, I should mention, it's got about 16,000 kilometers on it, if you didn't see that already in the summary. And one other thing actually worth mentioning is this is a sedan. In the back seat, though, you have the option to have it seat 2 or 3. You can do what they call a 2+1. So standard would be to have just kind of a plastic center console type thing in the rear seats, but you can add a third seat. That was done in this car, so it is a true 5-seater, 5 seat belts. Definitely a car you can use every day with that all-wheel drive seating for plenty of people. It's a cool thing, but I've spoken enough about it, so if you're interested, if you like the video, come down, check it out, take one for a drive. When we're done here, this one will be on display upstairs in our showroom, so yeah, please do come pay us a visit. Thanks very much for watching. Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and here today with another exciting piece of inventory. This one is quite exciting because it's a Taycan 4S that's actually in stock as a new vehicle, which we haven't had in recent memory. Pretty well all of our new cars have been sold out, but we managed to get our hands on this one, and being that we haven't had one for a while, we thought we'd take the opportunity and make it kind of a special one in a unique color and really add some cool features to it. So I'm going to go through some of that with you. Starting with the basics though, as I mentioned, Taycan 4S, so the 4 tells you it's all-wheel drive, all the ones in Canada are, and the S tells you how much power it's got. Now this one is an S with the performance battery, so that means 562 horsepower, so a whole lot of power. I've spent a little bit of time in all the different Taycans, Turbo S, even the new GTS. I drove a little bit. We just got a new GTS that's our current demo. And I have to say the 4S is more than enough. It's a super fast car. It's the one that I would get. The other ones are pretty mind-bending, but overkill. This is more than fast enough. It's a very quick car. I guess let's dive into this guy in particular now. So Mamba Green Metallic is what this color is called. Really cool color, fairly new. There's not too many of them out there, and I think kind of fitting, right? It's a green car in terms of its efficiency, so why not make it green and make it really stand out on the road, which this color certainly does. And that metallic really sparkles in the sunlight. And then as far as the rest of the stuff outside, we went with kind of a gloss black theme. So these wheels are the 21-inch RS Spider wheel, which is a newer design for the Taycan as well, with some gloss black stuff in there. Lots of other gloss black accents were added, like the Sport Design side mirror with the gloss black base. Window trimming is gloss black as well. The gloss black door handles, which is a new option, hasn't been available from the outset, just was recently added. In the back, the Porsche logo is in black, so is the model designation, the Taycan 4S, that's gloss black as well. Oh, and I should have mentioned with the wheels, inside there you see the brake caliper. The typical color for a 4S would be red. We swapped those to be gloss black to again kind of go with the whole color scheme of the car outside. I think it looks pretty awesome. Some other stuff outside, the power charge port, so you can just kind of swipe your finger under this little black protrusion here, and then the charge port will go up electronically into the car, and then you swipe again, it comes down. Just kind of cool, higher tech feeling than the standard one, which would be push the button and it kind of pops up and then you press it back in, more like a conventional kind of fuel door. But this one's higher tech and more futuristic feeling, which is really what the Taycan's all about. So it definitely suits it pretty well. And I'll mention actually on that point, you'll notice charge ports on either side of the car. One is for the DC super fast charging, and the other one is for the more typical charging that you would have, any plug that you would find publicly outside of the Tesla chargers, they'll all use that plug, and the one that you'll get for home charging when you purchase a Taycan would be that AC plug as well. So you do have both available on the Taycan. So then let's move Onto the inside of this car, this is a full black leather interior, so your seats are leather, so is the dash, so is the upper dash, the lower dash, the doors, everything in there is fully leather wrapped, which I love to see. Makes it feel very premium and just smells better, feels better. I love a full leather interior. And let's see here, I want to make sure I should have mentioned too, the larger charging cable. This one has the 7.5 meter cable, which is significant. When you're ordering the car, there's no additional cost to go to that, but if you order the car with the shorter cable and then decide, that's too short, I need the longer one, it's several $100s to add it from our parts department. You can do it, but we always recommend just tick that box to have the longer one up front, because you don't want to need it and not have it. The other one was the puddle light projector, so when you open the door, it does project from under the door onto the ground and say Porsche, which is a nice subtle touch. But again, more on the inside of the car. So this one has a couple of packages. It has the premium package, which in this model year gives you the let's see here, the fixed panoramic roof. So you'll have the big glass roof here. It doesn't open on the Taycan, but it's fully glass. There's no center divider or anything. Lets a lot of light in the cabin, and it just looks cool having kind of that full glass roof with nothing kind of splitting it up in between. Very cool thing. Seat ventilation is added too. Heated seats already being standard on the car, and then you get the 14-way adjustable seat, which adds thigh extension and lumbar support over the basic 8-way seat. You also get the Bose sound system. You get the lane change assist, which is Porsche speak for blind spot warning. As well, you get the power folding mirrors, and then in addition to, and the surround view camera too, so you have the full 360-degree view, which is a feature I really love. And then the technology package as well. What that gives you is the passenger display, so there are several different screens in the Taycan. Your kind of gauge cluster behind the steering wheel, that's a screen, and then in the center you have your primary PCM, Porsche Communication Management System, that's kind of your main infotainment system, and then below that there's another screen for climate controls and some other things that you can do down there. Adding the passenger's display basically repeats that center PCM over in front of the passenger, so they can more kind of comfortably and conveniently use things like navigation if you want your kind of co-pilot there to be putting in your navigation destination, or if they want to play with the audio or whatever they want to do, they can do that all there. And it also just looks cool and really high-tech when you've got screens everywhere, so I think that's definitely worth adding. Also with that package you get the heads-up display, so you can project your speed and media information, all that kind of stuff, navigation directions up onto the glass, so you're keeping your line of sight closer to the road rather than looking all the way down at the screen. As well, the adaptive cruise control, so you can set your following distance from the car in front. If they slow down, then this one will slow down for you to maintain that set gap. So really well-equipped car, as I mentioned. We haven't had one in stock in quite a while, so we decided to add quite a bit to kind of show off what's available on the Taycan and do it in this awesome Mamba green color. So when we are done here, we're going to move it upstairs. It will be on display in our showroom. If you want to come and check it out, please do. And as I mentioned, we do have a dedicated Taycan test drive car as well. So if you want to come down and drive one, do give us a call and we'll be more than happy to do that for you. Thanks very much for watching.
Hi everyone, it's Michael at Porsche Center Calgary, and today we are talking about the 2020 Porsche Taycan 4S. This particular car has covered just 28,000 kilometers. As a 4S, you get the equivalent of 482 brake horsepower from Porsche's first all-electric vehicle. With the Performance Battery Plus, which this vehicle has as well, you're getting an overboost with the equivalent of 562 horsepower. So an incredible amount of performance from, as I said, Porsche's first electric vehicle. Now, one thing I really want to point out, if you've ever driven an electric vehicle before, one of the big key differences with our car, I find, is that they still want you to drive the car with 2 pedals. It's very much an involving car to drive. And the first time I drove it, the big thing that blew me away was just how much of the Porsche DNA they've kept in this car. It really is a Porsche. It handles well, it drives well, you get lots of feedback. It's like being in any other Porsche I've ever driven. It really is a very, very clever car. This particular car was sold by us. It's come back to us. We've obviously fully inspected it, and so as part of that, we are putting the additional 2-year CPO warranty on the car. So that means you've got a total of 6 years. The batteries on electric cars, they have an 8-year warranty. That's an industry standard, so that's applied to this car. As part of our reconditioning, we've done a new windshield. We've done all the updates that were needed to the car, and tires, brakes are in great condition. Tires have about 6 millimeters remaining on them. Brakes, I believe, are at 8 and 7, so lots and lots of life remaining on them. Obviously, you can see the car is presented in stunning white and with a black leather interior, and this one is just highlighted with the Bordeaux red seat belts, which I think is a very nice touch on the inside. In addition to a host of standard options that this car has, the one that I really want to pay attention to is the performance pack. This gives you rear axle steer. Rear axle steer gives you a virtual lengthening or a virtual shortening of the chassis. So what that gives you is at high speeds with that virtual lengthening, you end up with a very, very stable car. At slower speeds with the virtual shortening of the chassis, it makes it far more agile and far more nimble. In addition to that, you've also got Porsche's dynamic chassis control and Porsche torque vectoring. So all features which are going to just enhance the driving capabilities of this car even further. As I said, it's a very nicely optioned car. You've got Bose sound system in the car, you've got the 18-way seats, you've got the beautiful black leather, you've got sports chrono, you've got 19-inch wheels. It really is a very nicely put together car. If you'd like any other information or you'd like to arrange a test drive in the car, please feel free to reach out to us.
Hi everyone, I'm Zach with Porsche Center Calgary, and today I'm here with our 2020 Taycan Turbo. This is quite a cool car. It comes in white with a black leather interior. This is a pre-owned unit. It has just under 9,000 kilometers on it. It is a CPO vehicle, so it is going to be one of our certified pre-owned vehicles. That means it is going to have remaining extended warranty until October 5th of 2026. That is going to just be extending out the factory warranty. Really, the only difference that this pre-owned warranty wouldn't cover would be any kind of rattling noises. Often the thing that people are worried about with those would be something like an exhaust rattle. Of course, this is an electric vehicle, so you're not going to have to worry about that. So you get quite a comprehensive coverage there. In terms of performance specs, this is going to be a very exciting vehicle to drive. For one, since it's all electric and you have your two individual motors, one on the front axle, one on the rear axle. Worth noting too that the rear motor on the rear axle, that is going to have 2 gears. So you actually are going to have that 1 gear shift in there when you're accelerating to kind of give you that more mechanical, a little bit more exciting experience. But the car itself, it does have 616 horsepower and pretty cool. Whenever you go to do launch controls, that is going to go into over boost and give you 670 horsepower instead. So if you pop onto Porsche's website, the official specs are that it'll do 0 to 100 in 3.2 seconds. However, those are under repeatable conditions. Often if you're looking at the tests that are out there on the interweb, people are getting it down closer to kind of 2.8 seconds, so a very, very quick car. In terms of handling as well, the Taycans, they are quite heavy vehicles. They do come in around 5,300 pounds, but once again, because it's all electric, a lot of that weight's just going to be in the battery of the vehicle. That battery is actually sitting below your axle levels, kind of right down here, essentially makes up the floor of the vehicle. So it has such a low center of gravity that you don't really feel that weight at all. It gives you lots of traction. The car is not going to have any body roll. And it's nice, it handles quite like a sports car. Once again, it is an electric vehicle. You don't really have to worry about the vehicle feeling too electronically assisted, too overdamped. It's still oriented towards a driver's car. So you're still going to have that stiff Porsche steering. It's going to feel very precise. And on top of that, yeah, like I said, you still do have some good road feel coming through that steering wheel. Other notable things in terms of options, the car does come equipped with an onboard 150 kilowatt DC charger. Quite an essential option in Taycans. Essentially, it's going to allow you to charge at any of the 100 kilowatt, 150 kilowatts public chargers. Petro-Canada would be a great example of that. For the most part, most public chargers out there are operating off of a 400 volt system. This car operates off 800 volts, so unless you have this option in it, most you're going to be able to charge at these public charging stations are going to be at 50 kilowatts per hour. Still decently quick, but that means you're going to be having to stop for an hour and a half to get a full charge. You have a 93.4 kilowatt battery in here, so if you do the math, it brings you to that hour and a half. With Electrify Canada stations, those are really the only stations that will have an 800 volt system. So you don't need that option to charge at those stations. You could have a Taycan option anyway, and you will be able to take advantage of those. Max, those are going to be 370 kilowatt stations, something like that. In ideal conditions, that means your battery is sitting anywhere between 30 and 35 degrees Celsius. It's good to keep in mind too that if it's minus 30 degrees out there, it does take your vehicle a while to warm up to that temperature. And on top of that, the charger itself can be very cold. That will also affect those charging times. But in the summer, at that very high voltage kind of high kilowatts charging station, this car will charge maximum 22.5 minutes from 5 to your 85%. So very, very quickly. At that point, it's no shorter than stopping at a gas station on a road trip and grabbing a snack. It's very comparable in terms of time frame there. Other options, this car is going to come equipped with your premium package. Essentially, that's going to be giving you the fixed glass roof on the Taycan, quite a common option. The roof doesn't open up, but it's really cool once you're seated in it. It gives you an unimpeded view of the entire sky, so especially driving at night, you can see all of those stars there without having your view interrupted by glass rails where your roof would typically slide back. So yeah, in reality, it looks quite good. And then on top of that, it is 98% UV resistant. So if you are concerned about sunburns or too much heat coming through that roof, not something that you have to worry about with this vehicle. It's all protected, and the glass roof is also very, very solid. You'll never have to be worried about rock coming over and breaking it or anything like that. It's very solidly built. Other things included with that premium package is that you're going to have the thermally and noise insulated glass. So essentially that's just going to be your dual pane glass along your side windows here, has a layer of glass in between them. For one, it's just going to kill down any extra road noise that the vehicle is producing or anything coming from outside the car. So it's going to already contribute to a very, very quiet drive. And then on top of that, whenever it's very warm or very cold out, it's just going to help insulate the interior of the car. Car's also going to come equipped with your surround view mirror or surround view cameras. So essentially that's just that 360 view around the car, gives you that cool aerial view for parking. And then you're also going to have the blind spot warnings. Essentially that's just going to be 3 little lights that light up on the side of the mirrors whenever someone's in your blind spot and you're trying to switch over a lane. And then on top of that, your premium package is also going to include the ionizer, which is just used to increase the air quality in the car. In Canada, main use with that is going to be with forest fire season. We do have very good air quality with the exception of those kind of few months through July, August when it does get very, very smoky here. And in that case, any extra kind of smoke particles or even dust particles coming through the vents, they're going to get attached to the ions, makes them heavier, they drop to the floor essentially before you'll actually breathe them in. And then rounding off that premium package is just going to be the seat ventilation up front. And while I'm on that topic, worth noting, car does come standard with your heated steering wheel and your heated seats. That's not something you're going to have to worried about searching through on the options list for this vehicle, just a standard feature. Other packages, this car does have the performance package, so you're going to have quite a few fun options with that. To start off on that one, you're going to have your electric sport sound. So typically in a vehicle like this, it is going to be quite quiet. You may have a little bit of noise produced by the electric motors, but it's very, very minimal. The electric sport sound, essentially what it's taking, they record the sound of that electric motor. They're going to trim out all the high frequency sound that you can't really hear and then broadcast it through the speaker. The harder your acceleration, the more sound it's going to be pumping through. It just gives a little more emotion to the car. And I find the option does sound a little bit cheesy when I'm just saying it out loud or you read it. But when you actually hear it in person, it sounds great. Like I said, it just gives it that little bit of emotion. And it does sound like a spaceship from Star Wars, which is also adds to the cool factor there. You're going to have the Porsche dynamic chassis control in terms of your sport suspension. So this is going to be a step up above PASM. Essentially, it's going to be infinitely adjustable dampers in your suspension. So that's going to be made by just a gel-like substance that's in those damps. And depending on the amount of G-force and force going through your suspension when you're cornering or how much body roll the car's anticipating, it's going to send an electric shock through that gel-like substance. The harder the shock, the firmer it's going to be, and that's going to counter any body roll that's getting produced by your cornering speed or the amount of G-force going through it. So an amazing option, like I said, it keeps that car perfectly flat, especially with the extremely low center of gravity with the battery position where it is between those rear or front and rear axle and position below that axle level. Car also will have rear axle steer on it. Once again, this is going to contribute greatly to how kind of nimble and sporty the car feels. So essentially at low speeds below 80 kilometers an hour, your wheels are going to be pointing in opposite directions. That's essentially shortening the wheelbase, makes it more nimble. You can have a tighter cornering radius as well. And then at higher speeds above 80 kilometers an hour, the vehicle's wheels are going to be pointing in the same direction. That's like lengthening the wheelbase and changing lanes, high-speed cornering, anything like that. You're going to have greater stability in the vehicle. And then the last option you're going to have with the performance package is going to be Sport Chrono. In this car, it's going to really just give you the ability to do time trials in it, and then that extra Sport Plus function. You don't actually need that for launch control in a Taycan. You can do that in normal sport mode, or even on just normal mode. As long as you're not in range mode, you can do that anytime. But the Sport Plus button, when you go into it, it will give you a slightly increased kind of more responsive drive. So you're always going to be starting in that first gear on that rear axle, so you can take advantage of that one gear shift. A little more torque going to that rear axle, and then on top of that, it will fully stiffen up your suspension as well whenever you go into it automatically, rather than you having to click the button a second time. Other notable options on this car are going to be InnoDrive with your adaptive cruise control. InnoDrive, it can be nice to use if you're worried about range in this vehicle. Typical range in a car like this, it is going to vary considerably depending on how you drive, where you drive, and the temperature. Those are going to be the three main factors. Some people land as around 300 kilometers. On the far end of things, we've seen people push up this vehicle to 550 kilometers. So obviously a very broad range. It changes according to each specific individual. So if you are considering this car, it's sometimes not a bad idea to come in, talk about your driving style, and can give you kind of like a better, more realistic estimation in terms of range from there. But yeah, going back to the InnoDrive there, if you are concerned about that range, essentially the InnoDrive is going to be trip planner. So when you're using your navigation, you'd input your navigation destination. The car is going to take pretty much everything on the road into account. So speed limits, the radius of bends, kind of the elevation along the route. So if you're going up and down hills, it'll take all that into account. It's going to program your speed for you. So for example, if you're going around a corner that's very tight, the car does know to slow itself down automatically. Like I said, it's there just to preserve that range. And then of course, it's going to also work along with your adaptive cruise control while you're using it. So for example, you're on Highway 1 driving out to Vancouver, and you encounter a vehicle that's going slower than you, the car will know to slow down and maintain that certain distance behind it before you step out and pull around it yourself. So quite a cool car. Always good checking these out in person. We do have a demo that's available for drive, so if you haven't driven an electric vehicle, I would highly recommend it. It's a very different experience than driving a combustion engine vehicle. And they each have their own benefits, so it's fun in its own way. Often you're not getting this car because it's more environmentally friendly. Like I said, it's just really fun and exciting in its own unique way. So definitely come down and check this car in person. There's lots to see and learn about it. And I appreciate your time. Thanks for watching. And once again, my name's Zach. Have a great day, everyone.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with another one of our excellent new trade-ins. This one is a 2020 Taycan 4S. The Taycan, if you don't know, is Porsche's first all-electric vehicle. It's kind of the first in a big wave of change that we'll see in our brand, moving very much further toward electrification. Porsche's done hybrids for a very long time. This is our first fully electric again, but there will be more fully electric models coming from Porsche in the future. Really exciting stuff. But to me, what's most kind of exciting, now that we've seen this car and driven it, we all expected it to be quite a different thing, which it is, but the surprising thing to us is just how much, how familiar it is, you know, rather than how kind of different it actually ended up feeling. They were saying in the development of the car that it's very much a Porsche first and an electric car second, and I would say they've definitely delivered on that. It feels in every way like a Porsche should. It just happens to be, you know, fully electric. So really, really cool thing in principle. But let's talk about this one in particular. So. 2020, as I mentioned, it's the 4S. So initially they launched the car as the Turbo and Turbo S, and then they introduced the 4S. There will be, I'm sure, at some point a standard Taycan, and they've just recently announced the Taycan GTS. They'll fill up the model range just like with the rest of our cars. With the 4S, in this one, it has the Performance Battery Plus. There's a few different kind of options you can select. When you have that, as this guy does, you've got 482 horsepower. So a whole lot of power, super, super quick car. Crazy to think that this is more or less where it starts. You know, the Turbo and Turbo S have even more. And I drive this car and can't, you know, even somebody who's a driving enthusiast and likes power, you just don't need more than this. It's a ton of power and excellent performance. They're all-wheel drive as well, so you can drive them year-round. They perform super well. But yeah, 482 horsepower. Let's dive into, I guess, options and configuration here. This one is standard black outside, probably our #1 most popular color. These wheels are a 20-inch. These are the Turbo Aero wheels, and they've got the colored center crest in the middle. The 4S's give you those red brake calipers, which I'll come back to and touch on again in a second. Moving on to the inside, this is the standard black interior, optioned with the premium package. For the Taycans, that means the fixed panoramic roof, so they all have, you know, this big glass roof on there, or at least all of them did on the first few that were manufactured. It doesn't open, but it is all glass. There's no kind of center divide or anything. It really kind of makes the cabin feel very, very airy, but it's the best way to put it. There's effectively kind of a tint on there, so while there isn't a sunshade or you know, again, a divider or anything, it does let that kind of airy vibe in without being too bright or kind of overbearing. I'm not a big sunroof guy, to be honest. I've ordered a couple of cars without them, but I really like the way that they've put it together on the Taycan. As well in that package, you'll get the lane change assist, which is Porsche for blind spot warning. So that's here, the surround view camera, so you get the 360-degree view, makes parking the car super easy. You also get the Matrix LED headlights, so full LEDs, and when somebody's coming the other way, you know, in kind of our previous system, it would see the car coming in and turn the lights off or dip them out of the way. With the Matrix, they've got 84 individual LEDs per side, and they'll turn off only the specific ones that are affecting that car as it drives by and leave the rest of them on. So when you're driving at night, visibility is really exceptional. And it's just kind of neat to see the light kind of come and go as you're driving along. Really, really cool. What else is in that package? Sorry to look over so much, I just don't want to miss anything. Seat ventilation, heated seats being standard, but seat ventilation's added up front with that package. This particular one, they added heated seats in back as well. And then the 14-way adjustable seat, probably the most popular, adds the thigh extension and lumbar support over the standard 8-way seat. And then beyond the Premium Plus, the electric sport sound, which is a pretty cool thing. Not sport exhaust, as we've had in other cars, because obviously there's no exhaust here, but it is electric sport sound. And Porsche has never been one of the companies, you know, a lot of manufacturers in recent years have piped in artificial sound into the cabin to kind of make it feel a little bit more exciting in there when you're driving. Porsche actually, even in this case, didn't do that. What they did instead was augment the sounds that are already there. So everything that you hear when you turn that on is, you know, sound the electric motors make by themselves, just kind of turned up a little bit when you press that button. It gives it a really cool kind of, you know, sci-fi vibe. Seemed like a bit of a novelty at first to all of us when they announced it, but actually does kind of dial up the emotion in the car that you wouldn't expect to get out of an electric car. Other options here. Oh yeah, some trimming inside that we should probably talk about. It's got the carbon fiber trim in there, as well as the carbon fiber door sills and the illuminated ones, which I really like. So when you open the door, you've got that carbon sill and it'll say Taycan 4S and light up for you, kind of welcoming you into the car, which is pretty cool. And then also the passenger display. So all of the Taycans will come with a screen basically for your gauges. Your gauge cluster is one screen, and then you've got your primary PCM, your kind of infotainment screen over here, and then below that in the center console there's a screen that you use to control a lot of those functions. Optionally, beyond that, you can get the passenger display, which is an additional screen over in front of the passenger seat where you can control virtually everything, your radio navigation, all that kind of stuff. So it can be quite nice if you have kind of a co-pilot beside you that can be doing a lot of that stuff, so you can keep your eyes on the road and they can feel a little bit more engaged, and it just looks cool and high-tech. So we try to option it on most of the cars that we'll bring in for inventory. What else am I missing here? Oh, the Bordeaux red belts, I always like to see that splash of color inside. And I mentioned the red brake calipers before. A full red interior can be overwhelming to some, but to kind of tie that red in a little bit with the seat belts makes it feel just a little bit more unique and special inside, so I always like that. I should mention as well, it is of course a Porsche approved certified pre-owned vehicle. So when the car comes in, it has to go through our inspection and reconditioning process. Quite a thorough thing. It has to reach a pretty high standard to get that stamp. With this car being so new, so low mileage, only about 20,500 kilometers, didn't need a whole lot, but we did replace the windshield. And I think that was about it. Just a minor service on the Taycans, though there's not much to be serviced, frankly. So looked the car over, put the windshield on, and of course added that warranty. So it will have comprehensive Porsche warranty until December of 2026, and there's no kilometer limit on that. So really a car you can buy with a ton of confidence. We've been through it, and you're covered should anything go wrong in the future. So I do hope you enjoyed the video. If you're interested in the Taycan, want to come check this one out, please do. When we're done here, we'll likely put this one upstairs into the showroom, but we always make sure to have a Taycan demonstrator model available too, because it is a brand new and exciting thing for us. So we want as many people as possible to come and check it out, learn about it, and take it for a drive. So again, hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks so much for watching. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, I'm Jay Gombach here at Porsche Center Calgary in our virtual showroom, and with me today I have a wonderful piece of available new inventory. With me today we have this lovely 2024 Porsche Taycan Sport Turismo GTS. That's a bit of a mouthful, but what that basically is our Taycan electric car, dual motor car, one in the front axle, one in the rear. In the GTS variant, we're producing 509 horsepower with up to an available 590 with the boost mode in the launch control. That'll shoot you from 0 to 60 in the mid 3 seconds. So lots of performance on that side of things, and a lot of utility as well. So the car in front of me is jet black metallic with the black leather interior, which is important to know because the standards are a little different. So let's talk about the GTS. Always a special vehicle in the Porsche lineup, whether it's a 911, Macan, Cayenne, or in this case, a Taycan. Basically what it is a sporty value proposition of options that comes standard with a lot of goodies, such as 21-inch wheel. In this case, they are black, which is a GTS option. That's going to showcase the beautiful red calipers that are also standard with the car. With this option being a little bit sporty, you do get the 18-way seat as standard. Now, typically, the interior package with GTS will include some Alcantara. This one has been swapped over to completely black leather interior, including the steering wheel, which is heated as well. You're going to get a little bit more performance on the Porsche Torque Vectoring Plus system with this car. A very unique electric sport sound with the GTS model. So if you're unaware, the Taycan does have an option for a sports sound, which I think is wonderful. It gives you a sense of acceleration and deceleration, and they actually pump the sound outside of the car as well, which is great for pedestrians and things like that. Now on the GTS, they slightly tweaked the sound, made it a little more aggressive, a little more futuristic. You can actually catch a little bit of a downshift note. That's right, so we do use a 2-speed rear electric motor on the car, and depending on what mode you're in, you can actually feel, and in this case, hear that downshift or upshift in between those 2 speeds. So I think that's super cool. This car is well equipped. first of all, the Premium Plus package. That's always nice to have. That's going to give you a lot of nice standard options like the surround view camera, insulated and noise and heat glass. So double layered glass, going to keep the cabin even quieter and keep those harmful UV rays out of the car and keep the cabin at a nice temperature. Now with the full panoramic roof, there is no shade, but it is a multi-layered glass system, which also does a wonderful job at keeping the car at a very nice temperature, even in hot temperatures in the summer or even cooler in the winter. Helps maintain that even with that big glass roof there. The technology package is also included on this car. That's a very nice one to have as well. I think especially with a higher tech electric vehicle, it's going to give you a nice heads-up display projecting whatever information you would like on the glass in front of you, so you don't have to look down. It also includes now the passenger display screen. I think that option is very cool. Not only does it look very good, but it allows your passenger, maybe on road trips, they can take care of the navigation, check for your next charging location, and of course, be the DJ, which is very important on a road trip for the passenger to take care of that music. So all in all, an excellent car. That package is also going to include your adaptive cruise control and your blind spot warning as well, which we call lane change assist. So we've got all of your safety features and performance features taken care of on this car. Now, being the Sport Turismo, what this is essentially the wagon version of the vehicle. So we already know it's capable, Porsche handling, lots of horsepower, but it's also a bit utilitarian as well. I love a wagon, I mountain bike, I'm out in the mountains quite often. The Sport Turismo is going to give you a little more ground clearance than the standard car, and it's going to give you a few more options for storage. So this car is equipped with the roof rail system, so you can add crossbars, you can put ski racks up top, you can do a cargo container up there, different bike racks, and also maybe a little lesser known, the Sport Turismo does come with an option for a bike rack as well. So there's a special bike rack. There is no hitch on the car, but you can order through our parts department a very nice bike rack to get out to the mountains with as well. So again, with the extra height in the cargo capacity in the rear of the car, 2+1 seats in here, so an extra seat belt. They do fold down and you can put a ton of stuff on the roof. Exceptionally versatile car, 0 to 60 in 3.5, and you can fill it up and go camping on the weekends. What more to ask? So fantastic car. Comes with all your charging needs, the cable, a little wall mount and all that stuff to get you going. And some extras on this car, little projector lights that'll greet you when you open the door. Heated and vented seats in the front. That's nice to have. And of course, the heated steering wheel is leather wrapped as well. So very, very nice car. Black on black, super stealth. Wheels look great. Those red calipers pop. You got yourself an awesome car. This is available in stock and will be in our showroom to come take a look at. I've been Jay Gombach. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today we're taking a look at a 2021 Taycan Turbo S. This particular unit has 51,263 kilometers on it, and it is a CPO car, meaning that it has been certified. It's going to have warranty going until July 29th of 2027, and that really covers any factory defects. So it's very much so like extending out your factory warranty on the vehicle by a couple years. Other cool thing with that is as long as the car has warranty on it, with Porsche, you're able to keep extending out that warranty for 1, 2, or 3 year intervals until the car is 15 years old. So this car will have lots of warranty on it. If you like to keep cars for a while, you can keep bumping it out. As far as battery warranty goes, you're going to have 8 years, 130,000 kilometers of warranty on the high voltage components of the vehicle. So lots of remaining warranty on that separate warranty as well. As far as this car goes, specific to the Taycan Turbo S, go and get some incredible performance out of this vehicle. So in overboost, you're going to have up to 750 horsepower available. So that's when you're doing your launch controls. Porsche is quite conservative when they do 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in their time testing. The posted time is going to be 2.8 seconds from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour. And the thing to take into consideration, like I said, Porsche is conservative with that. Where they get that number is it should be under repeatable conditions. So you should be able to go out, do 10 launch controls in a row, and keep it under 2.8 seconds every single time. And that's the really cool thing that Porsche pushed for in the Taycan, which is our first electric car, is that repeatable performance. Unlike a lot of other vehicles out there, if you go do a bunch of launch controls in a row, often those times will get longer and longer and longer. These are going to stay very consistent. But yeah, if you're looking at public tests, you're going to see 0 to 100 times up to, well, as quick as I believe, I know 2.3 seconds for sure. I think if I recall correctly, I've seen some at 2.2 seconds. So this car is incredibly quick in a straight line. And then my favorite thing about the Taycan, it's really going to be how it handles the road feel. Often you hear about Porsche being a very driver's-oriented brand, and that's going to continue through in this vehicle. Even though this is a fully electric vehicle, you still get great feedback through the road. You still have that good classic kind of stiffer Porsche steering wheel feel. So this car is absolutely fantastic in the corners. It handles super well for how heavy this car is, because with electric vehicles, those batteries do quite a bit, but it's quite cool. So your actual battery on this car essentially makes up the floor of the vehicle, and that floor is going below your axle height. So you have such low center of gravity. Really, it just adds grip to your wheels, and you don't really feel with it because it's so low. So like I said, repeating myself now, but this car handles absolutely fantastic. As far as other performance bit goes, you do get a lot with the Taycan as standard, and especially the Turbo S as standard. So one of the highlights on this car are going to be your Porsche ceramic composite brakes. You can see how just aggressive looking they are if you look at the front wheel there. And then along with how big your calipers are. And you can tell it's the PCCBs, for one, the size of the rotors. And then you can also tell by the yellow brake calipers that's specific to that brake. So you're going to have incredibly long-lasting and responsive brakes. You're going to have your chrono package as standard on this car, meaning you will have that Sport Plus mode. Any Taycan you're going to be able to do launch control in. Unlike other Porsches where you always have to be in Sport Plus mode, you can do it in Sport mode on the Taycan, which is pretty cool. And about that chrono, will also give you the ability to go into that Sport Plus mode, which well, as soon as you go into it, it does lower your chassis for you, stiffen up your suspension, all those little bits. You're going to have air suspension as standard, meaning you can raise and lower your chassis height. You'll have a slightly more comfortable ride. And then you're going to also get PASM along with that, which is your sport suspension, ability to stiffen up your suspension either for the general ride quality or especially for corners if you want there to be less body roll. Continuing on from the performance aspect of the car, a few things to talk about on the exterior of it. So up at the front of the car, starting with your headlights, these are going to be your glacial blue matrix PDLS lights. So these are your 4-point LEDs that are going to swivel, going around corners. They're going to be speed dependent, and they're going to be giving you the automatic high beam dimming feature as well, where let's say a car is coming towards you at night, not your entire high beam is going to dim. It's just going to be the section where that car is coming towards you. So really cool looking lights, very functional. Especially on a car with this much performance. If you're wanting to take advantage of that at dusk or at night, it's important to have good headlights. Then continuing on from there, you're going to have a few other standard features on this vehicle. For one, you're going to be able to see all your high gloss black trim pieces and accents around the vehicle. So window trims, you can see on your mirrors here, high gloss black accents, your 21-inch wheels, Mission Design wheels. You're going to have high gloss black inserts there for all your spokes. So that comes together really well. You're going to have black badging as well. You can see your side skirts are all done up in black with carbon fiber trim inserts on them, which look really good, which is going to match the carbon fiber trim inside the vehicle, given. I'm going to get to the interior in a little bit here. And then on top of that, you're also going to have the sliding kind of electric charging port covers that slide up when you brush it. And those are done up in high gloss black accents as well. So everything's pieced together very well on this car. As far as other bits and bobs go in this car, you are going to have your premium package. That kind of takes care of all the basic necessities on the car. So 14-way seats, memory functions, heated, ventilated seats. You're going to have your moonroof here. So this is the one that's always open. It doesn't have a sliding feature where you can actually, sort of just blanking on the word here, where you can actually tilt and open up your sunroof. The whole roof is one big sheet of seamless glass. Looks absolutely fantastic from the inside. Then you're also going to have features like your lane change assist, so blind spot warnings, dual pane glass, that's your thermally and noise insulated glass. It's going to dim down road noise for an extra quiet ride. This is already going to be a very quiet ride as is. And better insulates the car if it's really cold or really warm out. Besides that, you're going to have some other additional bits in here. So 4-zone climate control. You're going to have the passenger display. You're going to have inner drive, including adaptive cruise control. Essentially there, if you set a destination, you turn the inner drive on. It's not just normal adaptive cruise control where you set a following distance from the car in front of you and your speed. The car takes control. It's going to read the radius of bends. It's going to read signs on the side of the road to tell you the speed limits. They'll take GPS elevation data into account, and it's going to set your speed and control it for the most efficient drive possible for if you're really wanting to prolong the range on this car. And then beside that, you're going to have the 2+1 seating in the rear, along with the Porsche crest on the armrest of this vehicle. Continuing on from there, oh, and actually, sorry, before it slips my mind, you're also going to have your Bose sound system in the vehicle as standard on this model, and then it's going to be your black leather interior, so full leather interior on this car. Continuing on from the options of this vehicle, just talking about the history and what we did for recon. So like I already mentioned, this car is certified. It's going to have continuing warranty. In order for us to certify it, we had to complete a few things on the car. So windshield is going to have been replaced, so that's completed. You're going to have 4 new all-season tires on the vehicle, so tons of life left on those. Like I said, they're new. And then on top of that, we had to touch up a little bit of scuffing and rock chips on the front apron, so the front bumper of the car, so that's been completed, along with a little bit of curb rash that was on 2 of the wheels, so that's all been touched up and fixed as well. Besides that, as far as the history goes, the car was sold from us originally. It's a one-owner car. The car does have a claim on it, has a $10,000 claim that was due to vandalism on it. But besides that, that's all I really have to mention on the vehicle. Like I said, it is a local car. But yeah, that really takes us through everything on this vehicle. If you have any questions, please don't please don't hesitate to reach out to us. You can either drop a comment on our YouTube page here, or feel free to always pop in person, talk to one of us on the sales team. We're always happy to help. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you for the next one.
Hello, this is Scott Chapman at Porsche Center Calgary. I'm standing here today beside a beautiful new piece of new inventory, which is a 2023 Taycan Turbo S sedan. Stock number on this car is P7284. This car in particular is finished in chalk on the exterior, and it has a black leather interior. So a very complementary, easygoing color combination. Just a little bit about the Taycan Turbo S. So the Taycan Turbo S has 617 horsepower. With overboost and launch control, will make up to 751 horsepower, and torque, 774 pound-feet of torque. So this thing is an absolute menace. It creates torque instantly just because of the way electric cars work, in the sense that there's very little power lost due to friction. And so you feel that torque instantly. It's a 2-speed transmission, and our car is very unique in the electric world. And so you will feel that transmission kick over to the second gear, but ultimately it allows for you to really create that power and torque and transfer that at any point throughout your acceleration experience. What's neat about the Taycan compared to some of the other electrics, for example, the Tesla, the Taycan will does not use a proprietary charging system. So we'll use any of the charging systems apart from Tesla. So it's able to charge pretty well anywhere. And if you have up to 270 kilowatt hours of charging available, it will charge in 22.5 minutes from 5% up to 80%, which is effectively a full charge because we're not typically telling you to charge beyond 80% unless you're on a big road trip or something like that. So the car is very capable of fast charging, and in an average driving scenario, you'll see roughly 400 to 500 kilometers of range. Of course, that's dependent on the weather, dependent on the driving habits, but a very usable electric car and certainly a very fun electric car. More into what options this car has. So I think it's a very nice spec. Like I said, very complementary as far as the color combination goes. We have equipped this car with the 19.2 kilowatt onboard charger, which means it will charge faster at home. And then additionally, it has a 150 kilowatt DC charger, which means it will charge faster at a stage 3 charging system, which is where you can get the 270 kilowatts if you were utilizing the fastest charge rate possible. This car will have the extended cable at 7.5 meters. It has the Mobile Charger Connect, which is going to give you a upgraded charging platform. This is something most people end up mounting on their wall at home, but of course the word itself is mobile, meaning you can take it off your bracket at home, bring it with you and utilize it in other places, but a fancier, nicer looking unit. It has the premium package. It has the technology package. It has the remote park assist, which includes the lane change assist feature. And it has the Porsche InnoDrive, which includes the adaptive cruise control feature. This one also has a Porsche Intelligent Range Manager. It has all-season tires equipped on these beautiful 21-inch RS Spyder design wheels. It has underdoor puddle-light projectors. It has the ceramic brakes finished with gloss black calipers. So again, to match the theme of the car, I think they fit perfectly. It has the panoramic sunroof with the variable light control, a very cool feature. I always tell clients it reminds me of being in the 730 or 757 Dreamliner, I think that's the right plane, where I know the windows there, you can control the tint using the variable light control, very similar to what you can do here. So you press a button and it will adjust how dark it goes and will adjust what areas of the glass will tint specifically. Finally, this car has the 2.1 rear seat configuration, so 5 passengers in total. And then we also added the Porsche crest on the front and rear headrests. This car is available for delivery immediately. Please feel free to come down and check it out if you'd like. We also have a Taycan 4S demonstrator if you wish to drive one and see what the Taycan feels like. Please feel free to call us at 403-319-0000 to book your appointment today. And thanks very much for listening. Goodbye. Hello, this is Scott Chapman at Porsche Center Calgary. I'm standing here today beside a 2023 Taycan GTS. This is a standard body version, the sedan versus the Sport Turismo or wagon version. This vehicle, stock number is P7359 for reference. And this is a beautifully decorated Taycan GTS. I would say it has a classic GTS theme, sort of a dark colored exterior with some red punch on the inside through the interior package that I'll get into in a little while here. Before I start with some of the option content on this vehicle, just a little bit about the Taycan GTS. So the Taycan GTS is the latest release in the Taycan lineup. It has 590 horsepower and 629 pound-feet of torque with overboost. So this thing is an absolute missile. It is a blast to drive, very smooth, very friendly and easygoing, but when you put your foot into it, it changes the entire discussion. It's an animal. So much fun. Some information on the electric vehicle itself being the Taycan. So generally speaking, while charging this car at home, it's a 10-hour charge, so an overnight charge when you plug it in. This car will charge as quickly as 23 minutes. That's when you're plugged into 270 kilowatt hours. So that would be a hypercharger, a very fast charging setup. Some of the chargers you can see throughout the city, or the one we have out front of our dealership here would be capable of doing that. And lastly, just wanted to touch on with the electric side of things, this vehicle comes with an 8-year or 130,000 kilometer high voltage battery warranty. So lots of confidence there as far as anything, if it ever happened, relating to the high voltage battery. So this car is finished exterior wise in the Volcano gray metallic color. And then as I mentioned, with some of that punchy red on the inside, it has a GTS interior package in carmine red. And that's going to give you some beautiful red stitching accents. It's going to give you the Alcantara inlays on the seats, Alcantara steering wheel, Alcantara on the door cards, as Porsche nowadays calls it race tex. You're also going to get some carbon fiber on the interior as a result of that too. So a beautiful package. Sorry, one more thing I should add. You're going to get the seat belts finished as well in red. This vehicle has the premium package, as well as it has an upgrade to that package being the variable light controlled sunroof. So I always often refer to this as sort of like the 737 Dreamliner airplanes, where you touch the button and it automatically adjusts the adjusts the shade of the window. So how dark or how bright it is. And it does that pretty well the same with the sunroof. So a very cool idea there. And in principle, you are able to adjust the settings for full matte shade, being able to see through it clearly. You have a multitude of varieties of shade, or being able to see through it perfectly normally as it would be a glass roof. So a very neat addition to that premium package, as well as the tech package, the technology package that will give you things like the heads-up display. It will give you the remote park assist feature, the passenger display screen, and then the lane change assist feature. Moreover, quite a few other options on this vehicle. We have the 18-way adjustable seats. We have the 2+1 rear seat configuration. So there is in fact a middle seat for 5 total passengers, or 5 total occupants in this vehicle, 4 passengers. We also have the exterior mirror painted in gray with a lower portion, then the piece that connects to the actual door painted in high gloss black. So body color and then high gloss black. We have the puddle light projectors that illuminate on the ground when you open the doors. We have the Porsche design sub-second design clock. So I always mention to clients, if you're a watch person, you really appreciate this sport chrono, what normally would be a sport chrono dial in the middle, but now this is converted to a very nice looking finished watch face, and you get the clock feature there. As well, this vehicle has a 21-inch RS Spyder wheels painted in matte black. It's fitted with all-season tires, 21-inch. This vehicle has the heated rear seats because the heated front seats are standard. It has the fire extinguisher mounted underneath the passenger seat, which really gives it that sporty feel, race feel. It has the door sill guards that are illuminated in matte carbon fiber, again, to match that carbon fiber that you see throughout the interior cabin. It also then, as far as some of the e-performance options, it has the power port charging covers. So you just swipe your fingers underneath and they go back inside the body shell and expose the charging infrastructure for the vehicle. And this vehicle has the onboard 150 kilowatts, 400 DC charger. So you're able to charge more quickly with a direct charging current, meaning those higher powered charging systems, stage 3, level 3, level 4 chargers. And then it also has the intelligent range manager feature, and finally the mobile charger connect, also equipped with the 7.5 meter cable. So overall, a very beautiful package. Like I said, looks extra sporty, aggressive, but retains a lot of that functionality and a lot of the fun that the Taycan offers. Feel free to come and see this one in person today. It is again stock number P7359. You're welcome to call down to us at 403-319-0000 or visit us live at 8300 Blackfoot Trail, Calgary, Alberta. We also have a Taycan 4S dedicated demonstrator if you'd like to try one, get a feel for what the Taycan's like, and we're happy to tell you more about this specific car and the other lineup that we have. Thanks so much for listening, and we'll see you soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today we are looking at a 2024 Taycan 4S. This vehicle is a new car. It comes in Volcano Gray with a black leather interior. A little bit on the performance of the vehicle. So yeah, Taycan's fully electric, so obviously you're going to have that instant torque. As far as power goes, typically when you're driving around, you're going to have 435 horsepower. The cool things with this car is when you go into launch control and do kind of your hardest acceleration, where you get your 0 to 100 times from, it's going to go into overboost, and it's going to come out more to be 560 horsepower. So you're able to have a ton of fun in this car. Obviously, a lot of that instant torque is what's providing that performance and the engagement in the car. Pretty much whenever you put that foot down, it doesn't matter what speed you're going at, but it's really putting your head back into the back of your seat. It's quite fun. And then on top of that, as far as like the handling and the dynamics of the car go, electric cars, for those of you who don't know, they're typically quite heavy just because of all the battery technology and everything. But the cool thing with those is your battery essentially makes up the floor of the car in between your two axles, and that floor level is actually below your axle height, meaning that you have an extremely low center of gravity in this car. So that weight's really there providing extra traction, but you don't really feel it because of how low your center of gravity is. And then on top of that, Porsche did do a really good job of maintaining a sports car-like feel in this vehicle, despite it being electric. And what I mean by that is that when you're driving around on the car, you still have a very good idea of what's going on underneath your wheels. You get that feedback coming through the steering wheel, and you have that kind of typical stiffer and more precise steering wheel feel that Porsche is quite well known for. So as far as electric goes and cars go, and just cars in general go, the Taycan provides a lot of engagement still, which is absolutely fantastic. Touching on performance features for the car, this car is going to have a number of standard ones. So air suspension is going to be standard on all Taycans, so where you have the ability to raise and lower the ride height of the vehicle. It also tends to be the suspension that provides a little bit more of a kind of softer, more comfortable ride feel. And then on top of that, the car is going to have PASM, once again, standard feature in this car, where you can be either driving around in the normal or comfort mode, whatever you want to call it, or stiffen up your chassis if you're wanting that more rigid drive, especially for corners so there's less body roll. And like I said, that's just lending itself to that kind of engaging drive I've been talking about with this car. On top of that, 21-inch RS Spyder wheels. You can actually see how cool these look. They've got well, for one, the RS Spyder wheels typically are what are associated with the GTS model. These are the design wheels, so they're not all black like they would be on a GTS, but I really like them because you got the chrome plating on the front of them that really makes that wheel design pop. And especially on this car, it contrasts super nicely with that Volcano Gray exterior because it's nice and dark, and it matches very nicely to your window trim. And if you look at the back of the car, it's going to have the chrome Taycan badging as well. Looks fantastic. And then, sorry, on a little bit of a tangent there. Continuing on with performance features, you do have the Performance Battery Plus in this car. On the 4S models, you have the option to pick between two different batteries. The Performance Battery Plus is the bigger one, gets you another 40 horsepower as well, and 93 kilowatts rather than 79 kilowatts. So you're able to get a pretty consistent extra kind of I'd say about 80 kilometers of range on this car compared to another one with the slightly smaller battery in it. So definitely a perk there as well going for this one. Talking charging options, because there are a number of different ones. This car does come equipped with the 19.2 kilowatt onboard charger. Essentially what that is, as standard, the car is able to charge at 9.6 kilowatts while at home. That's enough to charge the car in about 9.5 hours, 0 to 100%. The 19.2 kilowatts charger, essentially you can half that charging time, but for it to be able to work, you need to make sure that you have a 100 amp circuit wired up in your garage, and it's going to be hardwired in there rather than having the plug you can pull in and out, which is more convenient. It's still going to be based off a 240 volt plug as well, but that's what that option is. So if you're at home, charging time is a big concern with you. This car does come with the upgraded charger, given normally that 9.5 hour charge time works well for everyone, because even if you drain the car from 100% to 0 in a day, it'd still be charged up ready to go for the next day anyhow. Moving on from there, car has the 150 kilowatt DC charger installed on it. That is arguably one of the most important options. Reason being, Taycans operate off an 800-volt charging system. So if you're going to use a very high voltage charger, public charger, it needs to be one that's compatible with 800-volt charging. Right now, that's only the 370 kilowatt Electrify Canada stations. I mean, they do have some varying kilowatts there as well. They have some 150 kilowatt ones too that would work. But if you're wanting to like charge up on like a Petro-Canada 150 kilowatt charging station, a PlugShare one, those all operate off a 400-volt system, and it only works with this car if you have that 150 kilowatt charger in it, which this one does. So you're all set, ready to go there. And then last, as far as specific charging options go in this car, you have the Mobile Charger Connect. That's the upgraded charger. The charging rate is the same. We're talking about the one that you use at home and plug into your garage. But it gives you a touchscreen that you can connect to a Wi-Fi network. That way, if there's any software updates, you have a energy manager at home, anything like that, you can much more kind of easily integrate that into your household. It also gives you the longest 7.5 meter charging cable, so tons of charging cable if you have to go across the whole garage. And yeah, very important, because if you have the shorter charging cable, you can't upgrade without going to this charger. So you're already going to have it in this car, which is generally what we'd recommend when you're building a car anyways, if you're going that route. Moving on from charging options, this car is going to have both your Premium Plus package and the Technology package in it, meaning that you're going to have really a whole host of features. So all the common ones you're typically after will be included in there. So heated seats, ventilated seats, your 14-way memory seats, Bose sound system. You're going to have your blind spot warnings, features like adaptive cruise control, surround view cameras that give you that aerial view or 360 view around the car. So like I said, all those kind of typical features most people are after. Auto dimming mirrors, for example. Kind of the list goes on and on. Ambient lighting, lots that you can list on it. Besides those two packages though, there'll be a number of other options. So you're going to have your Porsche Matrix PDLS Plus headlights. These are going to be the headlights that, for one, they're the Matrix ones, so they're made up of something I think is 104 individual LEDs on each headlight. They have, of course, a swiveling function going around corners. They're speed dependent, and then the automatic high beam dimming feature, where when a car's approaching you and it's dark out, only the spot where the car's approaching you dims down. Everything else remains nicely illuminated, so you can still see into the ditch for deer or anything like that, which is fantastic. This car has the variable controlled panoramic roof. Super cool if you haven't seen it before. So it's going to be the standard open roof that you're accustomed to on the Taycan. All glass, you can see through it all the time. It blocks out 97% of UV rays. So even though it's open all the time, it doesn't really heat up the car, and you don't really have to worry about getting sunburnt or anything with it. But the cool thing with the variable control is that there's like a digital shutter, and you can essentially drag your finger on the touchscreen to dim down the lighting. You can select like a matte tint to go over it, or you can select certain squares so you can make a pattern in the roof. It's pretty neat, especially when you see it in person. And then the car is going to have your Bose sound system. So you do have that upgraded sound system in the car. Offers great value. It's what we see in 90% of our vehicles, which is fantastic. And then besides that, for kind of assistant systems and electronics, I've already talked a little bit. You're going to have that adaptive cruise control and your blind spot warning in the car as well. So fantastic car, really well optioned, looks fantastic. If you do have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're always happy to answer, whether it's just comment on our YouTube page or you wanting to come in and see the vehicle in person, which is something I always recommend you do. It's much better seeing them in person, sitting in the cars, getting them tested out, especially if you're new to the electric vehicle market as well. Lots of learning you can do just regarding charging and some other features there, which we're more than happy to help with and assist with. But thanks so much for watching, everyone. Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you next time.
Hello everyone, I'm Jay Gombach here at Porsche Center Calgary in our virtual showroom, and with me today I have a new piece of inventory This is a 2023 Porsche Taycan 4S. This car is in the white finish and has the black and Bordeaux leather interior and looks fantastic. So this is a new piece of inventory for 2023. We now have some very nice offers on any remaining 2023 Taycan models, including rebates and some aggressive lease rates as well. So definitely the time if you've been looking for one of these cars. We have a decent amount of inventory, some pre-owned inventory, and incentive and rates for these Taycans. This particular car is a very nice equipped option car that suits all your needs. Again, it is in the white finish with black and Bordeaux interior. This is the 4S. They are all-wheel drive powered by 2 electric motors. Very safe in the winter. Obviously put some winter tires on there and away you go. With the launch control, you're getting over 560 horsepower, no lack of power, great efficiency. Porsche's done an excellent job with this electric car in maintaining range even in cold weather. There's a few ways to do that. There's a preheat function. Now that's not just for heating the cabin before you leave to work, that's also heating the battery itself. And that'll get it to optimal temperature around 30 degrees Celsius to maintain your efficiency even in cold weather. Now, if you leave it unplugged outside in our Calgary climates, you will see a little bit of drop, but not as bad as some of the competition. So this makes a very viable year-round car. This car is sitting on our 20-inch Taycan Turbo Aero wheel. That's a very nice wheel. And it actually complements the rest of the build quite well with the black accents on there. Let's talk about that for a minute. So this car has a lot of options. Bear with me. They all make sense and kind of bring this build all together. So starting up front, we have the power charge port doors. That's an awesome feature. You just kind of wave your finger underneath and that power door will open up for you. And they're in the high gloss black finish there. That goes very well with the black window trim. Again, the wheels, the pano roof also gives it that black look. And then we did the high gloss black door handles on this car. The back of the car has been debadged. It only shows Porsche in the back. I think that's super clean and looks very nice as well. When building our cars, obviously there is a huge number of individual options. That's what I like about our brand. It's not just the badge that makes the car bespoke. You get to make the car exactly how you want it. However, one of the things that I like to do with my clients is start talking about a couple of the packages that we do have on offer. One of which for the Taycan is the performance package. I like to see that on the car. This is a very sporty car. Even though it's comfortable, but you can take that up a notch. With the performance package, it gives you rear axle steering. That's really nice. At slow speed, what it's going to do is kind of decrease the turning arc and allow you to turn into tighter parking spots and everything a little bit easier. And then up to speed, I believe it's just over 60 kilometers an hour, give or take. Don't quote me on that number. But then the wheels will turn together and really help you pull you around that corner. Very nice to see. That package also includes PDCC, Porsche Dynamic Chassis Control. What this is basically electronic stability control. I did have the opportunity when this car was launched to drive one with and one without doing a slalom. It is a Porsche. They handle incredibly on their own, but this takes it to the next level, keeping it super flat to the road. That package is going to include our Sport Chrono package. In the Taycan, I think that's nice to have. It does move the modes up to the steering wheel and will allow you to control stability and everything through the various modes. So that is nice to have. Also, Torque Vectoring Plus in that package. Again, more cornering efficiency. It'll help tuck you into those corners and pull you out of them. So that is awesome. Sport Electronic Sound. I think it's a mistake if you don't put that in the car. At first I was a little bit iffy on the sound, but I really enjoy having it there. It gives you the feeling of acceleration and deceleration. Premium package on the Taycan. Another one, great way to start your build. It gives you a lot of the essentials that you want to see in the car. Ventilated seats, lane change assist, which is Porsche speak for blind spot warning. It gives you surround view cameras, which is really nice for parking. Bose stereo system for your listening needs, and 14-way memory seating inside the car. Those are, of course, leather and go with that Bordeaux leather package as well. Couple of cool things that are added to this car that take it maybe to the next level. Neodyme trim. It's almost like a gold trim. We added that to the interior of the car, and it plays off really well with the Bordeaux red. I didn't think it would look as great as it does, but definitely something to consider. Passenger display screen, that is now something that's available in the new Cayenne as well, and definitely think that it's a great option. This car has your cruise control taken care of with adaptive cruise control. And yeah, a couple extras I also like to see, not very expensive, but add a nice flair to the car. We have Porsche crests in the headrests. They're stamped in there. I think that looks fantastic. And then the puddle lights on the car. You're greeted with the Porsche logo, or Porsche, it'll say Porsche, illuminated on the ground as you open the door. This car also has the 2+1 seating, so it does offer you a third seat belt in the rear of the car. All in all, I know that was a lot. If you're still watching, thank you so much for your time. Like, subscribe, and come check out this car. I think it is fantastic time to get into one of these cars. Thanks again.
Hi everyone, it's Michael with Porsche Center Calgary here with another one of our certified pre-owned Porsches that we have in inventory at the moment. This time we are talking about a 2020 Taycan 4S. So the Taycan, which I'm sure most of you already know, is our all-electric vehicle, so the first one that Porsche have produced. This is, as I said, a 2020 Taycan 4S. This does feature the performance battery, so you've got an equivalent brake horsepower of about 560 brake horsepower from this car. Nice low kilometers, only done 17,000 kilometers. As I mentioned, it is a certified pre-owned car, so it gets the extended 2-year Porsche warranty added onto it, and that comes with unlimited mileage. So on this particular car, you've got right the way through until 2026. Really nicely optioned car. I mean, the majority of our pre-owned cars that we see are very nice examples. So premium package, so you get the big roof, you get the heated seats, the ventilated seats, the Bose sound system, lane change assist. This car has 21-inch Cayenne exclusive design wheels, which I really like because they blend in nicely with the Carrera white bodywork. 14-way seats with memory, surround view camera, fully adaptive cruise control. So a really, really nicely optioned car. But what I really want to talk about is the Taycan itself. I'm sure if you're looking at Taycan, maybe you've had some experience with perhaps a Tesla or something like that, and maybe you're looking at this as a comparison. The one big thing I would say that this car has over electric cars that I've driven or other electric cars, and the one thing that really surprised me the most when I first drove the car was how much it drives like a Porsche. And that's kind of everything from the seating position, the view out of the front of the car where you can see the lovely fenders at the front, the feel and the feedback of the car. It's obviously incredibly well handling. That's probably one of its key performance points in my mind, because the batteries are all low down in the car. So the center of gravity is very, very low. So it makes the car incredibly agile. It kind of belies how heavy it is when you drive it. It drives like a much lighter car, very precise, lots of feedback. The other big thing and the other big difference that I would say against something like a Tesla is the Tesla is very much a one-pedal driving car. So as you let off the throttle, you get that immediate regeneration and self-braking of the car without you having to apply your foot to the brake pedal. Porsche's system works a little differently. You still get the regenerative braking, but they wanted it to be a two-pedal driving experience so that you get a little bit more involvement. And I think that's really important considering it's a Porsche. So again, one of the big things I noticed is how you needed to be involved with the car and drive it as a normal PDK car, even though obviously there's not a gearbox as such on the car. So yeah, totally different driving experience to something like a Tesla. If you're looking electric, I would 100% encourage you to come and take a look at the Taycan. The range is impressive. It doesn't really deteriorate in the winter. And I do think the driving experience is the thing that really makes this car stand out. It's a lovely example, as I said, 2020 Taycan 4S, only done 17,000 kilometers, does have the extended Porsche CPO warranty through until 2026. So we can get you driving straight away in some trouble-free motoring. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out.
This is Scott Chapman at Porsche Center Calgary. I am standing beside a brand new piece of inventory, which is a certified pre-owned 2022 Taycan GTS sedan. The stock number on this specific car is P7068B, and this car has just done over 3,500 kilometers, so very light in terms of use. And the Taycan GTS specifically offers 590 horsepower with 626 pound-feet of torque. So this thing is an absolute missile. Full electric car, which means you can ride in silence. And the car itself, which is pretty cool, still offered with a number of features that make it feel like any other Porsche we offer today. This car is finished in jet black metallic as far as the exterior color, and then inside it's black and Bordeaux red and full leather. So an awesome color combination. And specifically with this car, I wanted to touch on a few things. The in-service date, meaning when the warranty started, was January 3rd of 2023. So because it's certified pre-owned, we had 6 years to that date for the full warranty period. So 2 more years onto the factory, 4 years or 80,000 kilometers, which means you have 6 years, unlimited kilometers from January 3rd, 2023. The warranty itself is good in Canada, continental USA, and you have roadside assistance for that full duration of time as well. This car was actually traded into us by a client out of British Columbia. He just wanted the wagon version. So we actually had a Taycan Turbo Cross Turismo, and he wanted more room for his activities and loved the car, just simply wanted a wagon. So the car was loved and appreciated by the original owner, and simply just wanted a little bit more space, but still the electric feel and sound and experience. As far as the options goes on this car, the GTS alone is quite well loaded in terms of what's standard on it, being the GTS always the sportiest variant, more sport options standard, more blacked out bits to its standard. So as you can see looking at this car, you have the 21-inch RS Spyder wheels in the matte black finish. This specific wheel fitted with the all-season tires. And then in addition to that, we have a number of other options which I'm going to touch on. So there's neodyme accents found on the interior of this car. Neodyme is essentially a gold finish, so it looks really sharp with the black and red interior. It's also finished with the carbon fiber trim inside, so you have a sportiness to it as well. This car has the 19.2 kilowatt AC onboard charger, so just a little bit of technical knowledge on the electric side of things. One of the charging ports in this car will do AC charging. One will do DC and AC. So what that means is the direct current is going to be your level 2 and 3 charging, and that's going to give you more power, more current at a faster rate. So this car specifically will actually charge, if you've preconditioned the battery to an optimal temperature, then you pull up to a charger, it can take as much as 270 kilowatts in at once, which in theory will charge this car in just over 20 minutes from nearly empty. And so that's quite impressive. That's what really stands out with our cars. And unlike the Teslas or unlike some of the other marks, this Porsche electric car will have a standardized charging system, meaning it's not proprietary to our brand. So you can plug in and share charging systems with a lot of the other brands out there. Moving on, we have the Mobile Charger Connect, which gives you the actual charging pack unit that, of course, as mentioned in the name, is mobile. So whether it's fixed at home or you want to take it to another on a road trip or something like that, you can. But again, because this car shares charging plugins with many others, you don't have to feel like you're stuck with using just that unit. You don't have to suffer from the same range anxiety, which is hugely important. In addition to that, this car has the adaptive cruise control feature. It has the premium package. It has the puddle light projectors illuminating on the ground. It's going to have some cool sport options like the rear axle steering, the Porsche dynamic chassis control. So both of those options work really well on their own or together to improve handling dynamics, to improve turning radius at low speeds, and overall just adds to the sportiness that the GTS encompasses. Furthermore, this car has power charging port covers. So you just swipe your finger right here, as long as the key's in your pocket. Actually, as long as the car is unlocked rather, and you'll see the access to the charging port displayed there. And this car then also was fitted with the heated seats front and rear. I've already touched on the beautiful wheels. And then also one thing I didn't mention were the Porsche crests that are colored in the middle of those wheels. And I believe that's everything else that this car offers. So a beautiful package. I don't think this car is going to last long. So come down and have a look at it when you're available to meet us in person at Porsche Center Calgary. Our address is 8300 Blackfoot Trail Southeast. Our phone number is 403-319-0000. We look forward to seeing you soon. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and I'm here today with another lovely piece of pre-owned inventory. This one is a 2022 Taycan GTS. So the Taycan, if you don't know, is our fully electric vehicle, but just like the rest of our cars, it comes in different variants. You have the Taycan 4S, Taycan Turbo S. This one is the GTS. So just like in the rest of our lineup, when you go to the GTS, it's kind of the enthusiast variant. It comes with a few more standard performance features than the other models, as well as a little bit more horsepower. So the Taycan GTS makes 590 horsepower, which yeah, is a pretty big number. Very, very quick car. Obviously, being electric, you have that immediate torque from 1 RPM. So it's quite the thing. Great performance, great acceleration. Dynamically too, the cars are great. All of the weight is very low down in the car. So yeah, dynamically it's certainly impressive. Quite a cool thing. But let's talk about this one in particular, how it was optioned, etc. So starting with the outside, this is ice gray metallic, which is quite a new color for us and is pretty unique. It's not quite white, it's not quite silver. They do call it ice gray, so it's kind of just a very, very light gray. I'm not sure how it's coming through on the video there, but if you want, frankly, if you want a white car but don't want a white car, there's so many out there. You want something maybe a little bit different. I think that's part of why maybe chalk has been as popular as it has. This is along that vein where it's just a little bit different, stands out. Certainly in the sunlight you can see, the metallic comes out, more of the depth of color comes out than is maybe showing on camera at the moment. Sticking with the outside, these wheels, these are the 20-inch Aero Sport wheels, designed to look good, but also kind of channel the air so you have as efficient airflow as possible. Range on this one, by the way, I should probably mention off the top, you can pretty reliably get about 400 kilometers to a full charge. It'll depend on weather conditions, how cold it is, and things like that. But generally speaking, we see people getting about 400 kilometers, which is, yeah, not bad. And this particular one was optioned with both the, what is the spec exactly? I wrote it down here. 150 kilowatt is what I was trying to come up with. 150 kilowatt DC charger. So that means it can take full advantage of the fast chargers like we have set up here at the dealership. And that will give you, an 80% charge in about 20 minutes. So really quite quick. And then for home charging, this one also has the kind of more robust onboard charger, meaning it can charge a little bit quicker at home as well. A couple of options that are definitely worth adding when you're speccing your Taycan, and this one happens to have them already. Some other stuff outside, looking here at the charger port. This one has the power charger port. So what that means is there's a little kind of black protrusion on the side of the car. You can just run your finger under that, and then the door opens electronically. Pretty cool. Certainly looks cool and is pretty slick. You can also then open it from the inside with the button in the center console there on your screens. Without that, it would just be a mechanical release, kind of like you might see on some fuel doors, where you just press that and it releases it mechanically and the door opens up. It works fine, but the power one is certainly cooler and higher tech. I would say, befitting the Taycan, maybe a little bit better. Some other stuff you might notice on the outside, you've got a few sensors up front. That's because this one has the adaptive cruise control, so you can set your following distance from the car in front. If it brakes, this car will slow down for you to maintain that set gap. As well, you might be able to see a little camera on there for the surround view camera. This has a camera on the front as well as the rear, and one underneath each side mirror to give you that top-down view so you can see all the way around the car. It's a feature I love, makes parking super easy. And then some other stuff outside would be the brake calipers, which are a little bit hidden by these wheels, but they're in there. It has the gloss black brake calipers as opposed to the standard red ones on the GTS to keep the kind of monochrome aesthetic that this one has going. Another thing that's kind of, I guess you could call it an interior or exterior feature, but is quite unique, is the sunroof. This one has the variable light panoramic roof. So we'll have some photos kind of trying to show what it does, but I encourage you to come see it in person. You can hit a button on your screen in the center console and kind of decide how much light you want that panoramic roof to let through and where. It's all really cool. You can kind of move the tinting, I guess you can say, effectively. Throughout the roof. Really neat stuff. Hard to articulate, but really cool to see. Moving to the inside then. This one has the GTS interior package in chalk. What that means is it's actually largely a black interior, but it has chalk stitching. So you have leather on the dashboard, and then you have Alcantara elements as well. So parts of the seat and the steering wheel are that synthetic suede material, which is kind of motorsport inspired, makes it feel very racy, very sporty inside. But then you get that stitching for a little bit of contrast. You also get the chalk seat belts, dialing that contrast up a little bit, and the GTS embossed on the headrest, which is a nice little touch too. Also in there you have carbon fiber trim, and actually an important thing on the outside that I neglected to mention was the sport design package in carbon fiber. So you've got a bunch of other little carbon aspects around the outside of the car. Tying that into the inside was the carbon trim. I always like to see those elements tied in together. And then the premium package was optioned here as well. So that gives you important features like the lane change assist or blind spot warning. The Bose sound system gives you the insulated glass. So you can actually physically see it. If you roll the window down, there's two pieces of glass with kind of a layer of insulation in between. Makes it that much more quiet inside the cabin. Obviously being an electric car, this one's pretty quiet already. But then also being a GTS, it comes standard with the electric sport sound, which is pretty cool. It's not sport exhaust, it's kind of a modern version of that, where it has more electronic sounds that do kind of dial up the emotion, and you can feel you are more invested, I will say, in the acceleration than you are otherwise. You can't feel it any differently necessarily, but it gets you more excited. I thought it was kind of just a novelty when I first heard about it, but it's actually really cool and quite effective. And you can turn that on or off if you don't like it, just like sport exhaust, but it's a cool thing. But yeah, the insulated glass makes it quieter inside, also keeps the heat in the winter, out in the summer, makes it a little bit more comfortable inside. Nice feature to have. It'll also have heated seats front as well as rear in this one. I think that's just about all of the content that I wanted to mention, but other things that are important to know. Firstly, the mileage on this one. You haven't seen in the ad already, about 16,500 kilometers, so not too much use at all. We got this one from Porsche Canada. It was a former executive demo there, and we purchased it from them, and then we certified the car as well. So it's earned the Porsche approved certified pre-owned designation, which means it comes with a warranty extension too. So the standard new car warranty is 4 years or 80,000 kilometers with Porsche. The certified cars get a 2-year extension from that, and the kilometer limit basically goes away. So you have, if you don't hit that 80,000 kilometers until the end of the 4 years, then once that expires, the 2 years kicks in. So you would have warranty in that case until July of 2028 with this car, and no mileage limit, which is pretty cool. If you do hit that 80,000 kilometers earlier, then that's when the warranty extension kicks in and you get 2 years from then. So some great coverage, some great kind of peace of mind. And then also the fact that this is now a used car means you don't have to worry about the luxury tax applying. So some good savings and value there too. But if you're interested, when we're done shooting the video here, we'll bring it upstairs, we'll put it on display in our showroom. So please do give us a call or pay us a visit. Thanks very much for watching.
Hi everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today I'm here with our 2022 Porsche Taycan 4S. This particular model comes in a Carrere white metallic exterior for the color with a two-tone full leather, black and Bordeaux red interior. As far as performance on this vehicle goes, this car puts out 429 horsepower regularly when you're driving around. And specific to Taycan models, when you go to use the launch control in it, it's going to actually be bumping up to 522 horsepower for that and putting out 472 pounds of torque. Obviously, this vehicle's got a lot of get up and go, especially when you consider that as an electric vehicle. That is going to be instant power. You're not going to be having to wait for it to kick down a couple gears or ramp up, engage turbos, any of that. It's just instant. Coupled with that, you're going to have a few other standard performance options that I always like to mention in this vehicle. Primarily the adaptive air suspension with PASM, which allows you to raise and lower the height of your suspension when you need it. And then PASM portion, that's going to be your sport suspension. That's actually allowing you to stiffen up to 3 different levels of your actual suspension. So you'll have that normal, or what some people consider your comfort mode, sport, slightly firmer, and then your sport plus mode, which is fully firmed up and automatically drops your chassis to the lowest position for that lower center of gravity. One thing I really like to talk about with Taycans when it comes to performance and specifically handling is that, for one, they're quite heavy vehicles. It being a fully electric, these weigh about 5,300 pounds. But because of where that weight's situated, this vehicle does handle incredibly well still. Essentially, the big battery in the vehicle, it makes up kind of the floor between your 2 axles, and the actual level of the battery is going to be below your axle height. And that gives the vehicle really such a low center of gravity that it has almost no body roll whatsoever and handles incredibly well in the corner. So something you typically wouldn't think about when you're talking about a heavy car. But no, in this case, it's going to handle extremely well. I'd also like to mention that this car does come with the Performance Battery Plus. So that's the, for when we're talking about the 4S, that's going to be the battery with bigger capacity. So rather than a full capacity of 78 kilowatts, you're going to have that capacity of 93 kilowatts. For one, it's going to be delivering more range, day-to-day driving, and you get about 40 extra horsepower to the vehicle. That only makes a slight difference, but especially when we're talking about performance and something like Porsche, it is a good benefit to have anyways. And then continuing on, talking about a few exterior options and such. So for one, I already mentioned that you have the Carrere white metallic on the exterior of the vehicle, but you'll also notice all the black accent pieces that you have. So for one, you have your high gloss black on your window trim, around the windows there, your black pieces on the bottom of your mirrors. These are just going to be the standard black pieces. They're not done up in the high gloss black. Coming to your power charging port, this is the one where you swipe underneath it and it just electrically rolls itself up so you can plug in your charger. It's going to come equipped with that, but you'll notice the actual swiper right here. I don't know what else to call it. That's going to be done up in high gloss black. And then of course, one of my favorite things about this vehicle is you don't see it too often, is going to be the 21-inch R Spider design wheels. Once again, you're going to have some nice contracting glass pieces in the inside of those wheels. And I do have to say that the chrome plating on the front of these wheels looks absolutely fantastic with this build. And then just want to point out, panoramic roof on top of the vehicle. You are going to get that with your premium package in the car. And then your sport design side skirts, which if you look down to the bottom of the vehicle, you can see it just below your doors. Kind of gives the car that more aggressive and even lower appearance. So always nice to have those. Moving on to the interior of the car. As I mentioned before, full leather interior in your black and Bordeaux red looks absolutely fantastic. You're going to have the dark silver interior accent package. So essentially for that, you're going to have some accent pieces in the center of your steering wheel, cup holders, and along the doors. Those are all going to be done up in dark silver just to provide some contrast and some kind of additional coloring on the inside. Personally, I'm a big fan of that one. And then you're also going to have your Porsche crests on the headrests of the seats, which always looks nice. Going over a few additional options as well I haven't touched on. So as far as seating goes in this vehicle, you do have the 2+1 seating in the back. So if you do need to, you can fit 5 people in there. You're going to have your 14-way seats with memory functions. That's going to be part of your premium package. And then just going on that premium pass package, while I mentioned it, that's also going to include stuff such as your blind spot warnings, Bose sound system, of course, heated ventilated seats up front, heated seats in the back, kind of all those typical options you'd want to opt into the car immediately. Surround view cameras, forgot to mention that one there. It's also going to come with a technology package. So in there, you're going to have the passenger display screen, your heads-up display, adaptive cruise control, and there is one other feature, which I am forgetting what it is, but if you do have any questions, feel free to drop a comment on our YouTube page for that, or come see the vehicle in person. There are actually, this vehicle is a very well optioned one, so I'm not hitting every option as I go through it. You're also going to be able to find it on our website with all those details anyhow. Continuing on to just a few other options on the vehicle, specifically electric options. I already talked about the Performance Battery Plus, but this vehicle also comes with your onboard 150 kilowatt DC charger. In my opinion, a mandatory option in this car. That's what allows you to charge at any 400 volt, anywhere from 100 and 150 kilowatts public charging stations. And actually those 400 volt ones are going to be the majority of public charging stations out there when we're specifically talking about level 3 or DC chargers. So like I said, very important car for if you're charging outside of home, or especially if you're on a road trip. So if you are looking for a Taycan and you are going to be road tripping, just in general, this car already has it. Just make sure that that option's in there. It's extremely useful. And then on top of that, you're going to have the Mobile Charger Connect. That's the upgraded charger that gives you the touchscreen. And just to specify, this is the charger that you use at home in your garage. But it's got the touchscreen. The actual capacity it puts out for charging is going to be the same as a standard charger, but the touchscreen is going to give you a little more customization. So for example, let's say you have to tune down the amperage of the charger, how much draw it's putting out, you're going to be able to do that. You can connect it to your Wi-Fi for updates, or let's say you have a at-home kind of, what's the word for it? Smart charger that kind of regulates when your vehicles are going to be charging, so you're not overloading your board. If you have your car charging, dryer on, oven going, all that stuff all at once. So it's also very useful from that perspective as well. A little bit on the history of this vehicle. So this car has just under 14,000 kilometers, so obviously very low mileage on it. And we have gone through the process of CPOing it. So you are going to have 6 years unlimited mileage of warranty from the first in-service date, which is July 5th of 2022, meaning until July 5th of 2028, the car is going to have warranty coverage on it. And that's going to be with unlimited mileage as well, which is a very nice perk. Other reconditioning we've done to the car, so it is going to be coming with new winter tires on it. We replaced all 4 of them. And then the only other thing we had to do with reconditioning on here is we did a few paint touch-ups on the left and the right side of the front bumper. Pretty minor stuff, obviously, with a vehicle that's 2022 and low mileage on it. There's not too much that we have to be concerned about, especially when considering that the regular service interval of this car is every 2 years or at 30,000 kilometers. So really, like I said, you're not going to be servicing it all that much. Going over the history of the car itself, clean history. There actually isn't any previous owners on this vehicle. This would be what we consider a demo car from Porsche Canada. One that would have belonged to either an executive there being driven as a demo, or as like a marketing car for photo shoots and that sort of thing. No previous owners, just owned by Porsche so far. And obviously no accidents or anything to mention there. Like I said, if you do have any questions, please feel free to drop a comment on our YouTube page here. We're always happy to get back to you. Or if you'd like to speak to one of our salespersons, feel free to call in, and we're always happy to help. Thanks so much for your time, everyone. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Colton with Porsche Center Calgary, and here today with a very exciting piece of inventory. This one is a 2022 Taycan Turbo S. That alone makes it quite a unique and special thing, but this particular example is even more so, which I'll dive into a little bit, but let's start with the basics. Being a Taycan Turbo S, it's the very top end of the spectrum, and in fact our most powerful car that we sell right now. So it makes fully electric, by the way. I should lead off with that. If you weren't already aware, Taycan is our full electric sedan, and yeah, being the most powerful version, this one makes 616 horsepower and 774 pound-feet of torque, which is pretty mind-bending. I can tell you from personal experience, this is very new still, being a fully electric car. Our first, so there are more on the way. However, still feels very much Porsche in virtually every way, kind of surprisingly so, to be honest with you. When they were developing the car, they talked a lot about how, you know, the intention was for it to be a Porsche first and electric car second. You can absolutely feel that. The performance is wild. Not only the acceleration, which is insane, you're looking at 2 seconds or thereabouts, 0 to 60 miles an hour, but the handling as well, just incredible. And this one being the very top of that, so it's a very impressive machine in that sense. But the reason I said this one is even more special is this was ordered to be our exclusive show car, which is something that we do a few times a year, where we get particularly indulgent in the way that a vehicle is optioned out, to give us the opportunity to show off some options that maybe are less frequently ordered, or we don't often have the opportunity to actually physically show someone when they're in the showroom looking at how they want to order their car. So we'll put more options than usual in something, just to have that opportunity to demonstrate to people what that box actually means when you tick it on your order, what it means in the real world. So that's what this car is. It's kind of a no expenses spared example, which is always exciting for us and for whoever it ends up in their garage. It's certainly a unique example. In the video today, I'm going to go over kind of the basics, some of the high points of what makes this one special, and then we'll do a more in-depth video where we kind of walk around the car in the showroom a little bit later. So let's go through some of the basics. First off is the paint. It's a special paint and a brand new color. Before this one arrived, we had never even seen it before. It's called Ice Gray Metallic, and to be honest, when I saw it on the configurator, I thought, okay, it's another silver. How interesting is that going to be? I love silver cars. GT silver has been my favorite color we make for a long time, but I understand some people saying silver is silver. How much variation is there? But we were all quite impressed when we saw this one. It is quite different. It doesn't just look like another silver car. It's quite different, and I wonder how well it comes through on camera. It may be something that when you see in person, it looks quite different than it does in photos or on camera. So if you have the opportunity, I definitely invite you to come down and see it in person, because it's quite an impressive color, and it's gone over quite well with the staff here. Some other stuff outside, a whole bunch of carbon fiber. We put some on the inside too, but outside in particular, a lot of time was spent there. So you have the full sport design package in carbon fiber, so that gives you a different whole front bumper. It looks different than it would without that sport design package. But then all of the accents, the front kind of splitter, all that stuff there is carbon fiber. As well along the side, you've got carbon fiber detailing through there. Same thing carries over into the rear, gives it a sportier overall look, and carbon fiber everywhere as well. And then the side mirrors here, you can see that bit is carbon fiber also, and the wheels, these ones are the 21-inch exclusive design with the carbon fiber aero blades. So if you look at the wheel there, those 5 blades, you've got the silver parts, and then everything around there is carbon fiber. So very nicely picking up the other accents around the car, like the mirrors and the sport design package we talked about. When you go onto the inside, you get a full leather interior always in a Turbo S, but with this one we opted to do the two-tone black and chalk, which is my personal favorite combo, and I think it works very well with the exterior color. So lots of leather, and then carbon fiber trimming in there too, so matte carbon fiber kind of on the doors, different parts around the center console, and then the steering wheel was optioned to be matte carbon fiber as well. Although you may think carbon fiber wheel and think of it as being the rim of the wheel in carbon. That's not the case. Now it's kind of those center 3 prongs prongs of the wheel that are carbon fiber, which I like a whole lot more. Looks sportier than it did before, and you still have that leather texture on your hands, which most people do prefer. All of the Turbo S's will have a Sport Chrono package, so this one does have that as well, which is what enables that launch control and maximum horsepower and acceleration times, which is why a lot of people buy the car in the first place. And then this one has the technology package, which gives you things like the head-up display, gives you the passenger display, so you have multiple different screens in a Taycan, regardless of how it's ordered. But if you have that passenger display, you have kind of a, in addition to your main screen in the center of the car that they'll all have, you have a secondary one in front of the passenger that does all the stuff the screen in the middle does, which is really cool. And then you've got the 4-zone climate as well, so there's an additional screen on top of that in the rear where rear passengers can make their own adjustments to climate, and rear heated seats and all that stuff will be back there as well. We also put in the top level sound system, so this does have the Burmester audio, which is awesome, particularly in a Taycan where you don't have as much, you don't have the engine noise and all of that stuff going on that kind of is extra background noise that they have to tune out. Obviously, being an electric car, you don't have that, so you really get the most out of that high-end Burmester sound system, which is really, really cool. Some other performance stuff I wanted to mention: it does have the Porsche dynamic chassis control, which minimizes any kind of body roll that you might get. It's always minimal in our cars, and particularly with the Taycan, because the batteries are all on the bottom, it's got a very low center of gravity, but the dynamic chassis control is going to dial that up even further. And the brakes, being a Turbo S, it does have standard, actually, the Porsche ceramic composite brakes, but we opted to change these ones from the bright yellow calipers that are kind of the signature of those to be the gloss black. They didn't used to give you that option, and while the yellow calipers are, a bit of a wink and telling people that you have those brakes, nice to not have to have yellow anymore. You can make them black, which I think goes better with the overall kind of color and design philosophy of this example. So I said I wouldn't get too in-depth in this video. Maybe I have already, but lots of cool stuff to talk about. And again, we'll put out that other video as well. So if you're more interested in more of the nitty-gritty details, don't worry, that video will be up soon if it's not already. And if you like what you see and you want to take a look in person, please do pay us a visit. When we're done here, it'll be on display in our showroom. So thanks so much for watching.
Hi everyone, it's Zach from Porsche Center Calgary. Today we're taking a look at a 2024 Taycan 4S. This example comes in volcano gray metallic with a black leather interior. As far as performance goes, drivability on this car, obviously this is a fully electric sedan. You're going to have plenty of low-end torque, well I should say instant torque in this case. So it's very responsive, incredibly quick. What really I find makes a Taycan stand out to other electric vehicles there is that Porsche has done an excellent job of making it still kind of feel and remain like a sports car, much to kind of the brand's image. And what I mean by that is kind of the classic Porsche steering feel that you get, so that precise feeling, that good feedback you're getting through from the road to the steering wheel, the stiffer steering, all those bits. They did incorporate in the Taycan. So they did a really good job of making it feel like it is a sports car and that you're engaged with the drive. Same thing goes with the handling. It's an electric vehicle. It is heavy, but it has such a low center of gravity that you don't really notice that weight at all. And the chassis does a remarkable job of remaining flat. Your center of gravity is actually going to be below your axle levels, which certainly contributes to that. And then as far as other performance bits go as well, Taycan, you get lots of standard on it. So you're going to have air suspension to standard, so you can raise and lower that chassis to a few different ride heights. You get PASM and standard, so that's the ability to stiffen up your suspension to 3 different stiffnesses. So if you're looking for just that more comfortable drive, you're cruising, you can just keep it in the normal mode. If you're wanting to go for a spirited drive, or maybe you're even on the track, you will have your Sport Plus mode for PASM you can go into. That's really and noticeably going to stiffen up the chassis, reduce any body roll that there is. But like I mentioned, to begin with, there is very little for a vehicle like this. Besides that, you are going to have all the kind of normal modes that you can flip between. with Porsche. So this car is an option with Sport Chrono, but the great thing with the Taycan is that as long as you have sport mode, which every single Taycan will, you can still do launch controls on the car. Sport mode is still going to serve to automatically stiffen up your suspension, give you kind of a little bit more responsive drive. And then on top of that, Taycan's also come equipped with a range mode for if you are trying to kind of prolong your range and go as far as possible. And then as far as actual features go in this car, you are going to have both the 19.2 kilowatt onboard charger. That's the charger where, let's say you hardwire a 100 amp circuit into your garage so you can kind of charge at maximum efficiency. Rather than charging at 9.6 kilowatts, this is going to be at 19.2 now. So it's essentially doubling, and it's going to take your charge time from about 9.5 to 10 hours. So an overnight charge, and it's going to half that. So you're going to be looking at approximately 5-hour charge time from for the vehicle. So if you do have the ability to get that hardwired 100 amp circuit going through your garage, that's fantastic. Really good for resale value too. And then most notably, it has the onboard 150 kilowatt, 400 volt onboard charger in this as well. And like I said, that's probably the most important one. Reason being is most of the public chargers that you're using, especially if it's a level 3 charger, chances are it's operating off of a 400 volt infrastructure. The only ones that are operating off an 800 volt infrastructure, and that's what the Taycan operates off of. It's a 800 volt system. Is going to be the Electrify Canada stations that operate at 370 kilowatts. So if you're using Petro-Canada, PlugShare, any of those kind of really common ones, it's very important to have that option so you can use those high voltage public chargers that just aren't Electrify Canada. So quite important to have those. As far as exterior option goes on the vehicle, number of ones to talk about. This car looks absolutely fantastic. So starting up front here with the wheels, for one, these are the 21-inch RS Spider design wheels. So these mimic the RS Spider wheels that are typically associated with the GTS model. They look absolutely fantastic. You have your front chrome plating, gloss black accents on the inside, and you're also going to have your colored Porsche crests on the hubs there, which look fantastic. Besides that, you're going to have high gloss black window trims. You're going to have the model deleted off the back to kind of give it that nice clean look. You're going to have the stationary panoramic glass roof on the vehicle. So lots of really nice options there. And then besides that, actually, sorry, before it slips my mind, you are also going to have the puddle lights that project off the bottom of the doors whenever you pop those doors open. So always look great at night. Moving on from the exterior options, you are going to have your premium package on the car, which takes care of all what we kind of refer to as the basic necessities in cars nowadays. So items like your blind spot warning, for example, heated seats front and rear, ventilated seats up front. You're going to get your Bose sound system with it, your LED Matrix PDLS Plus headlights. Those are the ones that give you the swiveling features, the 4-point LEDs, speed dependent lights, and you're also going to have your automatically high dimming feature as well. Continuing on from there, memory seats. You're going to have 14-way seats in the car. That's incorporated with your premium package. So like I said, it really does take care of kind of all the basic necessities. Specific to the Taycan, that premium package is also going to be giving you the thermally noise insulated glass. Really, it's dual pane glass that dims down road noise. It better insulates the vehicle too, which is really important on electric vehicles, just making them as efficient as possible to really prolong that range. And then continuing on from there, you're also going to have adaptive cruise control on the vehicle and your surround view cameras. Besides that, going right into the interior, you're going to have the 2+1 seating. So if you do need to sit 3 people in the back, this car will have that capability as well. And then last but not least, I already mentioned it, but you do have the black leather interior on this car. You're also going to have the embossed Porsche crest on the headrest, which are always a nice little addition. But yeah, that really talks about all the options that are on this vehicle. So it is a great looking car. It's very well optioned, both optional options and standard options that are on the vehicle. I'm just talking maybe a little bit about what to expect for kind of range and charging on a Taycan if you're not already familiar with it. So for one, like I said, the ride on these is phenomenal. It's great, and you're going to be able to have a ton of fun with it. It's super practical. Out of all our cars, I'd say it's the vehicle that provides you with the most kind of grip and traction on ice. And then going to the actual range on the vehicle, it really fluctuates depending on temperature, driving habits, and where you're driving. So if it's, let's say, and I will actually mention this one does have the Performance Battery Plus. So this is the 93 kilowatt one compared to the 79 kilowatt one. It has about another 50 kilometers, I'd say, worth of range. Like I said, it can really vary. And then you'll get another 40 horsepower out of it. So that is another notable option on this car that this one has that I hadn't mentioned. Hi everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary, and today we're taking a look at a 2024 Taycan. This specific model is a Taycan GTS. It's got a jet black exterior with a carmine red stitched GTS interior package in it, which I'll get into that when we get to the interior and explain exactly what that means. As far as the intentions of the Taycan GTS, the GTS models are kind of the models in any of Porsche's lineup where for one, they're still very versatile, but they also provide a more kind of visceral, performance-oriented ride. And what I mean by that is the vehicle is often a little bit lower than a comparable, let's say, 4S model. You're going to get more feedback coming through the steering wheel. Your suspension is going to be a tad bit stiffer. And then you get lots of performance options as standard on the vehicle. This example being one of them. So, for example, your brakes on a GTS are bigger standard. They're going to be a little bit grabbier, more responsive, dissipate heat better. As far as other performance options go on the vehicle, you're going to have your air suspension as standard, PASM as standard. So lots that you can do there. You're going to have your Sport Chrono as standard on the vehicle, meaning you'll have your Sport Plus mode. So you get all these bits with the GTS plus a little bit of extra power. A car like this, I mean, any electric vehicle, or I should say any Taycan, is already going to be quite quick. GTS, you're going to be doing 0 to 100 in about 3.2 seconds. So you're getting that speed very quick, and you get that, of course, instant torque that's very popular with electric vehicles as well. So you can have a ton of fun in this vehicle. Other thing that's always worth pointing out and talking about with Taycans is, for one, electric vehicles are quite heavy, but with the Taycans, your battery essentially makes up the floor of the vehicle. That level is actually below your axle level, so despite the weight, which really just lends to grip, it has such a low center of gravity that there isn't really any roll in the chassis going around corners. So these cars do an incredible job of just staying flat when going quick around corners. So especially for an electric vehicle, and really compared to any vehicle, the handling on these cars is very impressive. You can have a lot of fun with them. Continuing on from the performance aspect of the vehicle though, this car does come equipped with a lot of options. Talking about charging options, so you're going to have both versions of the onboard chargers. So for one, you'll have the 150 kilowatt onboard charger that allows you to charge at 400 volt charging stations. Taycans operate off a 800 volt infrastructure. However, most public chargers, let's say the Petro-Canada ones that charge at 50, 100, 150 kilowatts, those all operate at a 400 volt system. So this is a very important option to have if you're wanting to be able to charge the car efficiently at high voltage public charging stations that aren't just the Electrify Canada stations. Electrify Canada is one of the few companies out there in North America that build stations that have 800 volts, and those are all going to be the fastest chargers you'll be able to access anyways. They go all the way up to 370 kilowatts. 370 kilowatts is enough to charge this car from 5 to 85%. When it's nice and warm out and you precondition the battery, there are conditions to it, but it'd take about 25 minutes to get that 80% charge. So it is quite rapid on this car. Besides that, you're also going to have your mobile charger connect, along with the longer 7.5 meter charging cable. So if your plug, which is a 240 volt plug, much like it would be for your dryer, is far away on the opposite side of the garage, chances are 7.5 meters is going to be long enough to reach the car from there. Continuing to outside options on the exterior of the vehicle. So like I mentioned, GTS, you do have quite a bit of standard with the vehicle. You do get the more aggressive sport design body package on the car. And then besides that, everything's kind of blacked out on this car. So for one, starting with the wheels, these are going to be your 21-inch RS Spider design wheels. Done up in black, match everything super nicely. You're able to see right next to me the charging port cover, high gloss black accents all around the vehicle. So on the electric slide cover, your window trims. If you go around to the exterior of the vehicle, you'll see your badgings done up in black. Your side blades on your side skirts are done up in black as well. As far as lighting goes, you're going to have your tinted matrix headlights, the tinted tail lights out back. So yeah, makes a very nice looking vehicle. As far as the roof of the vehicle goes, this is your fixed panoramic roof. And then coming to the interior, lots to talk about in there as well. So like I mentioned on it, this is going to be your Carmine Red Stitch GTS interior package, meaning that all your stitching, so up along the doors, dashboard, steering wheel, the silhouette of the seats, all of that's going to be done up in Carmine Red. Most of everything in the car is going to be done up in leather, with the exception of the seat centers, which is going to be done up in race text. So for those of you who are familiar with Alcantara, kind of that suede leather type material, race text is taken over from Alcantara. The reason being, looks similar, feels very similar, but increased durability, which is great for these seats. Other options in the interior are carbon fiber trim pieces. You're also going to have the carbon fiber illuminated door sills, one of my favorites to see on cars like this. You're going to have the GT Sport steering wheel done up once again in race text with carbon fiber spokes. Looks absolutely fantastic. And then you're also going to have colored seat belts too. Talking about some assistance systems and packages on the car, you're going to have a number of them. So blind spot warning, you're going to have adaptive cruise control, you're going to have surround view cameras to give you that 360 view all around the vehicle. The car does come with tech package, which does include your adaptive cruise, but you're also going to be getting your heads-up display and your passenger display on the vehicle too. Coming back to the inside of the vehicle, just kind of finishing up on the touching points there, you're going to have Bose sound system in the vehicle, so excellent sounding sound system is what we see in most of our vehicles. You'll have a 2+1 seating, meaning you can fit 3 people in the rear in a pinch if you need it. And then on top of that, you're also going to have your puddle lights, and your sport chrono dial is going to be done up in reds to match all of your other accents inside the vehicle. You'll have heated seats too in the car, which like along with everything else with Porsche is an optional option. So important to make sure that is in there. But that really takes us through all the options on this vehicle. It's a really well optioned car. GTSs, they do hit a sweet spot in terms of kind of performance versus value and just the general fun factor of the car and how it looks. If anyone has questions on this vehicle, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can either drop a comment on our YouTube page and we'll get back to you, or if you're wanting to reach out to our sales team, we all work together. We're more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Of course, you're more than welcome to come into the dealership to view the vehicle in person. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. We'll see you for the next video. Take care.
Hello everyone, I'm Jay Gombach here at Porsche Center Calgary in our virtual showroom, and with me today I have a beautiful piece of pre-owned inventory. This is a 2021 Porsche Taycan 4S. The beautiful car is in volcano gray metallic, which is a wonderful color, but then as you may be able to tell, it has been stealth wrapped in a matte finish. I think that looks fantastic on this car and in that color, and I think everyone should do it more often. It's dual purpose. It not only looks great, but it's also full paint protection film with the latest technology. So dual purpose makes it look good and stay looking good as well. So inside the car, we have the two-tone leather and the black on Bordeaux red. Also looks sharp with the red stitching everywhere as well. This current car comes to us with just over 40,000 kilometers. This is going to be a certified pre-owned vehicle. So we have ran it through an inspection, made sure it's had all of the updates so that it is state of the art. That's one of the beautiful things about our electric cars is they are updatable, and this 2021 will be like a new one with all the features and options that are available for this year. With that certification, you do get a 2-year parts and labor warranty from the date that you pick it up. So that's wonderful peace of mind. You do get roadside assistance for that term as well. And then let's not forget the extended battery warranty. Not extended warranty, but the battery does get extra warranty. You will have warranty on the battery until 2029. So you don't have to be concerned about that. The wheel on this car is a 20-inch turbo wheel, or turbo aero wheel, I should say. Nice looking wheel. It matches with the color very nicely. And then the crests have been added to be colored inside the center cap. Inside the car, we have a lot of nice features like heated and cooled seats in the front, heated seats in the rear. This one has been updated with the 2+1 seat configuration, which gives you the extra seat belt in the middle for a third passenger, although be it a smaller one. This car also has the Sport Chrono option. That's going to be your drive mode selector on the steering wheel, which I think is very nice to have, especially on the Taycan, because it will control your suspension options and everything at the click of a button. So you do get a Sport and a Sport Plus button, and that's going to give you the launch control, which is very cool. You can show it off to all your friends and family. The Sport Chrono clock has been colored in red to match the rest of the interior, so that's a nice touch. We do have the GT Sport steering wheel, just a nicer looking and shaped steering wheel. They have little inserts like a sporty style for your thumbs. I like to see that on most of our cars. And then last but not least, this car is already quiet because it is an electric car, but it's been outfitted with the thermal and noise insulated glass. So again, by the name, it's going to do two things. It's going to keep the heat out. So there is gas in between the two panes of glass, which blocks the UV. On a side note, the roof is actually 7 different layers. So it's rollover safe, but also blocks the UV and keeps the car temperate. So that's very nice. Back to that thermal glass on the sides of the car and around the sides of the car. Dual pane, like I said, keeps the UV out, keeps the car temperate, and also blocks a lot of external noise from other vehicles. So peaceful place inside this car. And I think that's all I have for you. Beautiful car. Come check it out. Thanks very much. I've been Jay Gombach.
Hi everyone, I'm Zach from Porsche Center Calgary. Today we're taking a look at a 2020 Taycan Turbo S. Lots to mention on this vehicle. So for one, these Taycan Turbo S's, they're incredibly quick. So for those of you looking for a fully electric vehicle that gives you all the power, all the performance, this is going to be Porsche's version of it. So when you're in over to boost doing launch control, this car is going to be giving you about 850 horsepower. You'll do 0 to 100 and I mean, there's some times that are getting down to as low as 2.2, 2.3 seconds. It's incredibly quick. The great thing about the Taycan, I find that separates it from its kind of competitors and other really quick electric vehicles out there is that performance is repeatable. After you do 1 or 2 launch controls, the performance doesn't dive and goes significantly slower. And that's what Porsche was really pushing with these Taycans, was repeatable performance. So the battery technology, the fact that this operates off an 800 volt infrastructure rather than the typical 400 volt system that you see in other manufacturers. You get very repeatable performance. So you could go out, do 30 launch controls in a row on this car. They should all be pretty similar in terms of time there. So incredibly quick in a straight line. As far as cornering goes, that's probably my favorite thing about the Taycan in general. So electric vehicle, there's no hiding it. They are heavy just because of the battery technology in them. But Porsche did a really good job of keeping that center of gravity incredibly low. So for one, the actual center of gravity on this car is going to be below your axle level because your batteries make up essentially the floor of the vehicle. So that's below your axle level. So even though the car is 5,300 pounds, it stays incredibly flat. Does a really good job of distributing that weight, so you have great traction in the snow, winter, dry pavement, doesn't matter the conditions. And then on top of that, Porsche does a really good job of giving the car a great road feel. And what I mean by that, and I find a lot of our customers coming into Porsche are worried that getting into an electric Porsche is not going to kind of have as much soul and as excitement as what you typically associate with maybe a Macan or a Cayman or a 911. It doesn't matter what it is, but that's not true. The road feel in these cars is absolutely fantastic. You still have that classic kind of Porsche stiffer steering wheel feel that's very precise. You get good feedback coming back from the road. It does a really good job of providing a more engaging feel, more exciting drive. And then on top of all those, this being the Turbo S, you get a ton of performance features as standard on the vehicle. So really, I think we should probably start for the front with these. So taking a look at these wheels for one, these are the 21-inch Mission E wheels. They look absolutely fantastic. These are the wheels that were typically associated with the car for the release, and when it was a concept car, look absolutely incredible. As far as brakes goes, you go and get PCCBs as standard, so you can see them where I'm standing up here. Huge calipers, those are the yellow ones. Really big rotors. They're your ceramic composite brakes. They provide an incredible amount of stopping power on not just this, but any vehicles. And the other thing that goes along with these is that they wear incredibly well. So this car obviously is a pre-owned vehicle. It's still going to have 7 millimeters of brake life up front, 8 millimeters in the rear. From 0 kilometers, that's typically 10 millimeters. So tons of brake pad life left on these. The PCCBs are awesome for that. You give them the standard on this vehicle. Coming to suspension characteristics and everything there. Taycans, you're going to have PASM, so your Porsche Active Suspension Management as standard, along with air suspension. This car, you get one more with it. It's optioned with PCC, so that's your dynamic chassis control compared to PASM, which you typically have in cars. And why the PCC is an upgrade. You're not just stiffening up the suspension from a normal to a firm and then a firmer position. The PCC is infinitely adjustable, so it's actively countering the body roll in the vehicle while it's on. So essentially, the harder you're going around the corner, the more your suspension dampers are going to be getting firmed up to keep that body flat and, like I said, actively resist that rolling. So it's incredibly versatile. It keeps the car flat and more stable in corners, while at the same time maintaining a little bit more comfort, I find, than PASM does. And then just like any standard Taycan, you do have air suspension in this for the more comfortable ride and the ability to raise and lower the chassis to a few different positions. Finishing up on performance options in this vehicle, you of course are going to have Sport Chrono as well. So you dial, you get it on the steering wheel. It's going to give you, on top of your normal sport mode that you get in the range mode in Taycans, you're going to have your Sport Plus mode and your individual mode for some customization. So like I said, just with the Turbo S, a lot is standard. And then continuing on with that, lots of other stuff that we can look at here. So for one, Turbo S, you're going to have your good Matrix PLS Plus LEDs on the vehicle. Those are the ones that give you the cornering functions, the speed dependent, automatic high beam dimming feature, lots of individual LEDs in each headlight. So fantastic headlights. Coming over here to your charging port, this is the electric one that you can swipe to open. And then moving along the vehicle, you're going to notice that on the front fascia, side skirts, rear fascia, you're going to have carbon fiber trim. Another really nice feature of the Turbo S models. And then on top of that, you'll have lots of contrasting high gloss black accents. So you can see in the mirrors here, window trims, the rims themselves, you have the high gloss black on. Your badging out back looks absolutely fantastic, especially on the Volcano Gray Metallic, which is, by the way, I don't think I mentioned the color of this car. Volcano Gray Metallic is what it is. Looks great with it. And then as far as assistance systems and some of the other kind of bits and bobs on the vehicle there, so you are going to have InnoDrive on the vehicle with adaptive cruise control. And then on top of that, like, you are going to have, of course, like your surround view parking, blind spot warning, all your basic assistance systems there. And then most importantly, as far as charging goes, the car is going to have the 150 kilowatt onboard charger. That's the one that's going to allow you to charge at like, well, level 3 chargers that are only 400 volts. If not, normally you're going to be limited to, well, very limited to 50 kilowatts of charge. So Petro-Canada, a lot of those more common charging stations out there, they'll offer 100, 150 kilowatt charging stations at 400 volts. That's what you need that for. So critical options, this car has it, you're good to go there. And then continuing onto the inside of the vehicle. So talked about the inside. On the inside of the car, you're going to have a Basel Black Olea club leather interior. Absolutely lovely. What the club leather is it's a thicker, more naturally dyed leather. Smells better for longer, wears better. And like I said, the actual thickness of the leather, you can tell by feeling it. Feels very nice and looks fantastic. And then on top of that, just like the outside of the car, lots of carbon fiber trim on the inside. That standard illuminated carbon fiber door sills. All your dash door trims are going to be done up in carbon fiber too. Looks spectacular in there. And then you also want to have very nice dark silver accents inside the car as well. And another highlight on this car is going to have Burmeister sound system on the vehicle. That's Porsche's top quality sound system. Sounds absolutely amazing. So the car has a lot of equipment on it. Yeah, you're going to be able to have a ton of fun with this vehicle. As far as kind of history goes, reconditioning, all that on this vehicle. So it is a CPO car, meaning that you're going to have 6 years unlimited mileage with a warranty from your first in service date. So that would have been back in 2020 at some point. So you're going to have a warranty going out until 2026 on this vehicle. So still a couple of years remaining there. As far as what we did to pass the CPO on the car, yeah, previous owner kept it in good shape. So it's got PPF on it, paint looks great. But we replaced the windshield. You're going to have four brand new all-season tires on the car. We had to repair 2 wheel scuffs on it. And then, like I said, as far as brake pad life goes, still a lot, 7 millimeters remaining up front, 8 millimeters remaining in the back. You're going to be good to go there. And then as far as the actual history of the car goes, originally a BC car, sold out of Langley originally. 2-owner of the car. The second owner, who was our local customer here, ended up trading this on another Taycan. So someone who's well and familiar with the car there. And that takes us through pretty much everything on the vehicle. If you do have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can drop a comment on our YouTube page. We'll be happy to get back to you that way. And as always, if you wanted to come see the vehicle in person, come pop in. Always much better to see it in person. You can hop in, play around with the buttons, take it for a spin if it's a nice day out. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you for the next video.